of choices when it comes to fantasy football season, but there's one choice that's going to help win you your league.
If anything happened to Harris, he would be a league winner.
We are not here for second place. We are here to win the game. Nobody wants to finish last, and nobody wants to finish second.
He is in my players to avoid article that's live on the site right now. It scares the bejesus out of me.
And Fantasy Pros is the place where we win.
I talked about his quarterback. I got to take his top wide receiver too. Terry McLaurin, baby.
I love that everybody is in on DeAndre Swift. And you know, those filthy stinking Eagles, they did something right.
Fantasy Pros has the best group of talent, the best set of tools. Now is the time to get the tools. Now is the time to sync your league. And if you don't think that somebody else in your league is already using Fantasy Pros tools, you're wrong. And chances are the person in that league is the one that won it last year. So don't fall behind. Get in with Fantasy Pros. Make sure you hang out with us every single week on the podcast, in the Discord chats.
Why do you think every year we get into this loop where certain players like that get overvalued?
This guy's a target machine. 5th in total targets, 7th in receptions, 9th in target share.
Get you to be the best of the best when it comes to fantasy football.
There's a conversation to be had about him just being a better player than Zay Flowers, and this is not me shading.
Because second place just isn't good enough. Welcome in, everybody, to Fantasy Pros. This is Fantasy Fest. I am Joey P, Joe P Zapia, and for the next 5 hours, we have got you on lockdown. 5 hours of wall-to-wall fantasy football right here at Fantasy Pros, our 5th annual Fantasy Festival of Friendship as well. And speaking of friends, right off the bat, I've got two incredible folks joining me. D-Bro, Derek Brown, the King of Bros, the Prince of the Primer, and Jake Ciely, rocking a fantastic shirt that I've had in the cart more than once already. He's got the Goonies Raiders shirt. I am rocking my NFL Blitz Derrick Henry that just came. It's a festival of friendship, but also a fashion period of time as well. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. And for those of you new to Fantasy Fest, we're talking ball today. We've got an incredible lineup of guests ahead. Some of the best when it comes to fantasy football. I know it's not quite red zone, but you know what? It's August, so this is just going to have to do. So it is commercial free pretty much. So you got that going for you. Gentlemen, let's get right into it and let's talk about the topic, because we love a good draft value. I know Jake Ciely does, because I've been out enough times to lunches and dinners with Jake where he is looking for whatever is on the special, whatever somehow is maybe, I don't know, $5 cheaper or whatever it is. Jake, you love a good value. I know that you do. Don't pretend like you don't. So Jake, I want to start with you here. Welcome to the program, and let's jump right in. Give me a guy that you think is going to be a value for all those folks playing fantasy football in 2024.
I'm going to start with the quarterback, and I'm going to start with the quarterback, which my question to you is going to be, if you like Anthony Richardson, why don't you like Jaden Daniels? Because my projections, maybe you disagree and you want to go take them and say, you're dumb, Jake, I'm going to change them. But I have more passing touchdowns for Jaden Daniels than I do Anthony Richardson. I have similar rushing upside. This is somebody who has, if they want the lazy comparison that a lot of people have made, is Justin Fields, which I don't think is fair, because I think you have a better decision maker, a better deep ball, a player that people don't realize, oh, why are we talking about those two wide receivers? Oh, maybe it was because Jaden Daniels was playing quarterback, throwing those touchdowns to them all season long. And you want Terry McLaurin to get back inside the top 20, Jaden Daniels can do it, but more so Jaden Daniels being QB 13 outside the top 100 in picks is absurd to me, because Anthony Richardson, that gap should be a hell of a lot smaller than it is.
Oh my goodness, a hell of a lot. Look at you, already very sassy just to start the show off. I have only those folks at The Athletic could hear you right now. So D-Bro, Jaden Daniels, one of your favorite guys. I know one of mine too. And Jake brings up a great point, which is if you love Richardson and you don't want to pay the cost, there's Jaden Daniels sitting there towards the end of drafts. Maybe you have to be a little bit more aggressive around, maybe too earlier, depending on the folks you're playing in leagues with. But let's not pretend like the upside for Jaden Daniels isn't as much, because Richardson and Daniels are both effectively basically rookies in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, look, anybody that's been listening to the Fantasy Pro show knows that I love Jaden Daniels. Right now, he's my QB9. And to your point, Jake and Joe, I have him at 76th overall. So, look, I'm not telling people that they have to draft him that high. But the thing is, I want you above consensus on Jaden Daniels. All in on everything Jake said. The rushing upside is there. And the other thing we always come back to is volume is king. Well, guess what? That also trickles over to play volume. And we know we're going to get that with Cliff Kingsbury. So I agree also that any comparisons to Justin Fields is not giving Jaden Daniels near enough credit as a passer. My comp throughout the entire prospect season was Randall Cunningham, and I sit by that still.
I haven't been this excited to draft Commanders possibly ever that I have been this season. I'm going to tell you. And the next guy we're going to talk about is another Commander, one of D-Bro's favorites. If you've watched any mock draft show this entire offseason, it's been a fight between myself and Derek Brown to get the running back we're going to talk about. Brian Robinson Jr., a good career at Alabama, probably one that doesn't get enough credit perhaps too, because it was such a big time offense with all these stars around it. Robinson was just like, oh yeah, he's really good and he's steady. And then clearly has proven that he's a very tough kid. And now he's in a situation with Dan Quinn, D-Bro, where you think this could be the real breakout for him, despite the fact that Austin Eckler is now coming to town. I think that's where people struggle. So why is Robinson the guy for you and not Eckler?
Well, let's keep it 100 here, Joe. When we were all doing our flex league drafts and I texted you immediately when you sniped him from me, I told you then, and I'll tell you again here, I wanted to drop kick you. I was like, come on, man, this is ridiculous. But yes, I want him in every single league I could possibly get him in. And we've seen this play out already. I'm old enough to remember when Kenyon Drake smashed and James Conner smashed in the same offensive system. And we can go back and everybody talking about Austin Eckler. Look, Anthony Lynn is the running backs coach and run game coordinator. And we've seen previously, if you're high on Austin Eckler, you really shouldn't be, because he never got the goal line work. He never got the red zone work. I think all of that goes to Brian Robinson in this offense, and people are still not giving him enough credit. He was the RB22 in fantasy points per game last season, and yet everything has improved around him, and people are still ranking him as an RB3. I'm not with it. He's inside my top 24 running backs.
I could read some of the other text messages from that draft, but I think it'll get us booted.
We might get booted from YouTube.
Yeah, it might not be the best look for us. But that's why you go to the Discord, fantasypros.com/chat. I can post it there. It's like, by where the cool kids hang out in the community. Maybe we'll do a whole fun bit there. Jake, when it comes to the Commanders' backfield, is it Robinson, is it Eckler, or is it stay away? Because frankly, there's two guys, and sometimes when there's two guys in fantasy, that means there probably might not be any that you feel comfortable about.
I'm taking option D, where it's both, because I think Brian Robinson, I conservatively have projections that have him as RB24, and I feel like those are conservative because what I'm giving Jaden Daniels in the run game. But I think Austin Eckler is going to be used plenty enough in the passing game. The concern I would have is that Austin Eckler doesn't run the ball more than around 100 times, but that's why I also like Brian Robinson. I think Eckler probably is more of an RB3 these days in kind of the old Antonio Gibson role, but I'm with D-Bro on Brian Robinson in the fact that I think RB24 could arguably be low because he's better in the passing game than people realize, and I think that got overshadowed. So it really comes down to how much does Daniels dump off to the running backs, which could cap Robinson, but I do believe I'm with him in the fact that he's a solid RB2.
Let's go to another one of your guys here, Jake. We're not going to see him for a while, which is interesting. So this is really a testament of faith and thinking that Nick Chubb is eventually going to come back and be somebody you can count on in the stretch run. Now, this was a serious knee injury. We all love Nick Chubb. Everybody knows, if you're around Fantasy Pros for the last couple of years, I am the president and founder of the Chubb Club. However, this is a tough sell for me. Even as the president, I have a hard time endorsing this. Why are you endorsing in 2024 getting Nick Chubb on your roster? Is it just based on the value, or are you saying, you know what, you can never have enough running backs? Like, what's the logic here for Chubb?
Well, first, the logic comes down to I'm not playing for second place. I'm playing for the title. I'm playing for first. I'm not trying to be the fourth best team. And sometimes you have to take some risks. I don't think it's as much as a risk as people are giving it. You look at two factors. I'll make one comparison. Is that Saquon Barkley a few years ago. And we knew going into that year, everybody said he's not going to be 100% till October. And that fourth game in September is like, he looks like he's 95% back. And we got that next game. It's like, Saquon is back. Unfortunately, he rolled up his ankle on the Cowboys. It was never the same for the rest of the year. But, that's a freak kind of injury. Everything the Browns have told us in their actions this offseason tells me they believe Nick Chubb will be 100% by October, if not possibly sooner. They didn't really do much in free agency or the draft at all. They even with the injury, they still didn't do much to address the position. And you really look at it, it's okay, Jerome Ford's the holdover, but if Nick Chubb, if I told you right now, you have to wait, you get zero production from Nick Chubb in September, but he's 100% by October, you'd still take him as RB15 because, oh, by the way, Le'Veon Bell, when he missed the first 3 games that one year, was RB1. I don't care about September. I care about the championship.
Well, that's kind of rude. My birth's in September, Jake. You should care about it a little bit.
So is
Same.
my
I
sister's.
was
I,
gonna
still don't
say.
care about it.
Well, wow. Geez, but what about me, Jake? Forget about your sister. Another guy on your list, Jake, is Jonathan Brooks. So while we're talking about hurt
Same
running backs
reason.
coming back from ACL injuries, let's just loop them all together in this conversation because Brooks is another one of these players that you're not going to have probably in September. I think the big discussion point becomes something that Scott Bogman brought up a couple weeks ago, which is, if you watched Javonte Williams last year, we heard all these, positive reports, you read all the tea leaves, whatever you want to say. At the end of the day, Javonte Williams, even when he came back a little later than people thought anyway, and he never really looked like himself. Now, we could say Nick Chubb is different. We say Jonathan Brooks is a different talent. That's all fair. But
Right.
the process he's putting on that isn't a bad one. So why is Jonathan Brooks, like Chubb, in your opinion, a good investment?
Because he's still in the mid-30s of running backs. If you told me Jonathan Brooks at RB22, I'd be more hesitant. I will say Jonathan Brooks could say worst case could be, well, obviously worst case could be Javonte Williams and he struggles the entire year. But I feel like worst case, I go back to Cam Akers when he wasn't anything until December. Now, of course, at RB34 and you only get 1 month of RB1 production, that's still a little bit overpriced. So I will throw this out there. I like Brooks in the RB30s. If he starts to creep a little bit higher, another 2 rounds, now you're getting to the point where I might have some hesitancy, mostly because the names in the 30s are split backfields anyway. The one thing I will also add to Brooks, similar to Chubb too, is you could always flip them if you're really worried because right before a player comes back is when you get peak draft value because everybody always has the 100% injury optimism and, oh, he is going to be Nick Chubb. He is going to be Jonathan Brooks. So I feel like worst case, if you're really that concerned, you possibly have a trade value once they're ready to come back anyway.
I'll be looking for that trade offer from you somewhere around year 5 or 6.
you know it's coming.
I'm sure. I know
I'm
it's
going to
coming.
package them together for Puka Nacua.
Actually, yeah, that is the most Jake Ciely trade I've ever, and I get a ton of them every year. But I'm looking at it. Actually, you and I are not in, or are we in one league together or 2? Right?
One
the
league.
CBS Experts League we're
Yes,
in together.
yeah.
So we're in like 1 or 2. So we'll get that trade there. D-Bro, Nick Chubb or Jonathan Brooks? Choose your ACL running back for 2024.
It's Brooks. I mean, outside of going with the youth and stuff, I just think that you're looking at a player that when he is fully up to speed is going to have the role of maybe being a stretch run workhorse. And it's not that I'm taking anything away from Nick Chubb. I want to see him back on the field and crushing opponents as well. But could we also see like him just playing the early downs, Jerome Ford playing the passing downs? I think when Brooks comes back, not only going with youth, but look at what Canellis has done with running backs. I think he gets all the work, or at least most of it, when he does come back.
D-Bro, let's go back to you for another one of your potential values on draft day. And it's a running back you've talked about quite a bit and drafted quite a bit in a lot of spots here. It's Devin Singletary of the New York Giants. So Saquon Barkley is gone. Jake has cried into his pillow many a night for the last 6 months over that fact. But Devin Singletary comes into town, and he has been a guy that has performed, I think, always better than expectations. And expectations, once again, are low, but your expectations are higher on Singletary than most. Tell us why.
They are, because he's going to get all the work, and he should be ranked as a top 24 running back. You can get him in the RB3 range, and for the volume and the workload he's going to see, I don't really understand the ranking. Look, I was at home the other day, and I watched all the Giants, and I watched Daniel Jones do Daniel Jones things. I understand all of that. But Singletary is still going to get all the work, and he has been incredibly productive. I mean, last year, I know it's a better offense, but the RB21 and fantasy points per game after he was the starter, I don't think we give Singletary enough credit for how good he is on a per-touch basis. Like, he was 19th in explosive run rate, 22nd in missed tackles forced per attempt last year. If he's getting all the work in this offense, even if we want to say, oh, it's a smelly offense, we don't really want a lot of parts and pieces outside of Singletary and Neighbors, I still want to buy into Singletary because his volume and his workload is not getting baked in enough to his cost in drafts.
By the way, Jake, Daniel Jones things, he's referring to throwing pick sixes out of your own end zone. That's a Daniel Jones thing. Can he hide the bad play behind that handsome beard? I don't know if he can. I don't know. But you should not hide this year from our tools of Fantasy Pros, including the Draft Assistant. If you haven't used the tools here, Fantasy Pros, I'm telling you, now is the time to try it for the first time, or come back if you've tried some other places and you realize it's just not good enough. If you remember when you first started playing fantasy football and it was all fun, and now your draft can feel like you're studying for a test, and this year you can reclaim that same enjoyment with the Draft Wizard. The Draft Assistant simplifies the entire draft process, making it easy to dominate all of your fantasy drafts, and it connects right to your draft directly, keeps track of everything that's going on. It tells you who's the best pick. It tells you who behind you has a tight end, needs a wide receiver. Basically, it's like having a cheat code inside of the draft room with you, and you can even make cheat sheets for guys like me, Derek, even Jake Ciely's rankings, and use them to your advantage. So this season, work less, win more with Draft Assistant at fantasypros.com/draftwizard, or just download Fantasy Football Draft Wizard app today and start drafting smarter, not harder. All right, gentlemen, let's get back to some of the names on the list here. We'll go back to you, Jakey, for another guy that you think could be undervalued. And this is one I agree with in your flex draft. I drafted Rico Dowdle. Give me the younger running back on the big offense of the Cowboys. And I think even over time, once again, you don't care about September, neither do I. If it looks muddy in September, he would be one of the big trade targets for me because I'm concerned about Zeke lasting. But Rico Dowdle's a target for you. Let's talk about why.
A lot of what you just said. Does Zeke last? Does Zeke have anything left? There was questions last year. Of course, a much worse offense, worse offensive line, anything you could throw out there. But does he come back and even produce RB2 numbers? I'm hesitant on that. And if you want to take Dowdle in his own right, how about the fact that Dowdle on nearly every, not just one or two, nearly every metric was better than Tony Pollard on this Cowboys team last year, including running the ball in at the damn goal line, by the way. So why not take a chance on Rico Dowdle? For we were always trying to find that late round running back who potentially takes over the lead role or surprises people. He's running back 44. He's outside the top 11 rounds in drafts. If you want to just take a freebie on somebody that could work out, Rico Dowdle is the name.
Rico Dowdle for Jake Ciely. Let's go to you, D-Bro, with possibly my favorite draft day value, a guy that has 4 straight years of 1,000 yards receiving. And this year, his Vegas number is 880.5. It's absurd. It's Terry McLaurin. Again, all the Commanders. I can't believe this is where I'm at in 2024, but I'm loving life. And Terry McLaurin's a guy I'm drafting everywhere. In fact, I did. I also took him in that same draft where D-Bro was texting me, let's just say, inappropriate things. He was very mad at me again for taking Terry McLaurin. But D-Bro, this is just so easy to me. I'm looking at Terry McLaurin and I'm saying this is a guy who is finally getting a chance to play with greatness, potentially a quarterback. And I'll take that every day of the week because the floor so far with all the other guys that he's played with has already been pretty steady as it was.
I agree with everything you say, Joe. I love it, man. And I love Terry McLaurin this year. And I just, yes, we have gone very, very Commander-centric so far on this show. But there's reasons for it. It's because this offense is so undervalued. None of these guys are expensive. Like, we've heard the coaching staff talk about they don't know who the wide receiver 2 in this offense is. We definitively know who the wide receiver 1 in this offense is. And if we're high on Jaden Daniels, we need to give respect to Terry McLaurin. So again, a player that I have a consensus has as a wide receiver 3. He's inside my top 24 wide receivers. And all you have to do is look to the last 2 seasons, and the path is easy to see. Last year, based upon his volume, he was the wide receiver 21 in expected fantasy points per game. And you go back, not last year, but the year before, he was top 20 in both yards per route run and first downs per route run. So if we get good quarterback play, and we're talking well about Jaden Daniels here, and we think he's going to be good out the gate, Terry McLaurin is going to crush. He's one of the best wide receivers you can draft this year.
Now, speaking of wide receiver, go ahead, Jake. Go ahead.
I want to agree because Richardson, Daniels, Pittman, McLaurin, Finkel is Einhorn. That's all I want to say.
Yes.
Is Einhorn also Finkel in that scenario?
Yes.
I was going to say that.
Just want to make sure. Well, I beat you to it. Let's talk about some more wide receivers. Jake, you have 3 more on your list. Yeah. T. Higgins, Brian Thomas, and Josh Palmer. So let's take them one at a time. This is funny because all the guys basically on these lists, this is pretty much my flex team. So I'm so glad that everybody, I'm gonna have to put it back into the Draft Wizard app for a grade here with just Derek Brown and Jake Ciely, A++. It's like in Christmas Story in the when the teacher keeps giving him the plus on his theme. That's what it feels like today. But T. Higgins, another one of these guys that it just feels like people are taking for granted, Jake. Let's start with Higgins, and then we'll roll through Thomas and Palmer. But Higgins, another guy on a pass-first offense who has already shown you he's very steady. Yes, Jamar Chase is the alpha dog, but there's still plenty of reason to be excited about T. Higgins as a very strong wide receiver, too. He's being drafted as a very late one.
Yes, and you talk about being undervalued. Vegas included undervalued on T. Higgins. I don't get his line either, because have we so quickly forgotten about 2021 and 22? Back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, back-to-back seasons as wide receiver 18 in points per game, and that was with Tyler Boyd, who he gone, and now we're trying to figure out who's the 3 from these other dudes. We're talking about, I mean, I love Jermaine Burton, the talent, but he's not even pushing for the 3 right now. People are talking up Mike Gesicki. Could he be the 3 because now they have a tight end? And who cares? T. Higgins is going to get his 120, 130, maybe even 140 targets, because you're talking about 2 top-tier weapons in Higgins and Jamar Chase, where why is Joe Burrow going to look to anybody else anyway? I don't understand this, because even if he only puts up 2021 and 22 numbers, which I think his ceiling is higher, that's still wide receiver 18, and he's being drafted as a wide receiver 3. That is absurd. Do you want to jump in, or am I moving to the other 2 wide receivers as well?
No, I want to move to Brian Thomas, because this is one that T. Higgins is very known and disregarded. Brian Thomas, a little more unknown. His ADP is in the 48, 49 range, right? Wide receiver 48 is where he's going right now. So Brian Thomas, why should people be excited about him as this flex option so soon as a rookie in an offense that, at times last year, I feel like let a lot of fantasy managers down?
They did. It was all because of Zay Jones, right? Remember that? Where it really comes down to
Calvin Ridley let a lot of people down too, but I'm not going to be particular about it.
Yeah, but it all came back to whether or not Zay Jones was healthy was my point. That was the debate last year.
Yeah,
Brian
that's
Thomas.
The straw that stirs the drink, Ciely.
Yes. Brian Thomas, any other year, would have probably been considered the top, if not one of the top wide receivers in the draft. He fell into a terrible year for having a generational top 3, where I kind of had him as 1.5 tier, because Brian Thomas, in my estimation and my projection, is like a Nico Collins type of ceiling for this guy. And I think stepping into that Calvin Ridley role, he will immediately put up Calvin Ridley's numbers, but I actually think he does it on a more consistent basis than Calvin Ridley did last year, which, by the way, will get you a top 22 wide receiver who is being drafted as wide receiver 49. So like Debro said earlier, when we talk about a lot of these people, cautionary tale of Jahan Dotson last year, is we're talking these people up. That doesn't mean draft them in round 5. We're saying just be ahead of consensus, like Debro said. So wide receiver 49, you could still take him as wide receiver 39 and get a massive return on value, and just make sure you get him in all your leagues. Brian Thomas deserves a hell of a lot more respect just for his pure talent.
And one guy that Andrew Erickson is very much higher than consensus is Josh Palmer, the 3rd guy on your wide receiver list remaining. Obviously, it's a very simple equation, right? You have vacated targets, and Josh Palmer is a guy that's been there with Herbert for a while. It might be a new regime, but what makes me laugh, Jake, every time is that people say, well, it's Roman and Harbaugh, as if they're never going to throw the football, as if somehow Justin Herbert's going to have 10 attempts per game, and it's going to be leather helmets and all that stuff. But it's not going to be. Josh Palmer has had some moments. The question is, can he stay healthy, in your opinion, and return value here at wide receiver 53? It seems like a slam dunk, but there's also some other competition in this mix. So why is Palmer the guy for you that stands out?
So, we do have Josh Palmer having 72, over 700 yards and 3 touchdowns in his second season. So he has done it before. And that was filling in a lot that year. Inconsistently filling in, because he fills in better to go back then in the Mike Williams role than the Keenan Allen role. In some of those games, he was trying to be forced into the Keenan Allen role. I think he fits well for what they have. And you said it. I think people are laughing about this, at least in their minds, that they're not going to throw the ball. They're probably going to still throw it 550 plus times. That's more conservative than they had been, but it's not, they're not running the Navy offense in option every single time. Let's stop with this. I thought I was going to be, and I'm not saying this to be like, oh, haha, but I thought I was going to be one of the highest people of all on Ladd McConkey. But Ladd McConkey is a great talent, but he's still, as we've heard from reports, in competition to fight off DJ Chark, which I'm not that worried about DJ Chark, but what has been the one clear thing this entire offseason, this entire preseason, everything from usage when the first team is done, who's the one? It has been definitively Joshua Palmer. And Daniel Popper over The Athletic did an article talking up Quentin Johnston where he said, he dropped the pass, but at least he ran a good route this time. Quentin Johnston, if that's what we're praising him for at this point, I'm pretty sure he's going to be a non-factor. So Josh Palmer with 110, 120 plus targets. Sure, it might only be fringy wide receiver 3, but wide receiver 55, absurd.
Absurd indeed. All right, enough wide receivers. Debro, let's go to a tight end, and one that you have been trumpeting for months now, and it's Trey McBride, a guy that really broke out last year. You saw the tees, you saw the targets. 2024, he's already going as the 4th tight end, basically, sometimes even the 3rd tight end, or on Debro's board, maybe even the 1 tight end. I don't know where you got him today. I have to check and do the temperature here. So Trey McBride, let's walk through the glory of what could be for this tight end in 2024.
I must have a fever because the temperature is hot, baby, and it's rising, man. Like Trey McBride, yes, he is my tight end 1 overall this year. And for everybody, look, if your eyebrows are shooting to the back of your skull right now and you're wondering what the heck is wrong with me, if you look at what Trey McBride did last year, once he was the full-time guy, weeks 8 through 18, fantasy points per game, target share, yards per route run, receiving yards per game, all these different metrics, he was top 3 in all of them. I mean, he was legit first in fantasy points per game once he became that guy. And so what are we talking about this year? Like, is he not going to still be that guy? And for everybody out there saying, okay, what about Marvin Harrison Jr.? What about him, man? Like, do you think he's going to get 400 targets? Because unless you think that, how does Trey McBride not walk into 130, 140 targets? Both of these guys can coexist and eat together because there's no other wide receiver on this roster that is going to command a 20% target share, a 22% target share. And Kyler Murray was honestly objectively bad as a passer last year. So if he's all the way back, we see McBride just absolutely crush this year. I want to draft him in every single league.
Jake, real quick before we let you go here, what's your approach at tight end this year? Because there certainly are some real studs at the top. There is that really cushy middle with guys like Kyle Pitts and Evan Ingram and even George Kittle. Are you somebody who just lets tight end fall in your lap and says, okay, whatever the value is, I'll take? Or are you a little bit more aggressive on the guys like Andrews, like Laporta, and like McBride?
I'm more in the McBride, Pitts, Ingram, Kittle range because I feel like tight end's a lot flatter than it has been, where I'll wait the extra 2 rounds or so and I'm trying to get a top 9, and that includes Kincaid and Ferguson. I think that's kind of the cutoff. If I can't, I'll take a flyer. My favorite flyer, it continues to go way too late, is Dallas Goedert with the to change the Kellen Moore. I think we can get Goddard back into the top 10 mix. But that being said, I don't want Goddard to be my answer. I do want to get one of those top 8 and honestly top 7 if I can.
Jake Ciely, you're always the right answer. Thanks for joining us today, talking about some of the values. And I'm very glad.
Who disappoints the most, and then yes, that is.
Well,
Jake
you're
Ciely
also
the
that
answer.
too. That's also, well, you know, you can be both. You're the yin and the yang, my friend. You always are. And I'm glad that things are on the upswing for you after a rough week last week. And we appreciate you joining us today, my friend. So send the best out there to everybody else. Now, when we come back, we're going to talk about drafting requires that could turn into RB1s. What is that madness, you say? Well, I'll tell you. The madness begins with Justin Boone from The Score, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more fantasy football talk right after this. Drafting requires more than just luck. You need to be prepared for your draft, but preparation has become a chore these days. It's time-consuming, and most of it is so generic, and it's not made for you. Well, that's where Draft Wizard comes in. Draft Wizard is built to understand you and your league, and you'll get tools that shape themselves directly to your league settings. And it works with nearly every popular platform, including Yahoo, Sleeper, ESPN, NFL.com, CBS, and many more. To use Draft Wizard, first you'll sync your league to import your settings. Once you've synced your league, you can make a custom cheat sheet built in seconds that maps themselves directly to your league settings. Next, run hyper-realistic mock drafts based entirely on your league that feel like your real draft would. Finally, when draft day comes, the draft assistant will be there for you to track your draft as it goes on and to help you make the most of every pick. So don't go to your draft unprepared or stressed. Sync your league, get personalized advice, practice like a pro, and be ready for draft day. This season, use the ultimate cheat code and make draft prep easy with Draft Wizard. Get started today at fantasypros.com/draftwizard or on the Fantasy Football Draft Wizard app. Now, one person who always makes drafting easy, it's our good friend from The Score, Justin Boone. Look at this handsome devil. The goatee is really growing it nicely here. It's the full beard. Wait, it was taken down so much on the sides. I thought it was just a goatee. We got the side profile. Boone, I can only assume you were inspired by Daniel Jones. And he's on mute. What a rip-roaring start. This is live, everybody. This is the way we do it. So we're going to get Boone in a second. But today in this segment here with Justin Boone, if he is back, is he back?
Are we good now, gentlemen?
Oh, we're good now.
There we go.
There we are.
You know, in all honesty, there's really very little response to,
Well, I was sitting in the background for a few minutes there watching you guys talk to Jake. I miss my buddy Jake. I got to get him on my show pretty soon. Love what you guys were saying. Great work as always. And yeah, you're getting like a slightly subdued version of me today. I went to a concert last night, woke up at 6 a.m. this morning, finished up my takeaways article for the weekend, did a podcast of my own. So we're getting to that late afternoon, like dip. Might need a second coffee pretty soon.
Oh, was it Bluey live? Like, what was the concert?
It was Childish Gambino, actually.
Childish Gambino. Look at you. Very nice.
Bluey Live would slap, by the way. Okay, don't talk down about that. Okay.
All right, let's get into the running back conversation here with Justin Boone, because every year we're always looking for players that can outperform their ADP. And Boone, one of the toughest things now is to sort of carve out those names at the running back position, especially with all these committees going on, all this uncertainty in so many backfields, of guys that could really make that leap. Because when you have those guys that can go from RB2s or even 3s to 1s, that's league-changing, game-winning stuff. And vice versa. The guys that we draft as 1s, like Austin Eckler last year, and by we, I mean Derek Brown, not me, never, it ends up becoming a guy that really kills your fantasy. I'm kidding, Derek and I don't think either of us drafted Eckler last year. But Boone, let's talk about some of your guys here. And let's start with one from your board that you are believing in. It's Tyjae Spears. Now, Debro has been telling me follow the money in Tony Pollard, but you have a different take on this Titans backfield. Let's talk about it.
Well, I thought everybody loved Tyjae Spears. I didn't even think it was going to be like a difficult case to make here. And it's not that I dislike Tony Pollard. It's just that both guys are going in a range where there's almost no risk in taking them. And in Scott Fishbowl, I took them both. Just let's see what happens, right? I'll take both those shots in like the 8th, 9th round, depending where you can get them. Spears, to me, last year, he shows up. And one of the biggest things I'm looking for, like this time of year, preseason, a rookie arrives. Does he look like he belongs? Does he look like he can actually be a playmaker? And Tyjae Spears showed up last year and immediately looked like that. Plays next to a future Hall of Famer and Derrick Henry, has 838 yards from scrimmage, has 52 receptions, 3 touchdowns, and does that next to Henry. Now they bring in Pollard. And let's face it, Tony Pollard, his best days came when he was in a committee. I think the Titans know that because all offseason long, they've been talking about these two guys being interchangeable. They're going to use them both. They've suggested that it's even potentially going to be a hot hand scenario. I like my odds with Tyjae Spears in that. There will be weeks where both guys could potentially deliver, but I really like Spears' chances based on what we've seen so far with him coming through for you this year and giving you RB3 flex numbers and potentially these like spiked weeks. And then, of course, if something happens to Pollard, and Pollard has been banged up in the past, then boom, Spears goes off. And that's probably the easiest scenario for him to reach RB1 numbers. But you also look at this Titans offense. I don't think people are talking about it enough. Like the changes that they've made. You have Brian Callahan come over from Cincinnati. He brings his dad, who's one of the best offensive line coaches in the league. They keep investing in this offensive line in the draft and free agency. This Titans offense is going to be a lot different this year. They're going to throw a lot more. And like I mentioned, Spears last year, very involved in the passing game. So I think there's a lot of ways that he could pay off. And the fact that he's going so cheap right now, there's just no risk at all in taking him.
Question for you, because you mentioned you took the entire backfield. Is the Titans backfield the highest one on your trough in terms of, if I'm going to invest in one and try to play it out, the style in which they might play, You mentioned, potential injury to one would mean a huge workload for somebody else. They're just one of them. Is that like the biggest one that you would circle, or are there a few other of those backfield tandems that you think have value to actually draft the entire backfield besides Tennessee?
There are a few. I mean, I'd be willing to do that with the Bengals as well, but Tennessee is certainly top of that list for me.
All right, Debro, I want to talk to you about Spears for a second because you've been a big Tony Pollard supporter, which makes sense in the fact of when you follow the money, typically that's where guys are going. At least the early consensus is somebody who gets paid is probably going to get the football more often than not. But I kind of agree with Boone to a certain extent too. Like Spears was the guy that kind of popped for me last year. I thought he was the reason why they let Derrick Henry go. I was surprised about the Tony Pollard addition. How do you think this backfield shakes out? And do you see Spears as a value of, a guy who could jump from an RB3 to an RB1 in Tennessee this year in fantasy?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I love both these guys. I want to be at consensus or above on both of them, and this just comes down to talent, guys. And like the reason I have Pollard above Spears right now is because I think if we're kind of parsing through who is more likely to get the red zone work, I kind of lean Pollard. But if you were to tell me at the end, if we flipped over the cards at the end of the year and said Spears crushed and he was the lead back and it wasn't Pollard in this offense, I wouldn't be surprised at all. So I really want to take shots on both of these guys. And really, if one of these guys goes down, I think it's going to be basically a straight up committee. Like, I think they're going to be used interchangeably. But if one of these guys goes down, that's what we're talking about. One of them, including Tyjae Spears, could be an easy RB1 because we just saw this last year, man. Like, you want to talk about efficiency. You want to talk about split backfields. Like, can we not also say that, and I know this very, very different offensive environment, so I'm not going to label it as being exactly the same. But isn't Tyjae Spears kind of an arbitrage play off of Devon Achane? Like, they're not different players. They're immensely efficient. And we just want to talk about, okay, but then if Tennessee outpaces our expectations as far as being a good offense, then this is not a crazy take.
I'll say too, I think when Spears came out, there was like talk about, the lack of an ACL and all that stuff. And oh my God, like the medical concerns. And I think that talks more about his longevity in the NFL. I think that could come into play a few years down the road and maybe shorten his career. But right now, if we're just looking at 2024, I'm not really concerned about that. So I think if the public perception is factoring that in, that could also be involved in this.
Well, a guy that has a new ACL, Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos. Look at that transition. That's a professional right there. Javonte Williams, a guy that I think it feels like he's in no man's land right now in terms of draft capital. Debro, he is on your list as one of these guys. Now, I know Jaleel McLaughlin's a guy that you've targeted a lot late in draft, so I was kind of surprised when you put Javonte on this list today. But I get it in the sense that you've seen flashes from Javonte Williams in his NFL career where he looked like an explosive fantasy back. Last year, he did not look like that, and unfortunately, things just dragged a little bit because of that return from injury. Why will 2024 be different for Javonte Williams potentially now?
I understand his inclusion here. People have heard me squawk about Jaleel McLaughlin since January, so they could be like, what are you doing? Is this a total 180? No, it's not. Now, my biggest concerns about Javonte Williams was, what were we going to hear coming out of training camp? What were we going to hear Sean Payton talk about? Because a lot of the early love was all for McLaughlin and both his work ethic, the talent, his role in the offense. But if we're talking about if one player could take over that entire backfield and be the clear like 70% guy, it would be Javonte Williams. And all the camp buzz has been amazing. His training camp, like when we've seen him in the preseason, he has looked extremely good. So for a player that we were all hoping for the breakout to come, and we've seen bad usage. Yes, I'm staring at you, Nathaniel Hackett, in previous seasons. This guy could take over, and if one guy does distance himself, it could be Williams. If his tackle breaking ability is all the way back to previous levels this year, yeah, he could be a guy that tilts leagues in whoever drafts him favor.
Well, I see a few thousand people watching us live right now, so let's get to some questions, and then we'll get to some more of the takes on the running back position. Let's go with Zork here, our old pal Zork. Going to be asking us every week till draft day, but who is the better 14th round keeper, Rashee Rice or Tank Dell? Justin Boone, you're our guest. So Rice or Dell, both have good quarterbacks. I know the Rashee Rice thing, people are concerned about the suspension, but it seems like we're getting to a point where maybe that's not going to be a 2024 problem, maybe 2025. If so, how do you parse those two guys?
I honestly think I would go Rice here. Like, you look at what he did
Mhm.
last season. It took him a little while to get going. Once they started using him fully, he was a strong wide receiver too for fantasy. And now we're talking about, this suspension. Is it going to happen this year? It doesn't seem like, all the talk in the offseason that it was going to be maybe half the season. There was one report kind of suggested at one point. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. He might not get suspended at all. It might just be a game or two. So not really worried about that. And if it does happen in 2025, again, unless he continues to do things off the field that add up, I don't think he's going to miss significant time. So I would go with Rice, but it's incredibly close.
I see you nodding your head in agreement, and I was too. Rice was it for me. Debro, why is Rice the pick for you over Tank Dell?
Because I think if you're just talking about absolute upside in what we know right now, Hollywood, I was already worried about his health walking into this season. He's already dealing with an injury. That is not even one of the problem areas that has dogged him his entire career. So looking at a player, we saw this last year. Rashee Rice crushed down the stretch, and we need to be investing in talented second-year wide receivers, and Rashee Rice absolutely fits that bill. Not only like, and I'm very, very high on the Texans offense, but do you want to go CJ Stroud? Do you want to go Patrick Mahomes? Which quarterback do you want to invest in? I want to go Mahomes.
Look, I want to go Mahomes too, and that's an easy one. However, the other point I want to make about Rice is there is as you like to say, Debro, the range of outcomes where Rice is the guy. I mean, he does have the jump on everybody else. He has been in this offense for a year. Travis Kelce is a little older. I'm not saying Kelce is not going to be the guy, but there's a possibility where Rice becomes the guy, whereas I don't think there's a possibility Tank Dell becomes the guy. Not with Nico Collins there, not with Stephon Diggs now in town either. I think that's the tougher sell. One more quick question here. We got one from Michael Quenzel. Joey P, in what round is the latest you could draft a tight end one in redraft? That's a fun one because I have had some drafts get away from me recently in tight end, and my pivot guy has been Pat Freiermuth, where I'm like, you know what? Didn't go my way, so I'm just going to wait it out. And literally the last round or second to last round, depending on what the draft format is, I just scoop up Pat Freiermuth and I just wait to see what it's going to be. And I still believe Justin Fields will be the quarterback of the Steelers. Justin Boone, the latest you'll walk the tightrope at tight end is what?
Man, I want it to be like round 6 because I want to get one of those top 7 very badly this year. If I miss out on them, then it's Brock Bowers where he's going now in like the 8th, 9th round. He's been my target quite a bit. If I end up with Freiermuth, I like Freiermuth. I've talked him up as a sleeper too. I don't feel good about it if I end up with him. Like at that point, I feel like I might as well have Ty Conklin or anyone. So yeah, I would wait until the final round. If somehow you miss out in the top 7, you don't get any value in the next few rounds, then just wait till the very end. And you're probably going to use the waiver wire. You hope that you hit on the right guy and it is Freiermuth or Conklin or someone like that, but you're probably gonna have to lean on the waiver wire, and that's okay at that point.
Now, before we get to more of the names of RB3s that could become RB1s this year, I want to tell you, as you're watching the fest here or listening along, you should be running some draft simulations right now, okay? So let's get in there. Let's start running draft simulations. You can relive the excitement of all the mock drafts on the shows with the mock draft simulator here at Fantasy Pros. It's fast, it's fun, it's easy, and it's a great way to get prepared for all your drafts. It just takes a few seconds. You can sync your league, and you'll be ready to knock out realistic mock drafts tailored to your league settings in at least 5 minutes. And don't forget, if you're premium, you get the draft intel, or if you've been in a league with people for a couple years, it'll draft just like the people in your league tend to, which is unbelievable. That's how I destroyed Debro in the Flex League draft. I had little Debro robots all over the place, little Jake Ciely robots, and I was able to get the best out of things because of our incredible tools at Fantasy Pros. So you can gain an edge too with tools like the pick predictor, and that'll tell you exactly what's going on. And of course, where you are in the draft, what you should do, where the pivot points are, and who's going to make it back to you. So it's the most comprehensive analysis you can get at the end of those mock drafts too from the Draft Analyzer. You can see your favorite expert opinions, and you can even back out picks as you go. If you don't like the way a roster looks, back it out and rerun a couple more mock drafts until you get it right. That way you can dominate your draft day by preparing and practicing with Mock Draft Simulator at fantasypros.com/mock, or it's so easy. Just download Fantasy Football Draft Wizard today and start drafting smarter, not harder. Go dominate. All right, Justin Boone, let's get back to some RB talk. You've got another guy on your board who is very intriguing. In fact, so intriguing, we just talked about him with Jake Ciely. So I guess great minds think alike. Everybody wants these running backs who have ACL repairs coming back. Jonathan Brooks rears his head again. Let's talk about him. So you heard Ciely's take, you heard Debro's take. Let's get a third take on Jonathan Brooks, this time from you, Justin Boone.
Yeah, this is just about delayed gratification. You have to be willing to wait a month, or it might be more than that. We'll see how long he's going to be out and how long it takes for him to eventually ramp up and take on what I think is going to be a 3-down role. And there's just not many running backs out there that have that kind of role at this point. He's in an offense that I'm very interested in. I think it's going to be a lot better. Like we we're just talking about Tennessee kind of changing so much. Carolina is going to change a lot. I have a lot of faith in Dave Canales after what he did in his last 2 stops. They've invested in the offensive line. The interior of the line was one of the biggest problems that they dealt with last year. They go out and get Damian Lewis. They get Robert Hunt at the guard spots. That's certainly going to help. And Brooks, he's not an elite prospect like, a Bijan Robinson or something, but I'm pretty confident if he didn't have this ACL, I think he would have snuck up into the first round of this year's draft. Talking about the draft in April, not fantasy drafts, of course, but this guy is a smooth runner. He can make big plays when he gets back and he's healthy in the second half of the season. That's what I'm looking at if I'm drafting him. So you're going to have to go out and get somebody that's going to be able to hold the fort down until then, whether it's Jerome Ford or maybe his teammate Chuba Hubbard. If Chuba's healthy, got to keep an eye on that one because he got dinged up in practice recently. But in the second half of the season, Brooks is going to come on. We see rookies do this all the time, but it's often when they don't even have an injury. It's just the post-bye week bump. And all of a sudden at the end of the season, they're helping people win fantasy championships. I think Brooks is going to be that guy this year. He's 21 years old and just turned 21 this summer. That's going to help coming back from the injury. Very excited about him. And I think you're getting a discount just because he's hurt and people are worried about that. But I expected that to be the case the whole time. These guys that end up with these serious knee injuries at the end of their college careers, they're not necessarily going to be impact players in week 1, but they can be impact players in the second half of the season.
You said something very provocative there, Boone, which was you thought that he might be drafted as early as the late first round. Is that, even though he wasn't, in your opinion, an quote unquote elite prospect, is that just because of the way the class shaped out at running back this year, in your opinion?
Partially that, but I think just talent-wise, he belonged there. And there were some reports after the draft. Now, maybe that was just, his agent or the Panthers people putting that out there, but there were some reports out there that teams would have considered him in that range.
All right, Debro, we already got your take on Jonathan Brooks, so I want to get your take on Jaylen Warren, another one of your favorites. Now, Warren did pick up an injury this past weekend, and I'm sure that's going to hurt his draft value just a tad. How afraid are you of that injury, and are you taking advantage perhaps of a little bit of, I guess, that tepidness in the market potentially, as people liked Warren maybe mildly and now maybe starting to fade off of him a little bit? Should they be?
They shouldn't be. I'll steal a line from Jake Ciely earlier, and I will say we are not playing for September. We are playing for the rest of the season. And if he slips in drafts, and we know he's going to slip in drafts because of the hamstring, and the reports that came out said it's going to be a few weeks. Okay, that's fine. Take it slow with Jaylen Warren because the talent is there. I mean, the guy crushed in efficiency measures last year, and I understand Najee Harris is not going away, but if anything happens to him, Jaylen Warren is a guy we would be ranking as a high-end RB1 on a weekly basis, as well as once he's back and he's motoring along, you're going to get standalone RB2, RB3 production. I don't think people really give him enough credit last year inside of the context of that offense too. He was an RB2 or higher in 50% of his games. So we're already talking about he's at that borderline RB2, RB3 production once he's back. What happens if he takes over the majority of this backfield and it's not Najee Harris? I don't think we can rule that out, guys, because again, kind of like Tennessee, we're projecting this backfield, but we could be wrong.
Boone, what's your take on the Steelers backfield? Because this is one I think that has a lot of people in knots. They're comfortable with Najee Harris, but we know it's not really flashy. And Jaylen Warren is a guy that does have a little bit more flashiness, but now picked up an injury, so now people are starting to sour. How do you approach this backfield, or are you just running away from it potentially?
I've kind of just stayed away from it, to be honest. And it's not that I don't think the guys can return value by any means. It's that I don't feel good about my take on it. I'm not really sure which way it's going to go. And I like what Debro said there. And I would remind everyone, whether we're talking about Brooks or Warren or any of these guys that are hurt, when you're drafting them, remember, you have an IR spot. So don't draft a defense, don't draft a kicker, draft these guys instead, and then throw them on your IR spot when they're not going to play in week 1. And then you can go pick up your defense or your kicker, or you can go pick up another backup running back to take a shot on. But I think sometimes people get scared of the injury and then they just don't want to take the player, and they don't think about the fact that you're going to have someone else to play in that spot, and you're going to have an extra roster spot to pick up another guy. And I think that's very important when we're talking about team building.
Look at you, Justin Boone, always playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Let's get some more questions here. If you've got questions, we've got answers. Drop them in the chat. Don't forget to like the stream too while you're here. Subscribe to the Fantasy Pros YouTube channel so you can hang out with us and talk fantasy football all year long. We've got incredible live streams. More Joe and Debro live this year. I know you wanted it. You asked for it. You got it. Plus, we've got all the podcasts here. You could possibly handle the short form videos, the long form videos. It's all here for you. We are going to be your ticket to fantasy championships. Here's a question from Hardy Ward. Are you guys in on Jahmyr Gibbs, even with this injury? Boone, we'll start with you on this one.
I'm not. And to be honest, it's not even just the injury, just in that range of the draft. I really like the receivers. I tend to go with the receivers. Very high on Jonathan Taylor this year as well. So if I want to go running back, I prefer to go Taylor. I think he's got a big season coming. And that's really why. Again, not that I hate Gibbs, and not even that I think the injury is going to be a serious thing that's going to hold him back this year. It's more just the other options that are available in that range.
Makes sense. Debro, real quick, your take on Gibbs too, because I know some people are getting a little panic mode.
I'm not panicking. Everything out of Detroit says that he's going to be ready to go week 1. I believe the coaching staff, not many coaching staffs I believe in the NFL, but I do believe Dan Campbell and what he's talking about with the injury. So I'm not fading Gibbs. I haven't moved him down in my ranks at all. And again, I want to be investing in second-year players, because what if Gibbs not only owns the passing downs, but he gets most of the red zone work too? I mean, he's going to be a top 5 guy this year.
All right, let's get another question here from Jamey Ross. Where do you guys rank Aaron Jones this year? Debro, this is a tough one, because this is one of the guys that typically people were always sour on as maybe a real RB1, and every year he would deliver, and then last year happened where he didn't deliver at all and he missed most of the season. Now he's in a new spot, but that new spot does require, I think, now that Sam Darnold's the full-time quarterback, a lot more lean on the run game. So has that moved the needle for you at all on Aaron Jones the last few weeks?
I haven't moved his rank at all, but again, I am above what I think I'm above consensus on Aaron Jones. He is my RB14 this year. So I think he has RB1 upside. I think he can still be the guy that we've loved in fantasy for years previously. I understand the hamstring, the injury worries and stuff like that. I get Sam Darnold, but we could also talk about Aaron Jones. We've never seen him fully unleashed in terms of like splitting work with guys. I think he's going to have 70% of the work at least this year. And we haven't talked enough about, I think, this offseason, how much his pass game involvement could be immense this year. Jordan Addison was not a high-end target earner last year. We don't know when TJ Hawkinson's coming back. 80 targets for Aaron Jones in that offense. It can happen, man.
Now, when Debro was going through the assessment there, Justin Boone, you made like a Robert De Niro face for a moment. It was very good, fellas. I can't really tell. Did you want to whack him for it, or did you actually want to say he's a good earner and it's all right, he can come back and hang out down at the end of the bar?
I see the case. I have not been following. Normally, Debro and I are totally in step with a lot of our takes.
True.
I have not been taking Aaron Jones this year after pumping him up for years, loving him. Great guy, great teammate, great fantasy player. And yet this season, he's older. He's going to turn 30 later this year. Like Debro mentioned, you want to overlook the injuries, but when a running back's getting to that age and you go back and it's like every season for the last like 4 seasons or so, it's like knee, hamstring. There's like multiple injuries every single year. I worry that now he's getting up there. And when teams let go of some of these older backs, sometimes it's because they know. And the Packers have been pretty good when they've let go of older players, kind of realizing that this guy has given us everything he can, and it's only going to go downhill from here. I actually like Ty Chandler quite a bit. I think they've talked about it potentially being more of a split than what Debro's projecting there. So all of those things kind of scare me about Aaron Jones this year, on top of the Sam Darnold of it all, but we don't need to get into that.
No, I'm also a professed Ty Chandler hater, so maybe that's part of it. So.
And by the way, Derek, you know, like he said, sometimes you get older, they start trying to replace you. Maybe it's time to start Just for Men with the beer. I don't know. Maybe a little bit of the pen. It's okay.
The quick turn.
Do it.
Jeez, man.
All right, let's get into one more running back here. And if you could believe it, the guys are in agreement about this one. It's Brian Robinson again, coming back for more B-Rob talk here. Justin Boone, let's get your take on this one because this is a little bit different. So in the first segment with Jake Ciely, in case you missed it, you can go back and watch. Of course, all these shows are going to be on demand too. So Jake was talking about him as a great draft day value. You're talking about him as an RB3 who could become an RB1. Take me through that path, what it looks like.
So I'm sure you guys probably already covered a lot of this stuff. I have not understood his ADP all off season long. I think it's been pretty. He's going to be the lead back in that offense. And I think maybe it's just because people see the name of Austin Eckler. And so they think Eckler signed there and he's immediately going to become the number one or, be in a 50-50 committee. That's not what we're seeing in the preseason. That's not what the coaching staff has suggested. They've even talked up Robinson and his pass catching ability and his improvements there. I think he's still going to have a role there. I don't think he's going to cede everything in that area to Eckler. And if you go back last year, so his season kind of got derailed by injury around week 13 or so. But if you look at the first 12 weeks of the season, half PPR scoring, fantasy points per game, Brian Robinson was the RB 13 last year. And that was with worse quarterback play. I expect that Jaden Daniels is going to lift that entire offense up. So he almost did it last year for a big chunk of the season. That's not even a really small sample size. I think he's got a shot to do it. And it's his ADP is RB 34 in my ranks. He's RB 24. I bet Debo probably has him even higher. I would not be shocked at all if he's a pretty solid RB2 and a guy that could potentially flirt with RB1 stats this year.
RB 22, by the way.
Debro, ironically, is it the factor that Jaden Daniels could elevate Brian Robinson, but also be his undoing because you could see a world where Jaden Daniels is rushing for a lot of touchdowns, and that could hurt Brian Robinson's value, especially since theoretically he's not the big passing down guy, at least to start the season. Do you see that potentially working against Brian Robinson, or do you think, no, Jaden Daniels just elevates everything all together and all ships rise together on that tide?
That latter point. I think it's Jaden Daniels elevates the entire offense, and I've heard enough takes about people talking about Jaden Daniels being too skinny, so I don't expect Washington. I mean, look, yesterday in the preseason game, Jaden Daniels didn't slide. He goes out of bounds, and he starts immediately staring at Dan Quinn saying, all right, I know. So, if
yeah,
Dan
well,
Quinn's
he better
getting
know.
on him
He better figure that out, because if he doesn't figure it out fast, it's going to be a short season for him.
But to my point, though, if Dan Quinn is making faces at him about, sliding and protecting himself, do we think they're going to slam him into the goal line every time? Or is that all going to be B-Rob work when we get down to the goal line?
Look at you. You got an answer for everything. Both of you do. Thank goodness you're here. Justin Boone, always great having you on. You're going to join us later in the season 2 here in draft season in August for another podcast. All the Justin Boone I can handle. Still never enough. Check out his work at The Score. And, of course, Debro will be back a little later. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we're going to talk about potential busts in fantasy football, the guys you might not want to draft and the reasons why. And to help us get through it, Andrew Erickson, the Undertaker himself, and my best friend from Sports Grid, Kasey Hudson, is going to join us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this quick break.
Hey everyone, Pat Fitzmaurice of Fantasy Pros here to tell you about an indispensable tool for your fantasy draft, the Fantasy Pros Draft Assistant. Draft Assistant connects to your league's draft, keeps track of everything that's going on, and tells you the best player to pick when you're on the clock. It's like having your favorite fantasy expert sitting next to you. Let's take a look at how it's going to help you out. Consensus rankings. Have you ever found yourself scrambling during your draft, not sure about who to pick next? We've all been there. This year, it doesn't have to be that way. Say hello to the Draft Assistant. Draft Assistant doesn't just use a handful of rankings. It compares rankings from more than 100 of the top fantasy experts. You can also choose your favorite experts and see exactly who they would pick if they were drafting your team. In-draft strategy. Winning your draft is about staying one step ahead of everyone else. Draft Assistant does that for you. It keeps track of what positions you need and highlights your targets and sleepers so they're easy to see. It also factors all of that into pick suggestions so you can relax and let Draft Assistant do all the work. Real-time alerts. Draft Assistant tells you when a tier is about to drop off and what other teams need. It even goes through your league's old drafts and tips you off about what your friends might do next, so you get to snipe your friends more often. Draft Assistant works with Yahoo, ESPN, Sleeper, and every other major league hosting site, so wherever you draft, we've got you covered. Switch from draft day stress to draft day success with the Fantasy Pros Draft Assistant. Get it for your draft at fantasypros.com/assistant.
Welcome back in, everybody, to Fantasy Fest. It's time to talk about the players you don't want, and to help us do it are two analysts that I do want here to talk about. Andrew Erickson is here, our good pal from Fantasy Pros and Betting Pros. And speaking of betting, one of the best there is on the Wagering Network Sports Grid TV, where you can also find me on Sundays, Kasey Hudson. Kasey, I know you recently moved. Let me just tell you, the apartment, you're like me. It looks like you're an unpacker. You look settled in. You look ready to go.
I am sorted. My parents were not going to allow me to be here and have it be a mess because they knew I hit the ground running. Had to be at Sports Grid for 4 hours, back-to-back days. So this is Mama's doing.
And well, good on Mama. And unfortunately, you had to spend about 3 of those hours with me, but that's terrible fate. Andrew Erickson, good to see you, my friend. We're going to go through some of the potential busts in fantasy football for 2024. And of course, that is the thing, Andrew, right? Every year we come in and we look at the board, and you could target certain players in certain situations that you just have concerns about. Do you feel like you're seeing more of those guys in 2024 than usual, or do you think the board looks pretty good overall when you take a look at it in terms of those landmines you want to avoid?
I think that the market's gotten much better. You know, when we have a lot of great analysts, especially ones in-house and the ones that we have on the show today, we're putting people in the right position to avoid these potential landmines. So I think that the market has wisened up. We've seen the RB dead zone move significantly. We are drafting running backs, especially ones that don't check off all the boxes, much later than we have in past years. So I think that we are getting better. We are getting more educated, and I love to see it.
All right, let's talk about the first player on the list here. And Kasey, you're coming out of the gates pretty hot here. You're talking about Breece Hall potentially being a bust at his ADP. Now, we love the player, and we've heard a lot of positive buzz about Breece Hall. Why would Breece Hall potentially be a guy that could hurt you? Is it just that you want to take those wide receivers early, or do you have bigger concerns potentially about the workload in the Jets offense, what it looks like with or even without Aaron Rodgers again?
It's the workload for me because you've got Aaron Rodgers coming in. He's got a lot of chatter around what he will or will not do. His legendary play and quarterbacking at this time of his life is being questioned. And when you see Aaron Rodgers with a point to prove, you see him air out the ball a lot more. He's got Garrett Wilson, who's going to want another 1,000-yard season. He's got Allen Lazard. Yeah, people are saying that they're not hitting their chemistry quite yet in camp, but this is a guy that he targeted 6 to 7 times in a game when he was back with the Packers. You got Xavier Gibson, who probably has a lot more to prove this season also. So the workload in the quarterback carousel is where I kind of said, I don't know if Hall is going to have as much of a production load, not to mention is it 2 of the games where he probably racked up a lot of those points and those carries were versus New England, which, yeah, they still are a dumpster fire, but 37 carries in a game. And then Denver, another team probably still a dumpster fire, but 22 plus carries. And so their scheduling also and the run stop defenses they're going to go against. And then Aaron Rodgers with a chip on his shoulder. I think that the production is going to take a little bit of a back seat.
She went right for the heart there with 2 New England fans just throwing the Pats under the bus.
Oh, I'm sorry, gentlemen.
It's all right. It's true. I mean, Andrew and I both know. Don't cry any tears for us. But when it does come to Breece Hall and the workload and what we saw last year, he had 223 attempts last year. Andrew, 95 targets in that offense. It's really tough to gauge what Breece Hall would be in 2024 with Aaron Rodgers because we haven't seen it yet. So Kasey brings up an interesting point here, which is workload. Maybe Aaron Rodgers out to prove something. Maybe he doesn't want to turn and hand the ball over that much. And if you do, dare I say, get a healthy season out of Mike Williams, maybe all of a sudden this Tyler Conklin, Mike Williams, and of course Garrett Wilson passing attack, maybe it looks a little bit different there. What's your take on Breece Hall this year? Do you find yourself drafting Breece, or are you somebody that tends to pivot to the wide receivers early, Andrew, in some of the recent drafts you've been doing?
So Breece Hall's my number 1 ranked player. So so
counterpoint and point.
Kasey,
I love
again,
this.
Not
Let's
only
go.
are you hating on the Patriots, but you're killing my rankings as well. But I do understand, where you're coming from, though. But at the same time, I guess the thing for me is, yes, Rodgers wants to put up numbers, and what we saw him in Green Bay. Who was one of his best catchers, not named Devontae Adams? It was Aaron Jones. It was a running back. Joe said himself, Breece Hall had 95 targets last year. That was almost as many as Brandon Ayuk had. And we still don't even know what team Ayuk's going to play for. So for me, I look at all those other names, Mike Williams, Gibson, Lazard. I think Breece Hall could be the number 2 receiver on this team behind Garrett Wilson, just like last year. So that's why I'm a little bit higher on Breece Hall fact that the offensive line has improved a lot, and the fact that you also have an improve, or he's not coming off the torn ACL. Like last year, he was coming off a major knee injury, and now he's another year removed from that. So for those reasons, I am drafting Breece Hall a lot, and that's why I was my number one ranked player. I like drafting young running backs. McCaffrey's getting up there in age. He's already injured right now, calf strain. So I like Breece Hall the most.
There you go. Let's go to one of your players here, Andrew. And the first one is finally a quarterback. We get to talk about another quarterback here. We haven't talked to QB in a while, and it's Dak Prescott, a guy that last year, Andrew, certainly I think you could argue had a fantastic season that might have even won some people some leagues, especially if you somehow fell into a stack with CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott towards the end. That was a pretty good combination. Now, this year you have a little less love for Dak Prescott, and I'm curious to see why that might be as you enter in 2024, because if you look at 2023, he did finish as QB3 and threw for 4,500 yards, 36 touchdowns, just 9 interceptions. Now, look, I know 2 years ago in 2022, he did have the 23 touchdowns, but 15 picks. But in 2021, it was much more similar to 2023. 37 TDs, just 10 interceptions. He's been a guy that hasn't turned over the football all that much. 2022 be the exception. So, Andrew, why are we going backwards potentially with Dak Prescott this year?
Well, you kind of laid it out, right? 2021, good. 2022, bad.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
2023, good. 2024. I mean, where is it? Who is he throwing the ball to? Lamb is not there. Are we really feeling confident that, okay, I got Brandon Cooks, Jalen Tolbert, we're hoping and praying for a year 3 breakup from a guy that's barely been on the field the last 2 years? Jake Ferguson, okay, maybe it'll work. I just think last year was the year to buy the dip on Dak, right? And it worked out.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not the year. What are the vibes around Dallas right now? There's not good vibes. And overall, when I'm looking at quarterbacks, right, I always want to play the value game a little bit more when it comes to the quarterback. I want to get an elite fantasy quarterback at the best price. And what am I looking at with Dak this year that says that he's going to be an elite fantasy producer if he's not doing it as a pocket passer? When you look at the players that bust at the highest rate at quarterback, it's usually the guys that throw the highest amount of touchdowns the year before and don't offer a lot of rushing value. That's Dak Prescott to a T. You look at the range he's going is QB8, QB9. The QB8 to QB13 range over the last 2 years has absolutely bombed in terms of when you guys that you drafted in that area. So systematically, he just checks off all the boxes of, hey, build a quarterback bust in a lab, pops out Dak Prescott. That's who it looks like this year. So for me, again, overvaluing non-elite. Why would I draft Dak Prescott when I could draft Jordan Love? Same range. He's got 4 number one wide receivers. If one of those guys goes down, you're not going to see Jordan Love, any of that production fall off. What if Lamb doesn't show up? What if Lamb hurts his hamstring? Mm-hmm. How confident are you then going in with Dak as your QB1? Because where you draft him, you're probably not going to draft another quarterback. You shouldn't have to based on the draft capital. So for me, there are so many better options I'd rather have. And Dak, if that pocket passing efficiency doesn't carry over, again, Mike McCarthy, someone I don't want to trust year over year, then I think you're going to get burned by Prescott.
It's an interesting point, too, you make about Love. Like, Love is a quarterback that I tend to target late in those drafts. Love also showed you, without Christian Watson last year, how good he could be. Imagine with Christian Watson, there could even be more upside potentially for Love, which is a scary thing for the rest of the league, that's for sure. Let's stick with Dallas for a second, because, Kasey, one of the guys that you're also circling is somebody who could be a potential bust is another Dallas Cowboy tight end, Jake Ferguson. So let's talk about Ferguson, because he was kind of one of those pleasant surprises at tight end in a year that had a lot of really nice surprises at the position in fantasy. People were terrified about tight end. Turned out to be not so bad as things typically do, which means probably this year will be the inverse, right? We love tight end, and now it's going to all go to pot. But let's talk about Ferguson. Why should people be potentially concerned about him not living up to his potential in 24?
I'll preference this by saying I still have love for the tight ends, but yeah, this guy should likely hit a bit of a decline. And I think Andrew kind of set it up perfectly, depending on what takes place with Dak Prescott. And another trend or pattern that comes over the years is when there's question marks at the offensive line, there's question marks at the distribution of the ball. That's where Ferguson comes in for me. They might need his hand in the dirt a little bit more this upcoming season to help things out. You have Ezekiel Elliott who's going to want to get back up there in the yardage. And not to mention is that the question marks at wide receiver, their ground game is going to have to be a little bit more reliable and a lot more consistent. Brock Hoffman under center. What is that going to look like in the upcoming season? Ferguson's a physical guy, even though he's really done well with his routes and people were surprised by this. It's his physicality and his blocking abilities that kind of got him up the rankings at University of Wisconsin. So if you haven't realized how much I nerd out about tight ends, I know, or at least I want to say that I know when a tight end is going to need to be more hand in the dirt versus, going out for those routes and those passes. And again, another guy with something to prove. Dak Prescott has a lot on the line right now while he's trying to figure out money. And if it's even worth staying in Dallas, I think at this point it's time for him to put his sights elsewhere. But all of that conundrum behind an offensive line that has question marks and a wide receiving core that God knows what's going to happen, Ferguson's got to help out. So that's why I see his yardage kind of coming back a little bit, his red zone play coming kind of back a little bit because he's got to help out.
Andrew, let's bounce back to you with a running back who had another league-winning season last year. We were able to get not one, but two players from the same team, the Rams, that actually gave us league winners, Kyren Williams and Puka Nacua. Now, that stuff doesn't happen very often. Now, Kyren Williams has had a history of some foot issues, and now he's having more foot issues. But it seems like things are going in the right direction here, and everyone keeps telling us we shouldn't be worried. It seems like you are, because you've put him on the RB bust list potentially. He's currently being drafted as the RB7 or RB8 off the board, and you are not buying at that price. Let's talk about why.
No, because I'm not drafting last year's fantasy football winning team. Like, that's what I'm not. I'm trying to draft this year's fantasy football winning team. So a lot of the guys on this list are players that, in my opinion, kind of had the perfect storm. Last year was Dak Prescott, a quarterback, kind of the perfect storm. Kyren Williams, it could have not worked out better for him. Cam Akers got cut. Kyren Williams took over the role and absorbed nearly every single touch in the Rams backfield because they didn't want to give the ball to anybody else. And when he got hurt last year, well, they were like, we still don't have anybody else to give the ball to. So here you go, Kyren. You're going to be back in the RB1 bell cow role that we've seen work for so many different running backs over the years, whether it was been Todd Gurley, Cam Akers at one point, Darrell Henderson. But we've been down this road before. Sean McVay, churn and burn, baby. That's what he does with these running backs. The minute that he finds somebody else better, he moves on and he goes to somebody else. And that's what I'm concerned about with the addition of Blake Corum, because Blake Corum is a baller. He is so good. He's not even playing in the preseason because he's already established himself as a valuable piece of this offense. Sean McVay, notorious for never playing anyone that he views valuable or as a starter in the preseason games. Blake Corum has not been in any preseason action so far. So the way I look at it with Kyren is he's been banged up first 2 years in the NFL. So I think for me, you're looking at some of the injuries on the offensive line for the Rams already. I just think that, again, I look at busts from a systematic approach. I look for who checks off the box of a running back that has red flags that look like busts when you look back on the year. And that's Kyren Williams for me. When the first thing about a running back talks about, well, his role in the offense is X, and you're not talking about the play, you're talking about how he's used as a piece. Well, that's the concern, because I think Blake Corum can do everything that Kyren Williams can do. And he cost an 11th round pick. So yes, maybe it's bumpy for the first month of the year. Maybe I'm not looking great. Well, then you sell high on Kyren Williams, and then talk to me in October when Blake Corum has a bigger role. So for me, I'm out on Kyren Williams, very much in on Blake Corum.
Kasey, what are your thoughts on Kyren Williams? Because this is a system that you want to be a part of. Sean McVay in fantasy has been very good to us for the most part over the years and pretty clear. But the one thing that's always been a little muddy after the Todd Gurley years has been the running back position. Is Blake Corum and the Kyren Williams, kind of coming out of nowhere last year combination enough for you to stay away from Kyren in 2024?
Yeah, that on top of the fact that I don't think that the running back position has always been the most flattering or sexiest position for the Rams team. I mean, McVay loves a chance when he has a quarterback that he trusts to air out the ball. You've got Stafford coming back, who should be on the healthier side. We'll see what gauges over the next couple of weeks here, but and then especially the health of Cooper Kupp. So you've got too many pieces here where the Rams are going to want to get back to their foundational style, which is letting that ball rip and fly. And then some of the competition they're going to have versus some secondaries this year, they're not going to have to run the ball as much. So I think that between the incoming guy and then getting back to their ways with health being on their side, I wouldn't jump in on the Kyren Williams thing either. I'm with Andrew on this one.
All right, before we get to the next player on the list for Kasey in terms of bust potential, I want to remind everybody we're doing giveaways all season long, and we've got a great one for you right now. If you want a chance to win a signed Joe Burrow helmet for free, you don't have to do a damn thing. Well, maybe one or two things. From pristineauction.com, too. That's where this is coming from. So you know it's verified. Go to fantasypros.com/contest and complete the form and either download the Fantasy Pros Draft Wizard app leave a review for the podcast, or follow us on X, Instagram, or TikTok at Fantasy Pros. The more of these actions you complete, the more entries you receive. It's like a quest from Lord of the Rings. And at the end, instead of a ring, you know what you get? A Joe Burrow autographed helmet. And we'll be monitoring and announcing the winner right here on the channel. So be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications to the YouTube channel of Fantasy Pros so you can be alerted when new episodes are up, and you can claim your prize. That Joe Burrow helmet can be yours, signed by Joe Burrow himself, not Joe Pisapia. They decided that would be a little bit more valuable to have Joe Burrow sign it instead. Again, fantasypros.com/contest. Go throw your hat in the ring for this helmet. All right, Len, that's a good one too. I like the white the Bengals helmet. That is the sexy helmet at the end of the day. Love the all white. Can't get enough of it. All right, let's get to your next pick here, Kasey. Isaiah Pacheco is the guy on your list. And this is an interesting one because this is a player in the fantasy football community. I've seen a lot of analysts who love him this year and a lot of analysts that are fading him this year. If Patrick Mahomes comes back into the 5,000-yard passing realm, which is something the previous 2 seasons before last year's debacle is true, what does that mean for Isaiah Pacheco's potential in 2024? Why would it take a hit?
Well, we already know that I have hard feelings when it comes to the Chiefs, but putting my feelings aside, you've got Xavier Worthy coming into the mix here. And the first thing that stood out with me in terms of Patrick Mahomes, the backyard football style the Chiefs can play, and his ability to make plays happen, it's going to be the fact that Xavier Worthy is coming in at 5'11", 172 and having a solid camp. And you're seeing a lot of spark out of Patrick Mahomes wanting to make connections with this guy. Well, that reminds me of Tyreek Hill, 5'10", 180 to 90 poundish. He's going to kind of get that fun spark in a receiver back. Not to mention is that Xavier Worthy is faster. Coming out of his 40 time was like 4.21, where he was about 5 to 7 seconds less than Tyreek Hill. So that was the first thing that I saw. The next thing that I saw is that the Chiefs are going to be going up against a few more teams that have a better run stop defense. So it's going to be a little bit more problematic for Pacheco to make things happen. And then to your argument between us on Sports Grid the other day, if Travis Kelce is healthy and his ankles feel good and he's all buttered up this season, then it's going to be a bigger season for him too. So you just got a lot more supporting roles, supporting characters coming into the mix for this Chiefs offense. And Pacheco was heavily relied on because there was a lot of spotty moments for the Chiefs last year. So while he can still be helpful, I just think that between some of these matchups, I mean, Falcons added to their defense. It's not going to be an easy feat for the Chiefs when it comes to the run game. And then you've got these other targets in the wide receiver room. You've got guys who still have to fight for their job. And you've got Patrick Mahomes who changes his mind in the blink of an eye. And with a Travis Kelce that's healthy, that's where the connection goes to. So I just think the production load's going to change.
You know, I struggle with Pacheco because I really like the player. I love the individual. He's a local kid here, not far from me in New Jersey. But you have the upside of Devon Achane right after him, and then the steadiness of Rachaad White after him as well. And I look at those two picks and I just kind of say, do I really want to go for running back in such a typically pass-heavy offense? And last year was a bit of an anomaly for Patrick Mahomes because of so many failures, epic failures at that, from some of those guys in the wide receiver core. Back to you, Andrew Erickson. Let's talk about another wide receiver on your list, and his name is Nico Collins. Now, this is a guy I'm drafting everywhere. So we're going to fight about this one, I feel like, because I think he's the clear number one. Tank Dell is fun. Stephon Diggs is older and already a problem child, it seems like. I got no issue with Nico Collins at wide receiver 14, especially considering last year he finishes a wide receiver 1. So why am I wrong and you're right? I think that's the end of the day. That's the conversation to have.
I think that you're potentially overconfident of looking at him as the number one wide receiver on this team. He played.
Who is?
I don't know exactly. I'm not exactly sure, but that's why there's bust potential here with Nico Collins, because I can't confidently say who's going to be the number one leader in targets, who's going to lead the team in touchdowns. I don't know. I don't know who it's going to be. And when I look at the prices of Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell, they cost so much less. I'm taking on less risk. If Nico Collins has to be the number one to pay off, those other guys don't have to be the number ones to pay off where they're going in drafts. So looking at last year, Nico Collins, a lot of his production was boosted when there was nobody else to throw the ball to. Him and Tank Dell put up nearly identical production where they were both healthy and on the field. Tank Dell outgained him in yards over the last 4 games that they played together. Nico Collins had a year 3 breakout. Tank Dell had a rookie breakout, his first year in the NFL. It took us 3 years to get here with Nico Collins. Yes, the quarterback play. I understand that. But it still matters. that he was able to do so much of his production with all those other guys, not necessarily part of the picture here. So for me, that's my concern, where you draft him in round 2, you expect him to be the number 1. What if week 1 comes along and then he doesn't lead the team in targets? Now, they are playing the Colts week 1, so we probably will have a big week 1. So maybe after week 2, maybe after week 1,
when Joey P does the victory lap on Andrew Erickson.
Week 1, I will be coming on the show with a clown mask, most likely. But after week 1, I'm thinking that this isn't going to necessarily be a targeted concentration around Nico Collins. And one of the things I looked at last year, again, looking at wide receiver busts, players that perform well above expectation in terms of expected fantasy points per game. Collins was wide receiver 21 expected fantasy points per game. And only Deebo Samuel had more fantasy points expected than Nico Collins did last year. So I think he played well above what he was expected based on his role. And given that now he's fending off targets between 2 guys I'm really excited about with Diggs and Tank Dell in this offense, those are the reasons I'm just pushing the brakes. I understand the upside case with Nico Collins, but with every upside case, there is also a downside case that, most people just don't like to talk about. It's not good radio. We want to talk about good things about players and not necessarily bad things.
Well, I mean, this is more than just radio. This is the Fantasy Pros live stream. Hello, this is a big deal here. I'm going to go put my faith in the efficiency of Nico Collins that you're trashing him for a little bit. 80 receptions on 109 targets, 8 touchdowns, 1,297 yards. Finishes wide receiver 9 last year, a top 10 guy, and you're going to give him to me at 14. Look, even if it does get a little muddy sometimes with the Texans, I still think more often than not, Nico is the guy that I want. And I want to fight about this next guy with you too, because this might be my favorite guy. At the turn I always take, Marvin Harrison Jr. I keep coming back to the same thing of, if you look at the last few years, you've seen the league make a huge pivot. Number 4 all-time rookie receivers, Justin Jefferson in 2020, 1,400 yards. The year after that, Jamar Chase, 1,455 just in 2021. And then last year, 2023, the all-time record holder, Puka Nacua at 1,486. It's a wide receiver world, and the rookies are dominating it. And Marvin Harrison has 0 out competition, and you're telling me not to draft him? Why, Andrew? Why?
Because none of those guys that you just talked about were fringe first-round picks that you had to draft. Part of the allure and why we want to draft rookie receivers doesn't have to do with their end-of-season production. It has to do with where you drafted them. It matters the fact that all those rookies were so much cheaper than Marvin Harrison. That's point of buying into rookies. That's why we like them, because they're discounted. But for some reason, Marvin Harrison Jr. is not discounted at all whatsoever. Even in the most homiest home leagues, he's still going in the fringe first round. So again, going back to wide receiver busts, systematically, what are they? Projections. Marvin Harrison Jr. is a projection, and you may be right. But why do I want to put all of my faith into a projection with my first round pick, second round pick, when I could draft proven production at other positions or at the wide receiver position? Or if I have to have some part of Marvin Harrison, why don't I just draft Kyler Murray in like round 9 as my quarterback? And then I can benefit from all the Marvin Harrison that you love to talk about, but then I take on none of the risk. I get 0 risk if maybe he's a better real life receiver for his rookie year than a fantasy wide receiver, because I'm not denying the talent of Marvin Harrison, but I just think that it's a bad value play. Honestly, like I just think he's a bad value where you have to draft him. And it kind of sucks, honestly, that we're projecting him so highly. And yeah, so for those reasons,
I think we're projecting him so highly because we've seen what happens with these slam dunk, big time wide receivers when they come in the league. Now, Puka was not that guy, but Jefferson and Chase were. And that has been obviously where the league is trending. So, Kasey, you be the tiebreaker here. Marvin Harrison Jr. Am I too much in love with the situation here with this terrible defense where they're going to be playing from behind a million times? And I don't see anybody besides Trey McBride competing with him for targets. And I think 1,400 yards is in his range of outcomes. What do you think about Harrison? Is he a bust or is he a draft despite the high ADP for you?
I'm taking him as a draft only because A, the lack of targets that they have, but B, the way that Murray can be injury prone sometimes. Say that somebody else has to get a tap on the shoulder here. You're going to go to your 1 of 1 or 1 of 2-ish targets. And then rallying from behind, like you said, it tends to be the DNA of the Cardinals right now. Like, I just think that this guy's going to end up getting hit with a lot of targets regardless. He's either going to be the one guy to go to help outside of McBride, or he's going to be the one guy that they just continue to figure things out with along the way. So I think he's in a perfect position with not much competition to get those reps in.
All right, let's go to another big-time wide receiver. I just mentioned Justin Jefferson. Now, all of a sudden, his 2024 looks a little bit different now that the savior JJ McCarthy is not going to be around for this season. Sam Darnold stuck all year with Justin Jefferson. Now, I've seen him go already. Somebody messaged me. They said they got him at the turn yesterday at 12. So his value is falling. Here, the consensus ADP is wide receiver 3, wide receiver 5, somewhere in that range. That is not what's happening in the draft streets right now. So, Kasey, as a top 5 pick, is he a bust? And is a pick at 12 at the turn, is he a value at this stage?
I think more valuable probably at the 12, just because it's not like he's not going to be productive. He's that guy. I think you mentioned earlier, or somebody mentioned earlier here on the show, how the inconsistent production between Addison, they're still going to get him rotated in. We've seen what Justin Jefferson can do down the stretch, but it's the Sam Darnold effect here for me. You're coming behind a shaky O-line for the Vikings now. They've got a lot of rebuild going on within their organization, and a guy coming in barely hitting a 60% completion rate. And so while we've seen some flattering moments out of Darnold, maybe back when he was with the Jets for a hot second, then sure, but I don't think we're going to get that quarterback, and I think it's going to end up screwing with Justin Jefferson. And plus, think about where he got a lot of his massive yardage from. Those deep balls that he was able to connect on. And that's not something that I see him and Sam Darnold being able to do consistently. So I think the yardage is going to drop off. I think that he's going to have to try to look around a little bit. I think that they also want to get Addison more involved also. So I just don't think that this season is set up for the success of Jefferson as a top 5 receiver. I think there is a little bit more value at 12 just because, again, he is going to be a key part here. It just depends on what takes place with his quarterback.
Erickson, I want to get your take here because the stock is falling fast. Again, you get Justin Jefferson at 12. I'm still going to take him at 12 every single time. I'm just going to do it. Kasey makes a lot of good points for that too. But as wide receiver 3 or the 5th overall player, which is kind of that conversation where he was being drafted just a few weeks ago, what's your opinion of Jefferson right now? Is he a guy that you've got to get the discount, or are you a guy that who's taking Justin Jefferson regardless of where he is available for you?
No, I think you got to get the discount. I think that he is discounted rightfully so because of the quarterback concerns. I don't really I'm not like actively fading Justin Jefferson. Like I don't go out in a draft and be like, I'm not taking this guy, but I usually find myself not really ending up with him because I've talked about Breece Hall. So he sometimes goes in the same area as Jefferson. I like Chase more than Justin Jefferson. So naturally I haven't found myself drafting a lot of Jefferson. But if I was picking, at the turn, which I usually don't like picking, if Justin Jefferson was there, that's who I would be definitely taking. I wouldn't even think twice about it compared to some of these other second round wide receivers who sometimes go in round 1, depending on how you feel about a player like Jefferson. But for me, look, the JJ McCarthy injury maybe hurts an upside case with Jefferson because maybe he could have come in, had a Stroud type season, not very likely, but there was always that chance that McCarthy could offer something Darnold didn't. But the thing for me is Jefferson knows whose quarterback is the rest of the way. 17-game season is going to be Sam Darnold. Like, there's no, we got to switch reps. Who's taking reps with the ones? It's Jefferson. It's Darnold. Like, that's his ride or die. So I think that works from a standpoint of Darnold is playing for a contract year here. So if Darnold really wants to show other teams that he can deliver and be a quarterback at the NFL level, he knows I need to target Justin Jefferson 200 times because that's my best chance of putting up the best numbers and the best stat line at the end of the year so I can get a job in the NFL as a starter a la Geno Smith, a la Baker Mayfield. We've seen this with a bunch of retread quarterbacks. So I think Jefferson's going to be his guy. And it may be ugly at sometimes, but 20 targets in a game, it'll get you something.
It may be ugly lots of times. It is Sam Darnold, and perhaps come October, he'll start seeing those ghosts again. It is Halloween season. Great stuff here from both of you. Some big names here on the potential bust list. I want to thank Kasey Hudson for joining us here again. Check out our amazing work on Sports Grid and give her a follow too, because she covers everything. Oh my God, she does Wimbledon we did together. She's doing NFL. She's doing hockey. She's one of the best NHL folks out there too. She does it all. Thanks so much for giving us some time today. Andrew's going to stick around, but when we come back, we're going to have Jamey Eisenberg from CBS joining us to talk about wide receivers who could bounce back in 2024. You're not going to want to miss this, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Let's get real here for a minute. Some mock drafts, while fun, will not actually help you win your league. You wait and you wait for the draft to start, and someone drafts a defense or a kicker in round 7, and you think to yourself, well, there's 15 minutes of my life I'm never going to get back. No one has time for that. So I'm going to show you how I prepare for my drafts. Meet the Draft Simulator. The Draft Simulator was built by our talented team at Fantasy Pros to solve everything that's wrong with mock drafts. And it's totally free. It's the only tool that goes through your league history and matches how your league drafts, so your mock drafts actually feel like the real thing. It's gonna help you get better at drafting. The Draft Simulator goes over rankings from hundreds of experts, including yours truly, and it tells you who's the best pick. It's also gonna tell you which positions are drying up, what other teams need, and what they're likely to do next. At the end of every mock, you get your draft grade and the most detailed breakdown in fantasy. Don't waste your time with bad mock drafts. My favorite feature? Pick analysis. You can test out different strategies and see what works best. Work less and win more with Fantasy Pros Draft Simulator for free. Test it out today at fantasypros.com/mock.
Welcome back, everybody, to Fantasy Fest Live here on the YouTube channel. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe, like the stream as well. Drop your comments below because, well, we love to hear from you and get your questions answered also. And Andrew Erickson back, and look who just came into town. He's got the mini helmets behind him too. Those are my favorite things. Jamey Eisenberg from CBS. I remember as a kid, because I'm old, I'd put the quarter in there and the grocery store and you'd twist that thing, hoping to get a good helmet. And next thing you know, it wasn't like the cool Houston Oiler one. It wasn't anything. I get like a New York Giants helmet. And that's just kind of boring for me. Jamey, do you have those same fond memories of the little mini helmets? Oh, we're on mute. We got to unmute you there for a second.
Sorry. When like my kids will go to where they have the things with the candy, it used to be like such a joy to get the candy. Like I won't let my kids near that. no way.
That's bad parenting. Yeah. Any of that candy's been in there probably since the time you and I were kids.
That's right.
So don't eat that, kids. See,
right.
Already Jamey Eisenberg giving you good
Andrew
advice.
Doesn't know those things.
Andrew doesn't know. Andrew, did you ever eat those candies from those things where you would twist the the grocery store, like those big metal handles there, and then like the little gumball would drop out?
I only vaguely remember the ones that had like the fruit and they had like the oranges and the bananas, but the banana did not taste like actual banana.
I'm pretty sure there was nothing actually real in any of that. But what is real today, of course, bounce back wide receivers, and there are a lot of big names on the list here to talk about. And we're going to start with one of the bigger ones here. It's Cooper Kupp, because this is that boomer bust guy. I know I've been on with you at CBS a few times, and we've talked, Jamey, about Cooper Kupp, and I keep saying for me, he's a guy that I feel really comfortable with as a wide receiver 3 in that big wide receiver build. As a wide receiver 2, I start to panic a little bit and get a little concerned. So I know everything is always sunshine and rainbows at training camp, but are you somebody that is buying into all the positive buzz of Cooper Kupp, who's currently being drafted around wide receiver 18 as a guy who can really bounce back, play a full season, and be an asset in 2024?
So, I'm generally apt to avoid guys at this age, and when they start to show you some decline or fade or just an injury history, it's easy just to run away. But then you just look at the situation and the fact that he came back in better shape, and now the other guy is banged up in Puka Nacua, who also has an injury track record. And that this offense is going to find ways to get him open. So I think at the right price, he's worth buying into. If you're going to say Cooper Kupp is going to save my fantasy team or be the headliner of my fantasy team like he was the last couple of seasons, or certainly before the breakdown happened last year, then I think you're making a huge mistake. If he is your number 3 receiver, I think that's amazing. Now, most likely if he's going 18th overall, I think for us, we're starting to see his ADP on CBS start to creep into the 2-3 turn. So 25, 26 in that range. I'm okay with it there. I'm not okay with him as a round 2 pick. So if you start receiver, he's your 3rd receiver, great. If he's your 1st receiver, I'm a little bit icky with it. And the longer that Puka Nacua remains out, and clearly, you buy Sean McVay's honesty because he's usually, tried and true with that. So Nacua should be fine for week 1. But imagine a world where there is no Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp is back to being that guy again, so he could still return some pretty good value. So it's just a matter of, I guess, where you're drafting him, how soon you're drafting him, and how much you want to buy into a 31-year-old wide receiver.
Andrew Erickson, you just turned 30, so you understand the plight of Cooper Kupp. You're already in decline, I could tell. Andrew, let's talk about this, because there were even moments last year where you saw the flashes of, oh, there's the Cooper Kupp, right? We had that Game where he had 7 catches for 148 and a touchdown against Arizona, 115 against Baltimore with a touchdown, 111 back-to-back weeks against Washington, and then other incompletes. And he did miss the first 4 weeks of the season altogether. He did not play week 18. So being on the field, right? Availability is the best ability, everyone always says. And Cooper Kupp hasn't given you a lot of that in the last 2 years. And frankly, going into the giant breakout, incredible season that he had a few years ago, where he broke fantasy, he had struggled at times as well with some of the help. So where do you stand with Cooper Kupp? Are you somebody that's willing to take the risk, or do you have to quantify it in some way where it makes sense for the roster that you're creating?
I am 100% out Cooper Kupp. I should have included him maybe on the bus that I was talking about him earlier, but for me, it's a point of, I just don't think we're going to ever get the same guy we had. I know that they're saying he looks healthy, he's good to go. This is what they always say about every single player that's way past their prime. Like, he's older. He showed signs of decline. These are the things that are the red flags that tell us to stay away. And like Michael Thomas, glowing reviews last year. Derek Carr, he looks like the same old Michael Thomas. This is great. And then what happened? He barely played. Like, I'm not saying Cooper Kupp is going to miss the entire season, but I just don't want to keep chasing Cooper Kupp. And that season that happened now 3 years ago, right? Even though he was productive in 2022 for half a year, I just have seen too much. For me, the milk doesn't unspoil. Like, we've seen bad with Cooper Kupp, and this is where I get concerned. So the fact that he is starting to go in round 2, that absolutely terrifies me. Again, we talked about Nico Collins, Marvin. I'm taking those guys clearly over Cooper Kupp. Rather much have read those players, but now you're starting to see him go in that similar range. So for me, he's too expensive and there's too much risk for him for me.
Let me give you the inverse, because you said no, never, not at all. What if you are in a draft with a bunch of, people like you, myself, who are kind of fading Kupp a little bit or a little afraid? If he went down to wide receiver 25 range, is that enough for you to buy in, let's say, over a guy like Stephon Diggs or over a guy like Zay Flowers? Is that where Cooper Kupp, you might even test the waters, or you're just saying, nope, I'm out, I'm done, I've been hurt too many times and I can't love again?
So I've been trying to move him up in the rankings and based on the Puka Nacua injury. And every time I try to move ahead of another receiver, I'm thinking to myself, I'd rather just have this other receiver instead. And so that's the reality that I'm facing with Cooper Kupp. And again, I understand because if he is healthy, then I'm going to look wrong. But what has he shown us on the field the last 2 years that's going to suggest that he is going to be healthy and be the old Cooper Kupp? I don't see it. These reports coming out of camp, this is what they're supposed to say. This is what they're always going to say. So for me, I'm just shying away. There's other receivers I like much more.
All right, Jamey, I want to go to another guy on your list here, T. Higgins, another guy that I keep drafting everywhere, and I'm getting him as a 3 in a lot of drafts, and that to me is just absurd. We were talking earlier in Fantasy Fest when we had Jake Ciely on. We were talking about him as a complete value, as a guy in an offense is going to be a throw-first situation. He's being drafted as wide receiver 28, but the body of work for healthy T. Higgins with healthy Joe Burrow is far greater than that. I mean, he was wide receiver 17 just in 2022, where he had 74 catches, 7 touchdowns for 1029. So in your opinion, why is T. Higgins, who did have some contract issues, nothing really got solved, he's back, why is he a guy you're betting on in 2024 to make a bounce back?
Well, first off, the value is incredible. So you're getting a guy that has huge bounce back potential. I mean, he should be the poster child for this subject, just in terms of what he has the ability to do when healthy, and you assume motivated. Some people will come back and say, well, if he has a minor injury or two, will he sit out because he's afraid of something ruining the potential of a long-term deal? He still has to prove himself. He's going to get paid no matter what. But if he wants to get that mega deal that these receivers are getting, and probably his teammates going to get, which we hope, he's got to go out there and produce. And so far in camp, he looks fantastic. In the preseason performance, at least the first game, he looked fantastic. When he's on his game, he's one of the best receivers in football, and the best part about it is he's a 1B. And so we're dealing with a pretty significant holdout situation with Jamar Chase right now. And if you want to believe Chad Ochocinco, and we're going to see, maybe Jamar Chase miss some time in the regular season. Well, that's the caveat that you get with T. Higgins. If Chase gets hurt, we saw it in 2022, the 4 games that he was out, Higgins becomes a top 10, if not top 5 caliber fantasy option. So you're getting a guy that's a wide receiver 2 at a huge discount at wide receiver 28, if that's where he's getting drafted. And then the potential is very similar to Devontae Smith. Whenever one of the other guys on the Eagles misses times, Devontae Smith, just his numbers pop, whether mostly he's been Dallas Goedert. But that's the setup for Higgins right now. So his price tag's amazing. The potential production on its own, without anything changing, is amazing. And if there were to be a Jamar Chase injury, he could be an absolute star. The flip side of that is we saw Joe Burrow miss time last year, and we had a couple good Jake Browning games with, or T. Higgins had a couple good games with Jake Browning. But that's not what you want to hope for. You want to hope for Joe Burrow out there 100%. Jamar Chase, if he has to miss a game or two, T. Higgins really pops. Even if Chase is there, though, Higgins will be a must-start fantasy option. And, I think top 20 upside.
I love it. And to me, again, the floor is there. The ceiling is there. The opportunity should, again, injury befall Jamar Chase, could even grow into something even better. So a lot more outs, as they say, on the positive side for T. Higgins. Andrew, let's get to one of your guys on this list of bounce back wide receivers. And let's talk a little bit about Jalen Waddle, because Jalen Waddle has been a dude that you have been all in on, as have I. The ADP has come up a little bit since July. I remember around July 1st, we were doing some shows together early on. You and I were looking at each other and scratching our heads going, what in the world is going on here? You see the ECR is at wide receiver 15, but the ADP, wide receiver 20, still not catching up. So the experts are saying, hey, everybody, they're screaming, draft Jalen Waddle sooner. And the ADP just isn't quite catching up. I don't understand why that is. Andrew, walk us through again why Jalen Waddle, in your opinion, is a guy who is going to bounce back, and bounce back in a big way in 2024.
Well, the reason the ADP is not catching up is because everybody's drafting guys like Cooper Kupp, Nico Collins, Marvin Harrison, Drake London, all the guys.
Easy. No more disparaging Marvin Harrison Jr. on this program. I told you in the last segment.
I don't hate everyone in round 2 from wide receivers. It's just I'm circling my guy as Jalen Waddle. Like, that's the guy I want out of the bunch, because for me, he checks off all the boxes. He's done it before in 2 different ways. He's been a wide receiver 1 as a rookie, and then alongside Tyreek Hill in his second year. Last year, banged up with injuries, still had over 1,000 receiving yards. But what held him back? 4 touchdowns. What's going to happen in the Dolphins offense this year? Are we going to see the backfield score 30-plus touchdowns combined between Raheem Mostert and Achane again? Or are we going to see Jalen Waddle regress positively in terms of his touchdowns and score double digits? I think that's going to happen. He's too talented of a player, former first-round pick, former top 10 overall pick, that what if Tyreek Hill misses again? Going back to these real-life number 2 wide receivers, they have this untapped potential where if that alpha takes a step back, gets hurt, banged up, well, then what happens? Jalen Waddle could be the highest scoring wide receiver any single week in that Dolphins offense. And that's even with Tyreek Hill on the team. So for all those reasons, that's why I just have so much faith in Jalen Waddle. Again, he has the connection with Tua. He's played with Tua since Alabama. That's the connection I want to buy into. And this Dolphins offense is going to be super explosive. Their defense, oh my God, I don't know if they have any defensive linemen left. Everyone keeps retiring. So I think it's going to be shootout after shootout in Miami. And I think Jalen Waddle is going to be a huge part of it. So for me, again, I'm not taking stabs on these more projection-based wide receivers in his range. I'm taking the proven production with Jalen Waddle. I'm going to draft him as much as I can.
Waddle is proven. I mean, I know it was 2 seasons before he got hurt, but those were some very valuable seasons. Jamey, where do you stand on Waddle? Are you as pro Jalen Waddle as Erickson and I are this year?
Top 12 guy, round 2 pick. Yeah, I think you're
Oh,
looking
look at
at, Andrew nailed it. And we saw it last year, the Jets game, one of the best secondaries in football. He tore him up, and I'm sorry, that was a game Tyreek Hill missed. There's just so much upside here. And, I think first off, you want to see him healthy. He's dealing with something in practice that's keeping him out. So that's a little concerning for what we dealt with last year, so you don't want to see anything, keep him off the field. That being said, I think the whole Odell Beckham signing, may have scared some people a little bit, that they're going to have a name there that could take away from, maybe both these guys, but nobody's running away from Tyreek Hill. I also think going back to last year, there was the whole story, and I think this impacted Jalen Waddle's numbers a little bit. Getting Tyreek Hill 2,000 yards. That was something the Dolphins really tried to do. They tried to get that for Tyreek Hill, and I think that took away a little bit from Waddle's overall production.
Point.
The injuries were the biggest part of it, but still, he's got so much upside, and there's just so much to love about this. That defense is going to be a problem. The offensive line's a concern too, so just keep that in mind. So we could see Tua on his back a little bit. So if you are concerned about Waddle, just put that in the back of your mind, because we know what that was like for Waddle 2 years ago. When Tua was in and out of the lineup. But I still think, just based on what he's capable of doing, what you're talking about, and you said it, the receivers in his range, he should absolutely go ahead of Cooper Kupp. If anybody's making that decision, you're making a mistake.
Love it. Yeah, big Jalen Waddle fan this year, and all 3 of us are screaming at you guys right now. Please draft him as often as you possibly can. The man also got paid. Follow the money. They believe in Jalen Waddle, otherwise they wouldn't be throwing contracts at him. Next guy on the list is another one who's going a little bit later, more like wide receiver 35 on most people's boards here in the expert consensus rankings. It's Chris Godwin of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, Jamey, this is a player that has given us some really solid fantasy productivity before. He has missed some time here and there. They're talking about moving him back into the slot and moving him into that situation with Dave Canales gone as the offensive coordinator. There is a little bit of uncertainty of, like, can Baker Mayfield sustain all the progress from last year, or is it going to be Geno Smith 2.0 where things fall off the map? Where do you stand here with Godwin? Is it just you can't pass up the player at the value, or do you really see him as somebody who's going to be truly an asset this season?
Yes. Yeah, all the above. I think, you saw last year, and he talked about this. One of my colleagues, Pete Prisco, covers the NFL for 30 plus years. Was in Bucks camp and got a chance to speak to Chris, and he said he finally feels back to himself after dealing with the ACL from a couple of years. I do think going back in the slot is huge for him. Now, he's not going to be Tom Brady, Chris Godwin, because of Baker Mayfield, because of the different type of quarterback clearly that we're looking at here. I'll take a 50-year-old Tom Brady over Baker Mayfield right now. But we saw the last 5 games, after the complaints, the Carolina game where he had no catches on 3 targets, whatever it was, broke the streak. He out-targeted Mike Evans in the final 5 games this season, and I think that matters. But I really think just him going back in the slot is going to be huge. He's not going to be a top 15 caliber player like he was in his heyday pre-ACL tear, but top 30, top 25, maybe top 20 is certainly within the realm of possibility. And we're talking about, again, second, tier or number 2 receiver, or at least perceived number 2 receiver on these teams. Mike Evans is 31. We saw the one game last year where Evans got banged. That was early in the season, and Chris Godwin was an absolute monster in that game. And so if Evans does miss any time, again, you're seeing the potential upside of what Chris Godwin can be. And this is somebody that, yes, he's getting older. He's not at that Cooper Kupp age where you have to worry about it. So he's not showing you the breakdown potential, but he does have a pretty good resume. And so I still think that there's the potential of him to get back to that caliber of player. Again, not to the same heights, but pretty close to it. So at the cost, he's easy to draft and somebody that you can take if you really go receiver heavy, a number 4 receiver. I wouldn't be opposed, though, if he's my 3rd receiver on my team.
All right, before we get to the next guy on Andrew's list, and I can assure you it's one I'm very excited to talk about, don't forget about the cheat sheet creator that's available for you at Fantasy Pros. If you're tired of all the draft day uncertainty, the cheat sheet creator is your personal guide to perfect league-specific rankings. You can visualize your path to victory as you add tiers. You can sync your league for free to craft your custom rankings, ensuring that every pick you make is strategic and it's tailored to your league settings specifically. Enter your draft with confidence. Sync your league for free today at fantasypros.com/draftwizard or at Fantasy Football Draft Wizard app, and use the cheat sheet creator to dominate all of your fantasy football drafts. Now, one guy that I am drafting everywhere, and Andrew Erickson might have fought with me a little bit earlier in the last segment, but we are back to being friends after Jalen Waddle conversation. It is Christian Watson. The upside at wide receiver 40 is absurd. Sometimes he's going even later than that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. My fantasy team will live on. But if I'm right, and Jordan Love plays as well as he did last year, this guy, to me, Andrew, could be a league winner. Let's talk about Watson and what you think his upside is in 2024.
Yeah, Watson was one of those examples of the projected breakout guy one year that totally misfires and then gets discounted significantly the following year. And that's when they actually do fire on the breakout. But the best part is you don't have to take any risk. There's no risk involved really with taking a shot on Christian Watson, because when this guy is on the field, you know he's going to produce. Over his last 15 games, he's averaged 13.3 points per game, same as Jamar Chase, his average points per game from 2023. This guy has been a wide receiver 1 in fantasy points when he's on the field and healthy. Again, that's the big question, but it's more than well baked into his wide receiver 40 ADP. When you look at betting odds, which is always kind of like a fun thing to look in the fantasy lens, he's in the top 10 shortest odds to lead the NFL in touchdown catches. If Jordan Love has a monster year and he improves after what he did as a first-time starter, Christian Watson is going to have a massive part in it. There's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be part of that explosion potentially from Jordan Love taking another step in his second year as a full-time starter. So for me, I'm not forgetting what I saw as a rookie. And even last year, again, going back to touchdowns, we have 4 number 1 wide receivers on the Green Bay Packers. So how do we get a guy to stand out? Who catches the most touchdowns? Well, last year, Watson had 15 end zone targets during the regular season and postseason combined. That ranks 6th overall among players. The betting odds are telling us that, hey, he has the most touchdown upside of this bunch, and that's what I'm going to chase outside the top 36 wide receivers.
Now, Jamie, you and I typically share the same board. We always are in on the same players. It's why I hate seeing you in any expert league draft that I'm in, because I know it's going to be a long day at the office. We're just going to be fighting over the same guys. Is Christian Watson another one of these players that you and I are going to be fighting over in 2024?
Put him up. Put him up. Yeah, I think for sure. Andrew said it. He's different than the other three number one guys there, and I'm sure if you had asked Matt LaFleur, he'd probably say Bo Melton's a number one guy too. It's just one of those receiving cores where there's going to be a lot of diversity, but one guy when he's right stands above the rest, and that's Christian Watson. And so. I'm hopeful he can stay healthy. I'm an old school guy. I still like to see these third-year receivers when they've shown you something go into that season. When I first got this job many moons ago, it was I got a chance to speak to a lot of older receivers, Jerry Rice, Chris Carter, those type of guys. I'm only doing that because Joe likes when I name drop.
I love it. I got to pick them all up after the show now.
They all told me, the third year is when they get the rapport with their quarterback. They understand the route tree. They understand coverage. And for this guy, I mean, clearly he just has to stay on the field because the speed is elite. The playmaking ability is elite. And, just the hamstrings right now have been a problem. So hopefully they solved it. The cost is amazing for what the upside is. Like you said, Joe, he's not going to wreck your fantasy team if you draft him in this range. And so for me, I don't like to leave a draft. And Andrew and I were kind of joking at this at the flex draft without one of the Packers receivers, just because they're fun and there's upside really 1 through 4. The joke, Andrew looked at our board and said, "No Dontavian Wicks, what's wrong with you guys?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, let me take Wicks."
I missed him. I wanted him. I didn't even get him, but I got Watson.
Watson is the one for me that I target first, just because again, if he hits, there's lottery ticket upside with what he can do.
All right. And by the way, you know what the worst part about that whole thing is, Jamie? The one time I've ever actually gotten to interview or be with and talk to a real live active NFL wide receiver, guess who was there, Andrew? Jamey Eisenberg in the room with me. So it's like I can't even brag to him about it because he's right there with me doing the same one.
Well, at least you have a witness. Now people will believe you. That's good.
I know, but it doesn't matter. It's not cool. I can't be cool like Jamey. All right, let's get to another one of the guys on the list here. And Andrew, you've got Calvin Ridley out there as a player potentially that you think. Give me the 30-second to a minute on why people should be drafting Calvin Ridley in 2024.
Ridley had 76 catches on 136 targets for over 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns last year, and he was a bust. It's because we put expectations on a guy that had missed so much time in the NFL that it was impossible for him to not really be a bust. So for me, I think that another year back to football, an NFL season under his belt for an older player that had missed so much time in an offense that I expect to be much more pass happy than we've seen in previous stints with the Tennessee Titans. There's no more Derrick Henry. And this DeAndre Hopkins knee injury concerns me. He's an older receiver too. So even though he had the rapport with Levis entering the year, well, he's already missed so much time. So I think Ridley's going to be the clear wide receiver 1 in this offense. He's wide receiver 37 ADP. Like Calvin Ridley, we were drafting the top 15 receivers last year, which was out of control. But now it's come so much the other way because people hate Ridley because of how badly he burned them. I think that he's an easy bounce back candidate. He's never finished worse than wide receiver 25 in a season where he's been fully healthy.
Jamie, you've got 2 more wide receivers to talk about on your list. The first is Deontay Johnson. The next is Curtis Samuel. And both of these guys are very intriguing. I want to start with Deontay Johnson because where I continue to struggle is I get it. Last year, Adam Thielen kind of came out of nowhere and he was a big target hog. And in PPR leagues, he became a very, a pretty good value off the waiver wire, basically. And now Deontay Johnson has come in. Is it going to be Adam Thielen again? Can Dave Canales fix Bryce Young and all the inefficiencies that they had last season? A lot of problems with the Carolina offense. So why is Deontay Johnson still potentially a fantasy bounce back despite all those potential negatives?
I do think we'll see a better Bryce Young. I'm not the biggest fan, but I do think better offensive line play, better coaching will help him across the board. And certainly the addition of Deontay Johnson will hopefully bring out the best of him. And we've seen this formula before, where you bring in a veteran receiver, to a young quarterback, and it does good things. In some cases, does wonders. Josh Allen got Stephon Diggs. He was great. Tua Tagovailoa got Tyreek Hill. He was great. Deontay Johnson's not that guy, but he is going to make Bryce Young better. And I think Canales will make, Bryce Young better. You mentioned it with the Baker Mayfield conversation. We've seen Canales in Seattle, got a great year out of Geno Smith, got a great year out of Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay. Hopefully does the same thing with this passing attack. But I do think when you talk about what he has been, he has shown the ability to get open. He has shown you the ability to not score touchdowns. So there's a negative, but he's shown you the ability also to, be a pretty good playmaker. in some unfavorable situations with some bad quarterbacks. So we'll see if Bryce Young can support Deontay Johnson to be at least a number 3 receiver. I don't have him ranked anywhere close to the top 20. I think he's 37th for me. But again, similar to Christian Watson, he's not going to break your fantasy team if you invest in him. He's the worst receiver that we've talked about so far. So again, no huge expectations. But I do think that Thielen is going to fade to the back of the bunch a little bit, or at least behind not only Johnson, but I also hope Xavier Legette or Legette, or however we're saying his name these days, the rookie receiver that they brought from South Carolina. I hope those are the 2 top target getters for Carolina's offense, because I think they have more upside than Adam Thielen. But in terms of PPR, Deontay Johnson, is he a 100-catch guy? Probably not. 80? I think that's realistic if he stays healthy. And so cheap option, can get you some good receptions. If he finds the end zone 5 or 6 times, we'll be pretty happy about it.
Andrew, do you feel the same way about Deontay Johnson, that maybe those full point PPR leagues, he's kind of a nice wide receiver 4/5 guy that you could throw in there on, the flex spot or in bye weeks and feel pretty good about maybe double-digit targets there?
Yeah, I think that he's one of these players that you're not going to circle him as, Deontay Johnson league winner, but Deontay Johnson value pick every single time when I need a wide receiver 3-4. Yes, every single time Deontay Johnson. I'd have more of him if I wasn't drafting so much Chris Godwin.
We'll squeeze one more in here. Curtis Samuel, the Buffalo Bills wide receiver core is wide open for debate. I don't know if anybody's got the definitive answer for it. Some people will tell you Keon Coleman. Some people will tell you Khalil Shakir. Some people just pivot all together and say Dalton Kincaid. But I have heard a lot of people, Jamey, talk about Curtis Samuel as maybe the guy to watch for. And when you consider some of the ADP that you're looking at, again, wide receiver 53, 51, he's going in that pretty deep, dark range at wide receiver. So why is Curtis Samuel, in your opinion, somebody who is poised to break out? What do you see potentially on the horizon for him?
Well, I think it's more bounce back. I don't think breakout, but I think
that's what I mean. I meant to say, pardon me. I meant to say,
no, yeah. I think
I'm only into hour 2. This is the problem here. Usually hour 4 or 5. That's when these things start happening.
We've all been there on these marathon shows. And you guys are doing a great job. The thing, well, first off, let's clarify. I gave the list before the turf toe injury for Samuel, so hopefully he's going to be okay. That's a big part of this. You never want to hear those type of things, but you said it. The ADP is free for what might be Josh Allen's go-to guy, and I don't think that's going to be the case. He's my 3rd favorite Bills receiver. I think Coleman's upside is clearly higher, and I'm a Khalil Shakir guy. I think what we saw at the end of last season will somewhat carry over. I don't think any of these guys are difference makers right away. Coleman by the end of the season could have like a Rashee Rice type impact, where he takes off in the second half. But you're tying yourself to one of the best quarterbacks in football and a very ambiguous receiving core right now. And the thing that's encouraging, and I'm sure you guys have talked about this ad nauseum, is the connection with Joe Brady, the offense coordinator who he had the most success with when they were in Carolina together. So there'll be some gadget plays. He may be, the slot receiver. He may be the second outside guy. I don't think he's going to be the alpha. I do think that we're going to see, if a pecking order of targets, he's probably 4th, when you factor in even James Cook. So, but you just got to understand, no risk. There is 0 risk that if he hits to what he was with Joe Brady, or if he hits to become the best Bills wide receiver, you just struck gold with one of your, 3rd or 4th last round picks. So I don't want to overvalue Curtis Samuel, but I also, very similar to the Packers receivers, if I walk away with one of those 3 guys, Coleman, Shakir, or Samuel, I'm pretty happy with that, just for what could become in this Buffalo's offense.
Are you better off drafting Keon Coleman or making trades for him in week 6?
I would think making trades for him in week 6, but again, just depends how far he falls. I think the snap counts, it's funny, we get so excited about snap counts in the fantasy community. Every, Joe Schmo fantasy player who is our lifeblood, they just see no catches and they go, I'm not touching him. He hasn't gotten a catch in the preseason. Why would I want that? But he's played every snap though.
There you go. We're going to get traded, though, all 3 of us, in just a moment. Jamey Eisenberg, thanks so much for hanging out with us today on the Fantasy Fest program. Andrew Erickson is going to take a break as well, and I'm going to tap out because the birthday boy is going to take over. Make sure you wish Ryan Wormley a very happy birthday. I think he's turning 21. This is a big one for
32.
him.
32.
No, he's older than you even.
Yeah.
But yes, wish the worm a happy birthday. And joining Ryan Wormley, Pat Fitzmaurice, Terrell Furman. They're going to break down some other fantasy assets. In fact, they're going to talk about the bounce backs at the running back position. That's one you can't miss. So don't go anywhere. Fantasy Fest rolls on when we return right after this quick break.
Do you ever wish you could wave a magic wand and know how your league mates are going to draft? how they'll use their picks, how early they draft quarterbacks, how much do they overdraft rookies. Well, I wouldn't be bringing this up if I didn't have a tool just for that. Meet Draft Intel. With Draft Intel, you'll know how your league mates draft better than they do. Draft Intel will analyze your league's draft history to detect patterns in your league's drafts. Then it'll show you how your league mates make decisions with their picks. Get team-specific and league-wide patterns to understand what direction your draft might go at a higher level. With that knowledge, you'll get the complete story of your league's drafting history, and you can prepare accordingly. The best part, you can bring those patterns into Draft Simulator and practice against them. That's right. The most realistic mock drafting tool available will now be tailored specifically to the people in your league. The bots you draft against will combine our pick algorithm with your league's intel to create mock drafts that feel like real drafts. This means every mock draft will provide you with realistic, tailor-made scenarios to help make your draft prep more effective than ever before. Take my leagues, for example. My uncle loves to go heavy on quarterback. Draft Intel can tell me that and highlight during the mock draft process, hey, if he's picking between you on the end, he's probably going to take a quarterback here. So if there's one guy you like left, you better be sure to take him. Draft smarter and stay ahead of your league with Draft Intel. Don't wait until draft day. Get an edge over your league mates today with Draft Intel at fantasypros.com/intel. I am Ryan Warmly here, stepping in for Joey P. Thank you so much for the kind birthday wishes from Joe. I don't appreciate Erickson throwing me under the bus, letting everybody know that I am 32. I feel very washed up now. I was telling my friends over the weekend that, you know, when you're like 30 and 31, it's like, okay, I'm like barely in my 30s. Now it's like, I'm just in my 30s. So Fitz, let me start this off by apologizing for all of the old jokes I've made for you over the years.
Very nice. Yeah, at 32, you have pretty much hit the age cliff, Worm, but it's great to be able to do a show with you on your birthday and great to do my first Fantasy Pro show with Terrell.
Yes, Terrell. We had our first show last week, and we talked about how excited we were to do the fest here as well. I didn't realize it was your guys' first two shows together. Of course, we have, as everybody can see, Pat Fitzmaurice, Terrell Furman here. You know, Terrell, very new to the company here, so we wanted to get you on the fest and get you started off here on the right foot with our big 5-hour live stream. We only gave you one segment, I think, so it's not too overwhelming, I hope.
Yeah, one segment I already messed up by not sending in my players with enough time. So sorry to the production team in the back that you got to deal with me with no graphics. But, you know, we're good. We're going to have a great time. It's going to be great.
We're a team of pros here. That's why they call us the Fantasy Pros. So somehow we'll figure out a way to make do here. But no, thank you again to Joe and to everybody at Fantasy Pros for the birthday wishes. This is of the 3 Fantasy Fests I've been involved in, this is the second one that has been on my birthday. So you know what? It's just that time of year. I should get used to a year out going forward. We've only got 30 minutes with the 3 of us here together.
We should schedule every single one for Worm's birthday.
Just
for the rest of the time.
What are we doing fest this year? It's whatever August 19th. That's what we're doing.
Hijack his birthday.
Yes, exactly. I'm hoping we don't do that. Let's jump in. You guys just heard the bounce back wide receiver segment with Joe Erickson and Jamey Eisenberg. Thank you to Jamey for joining for that and for all the guests who have been on in the first 2 hours already. We are talking bounce back running backs. As a quick reminder for everyone, all of our 2024 consensus rankings and tiers can be found at fantasypros.com/rankings. We did get names from Fitz, so we're going to start off with what he provided here. And Fitz, before we jump in, because I think people will kind of notice that some of the names that you provided are guys that are going relatively early in drafts. There's some first-round names. There's some second-round names. There's guys that are being drafted somewhat aggressively. So when you sat down to kind of come up with your 5 running backs, how did you define bounce back? And was there a certain threshold that they needed to be at last year that you thought made them eligible for this list?
Basically just players we think are going to do better this year than last year. And in some cases, substantially better. And I think that's the case with all of the guys on this list.
I think that's fair. And let's just start off with the number 1, who's one of my favorite running backs this year. It's Bijan Robinson. He's RB2. Among the position, his ADP is RB3. So it's RB2 in the rankings. ADP RB3. So again, this is a first-round player. Fitz, depending on how risk-averse you are with Christian McCaffrey, this might be one of the first 2 running backs off the board in your leagues. What defines him as a bounce-back player for you?
Yeah, he's got to bounce back from Arthur Smith. Worm. It does feel strange to have this abundantly talented running back listed as a bounce back player. But last year he was RB9 and a half-point PPR scoring, RB17 in fantasy points per game. Bijan had 41% of the Falcons' rushing attempts last year. And even if you filter out the quarterback runs, he was still under 50%, 47.2% of Atlanta's rushing attempts by non-quarterbacks, which seems kind of suboptimal to have a guy with this level of talent carrying the ball that infrequently. And Arthur Smith is out. Zach Robinson is in as the Falcons' new offensive coordinator. And, we can't guarantee completely optimal play calling, but I think it will be more optimal than Arthur Smith's play calling, which sometimes is just too much of the vanity play calling and being cute and running reverses to Scotty Miller and Kadero Hodge. Like, just give Bijan the darn ball.
Fitz, I know that Breece Hall is not on this list that we're going to be talking about, but we're not allowed legally to talk about Bijan Robinson without comparing him to Breece Hall. It's been one of the more fun debates of the fantasy offseason. So as it stands right now on August 19th, do you have a preference between Breece and Bijan?
Yeah, slight preference for Bijan. One has had major knee surgery in the last 2 years and one hasn't.
That's very reasonable. Terrell, same question here. Do you have a preference between Bijan and Breece, just because that does seem to be one of the kind of skeleton keys to the season in the first round, at least?
Not really, actually. I think they're kind of neck and neck for me. I've actually kind of started to talk myself more into Bijan. I think I was early Breece, but now I'm switching over to Bijan. And it's really a lot of look at where he was lining up. Like, he wasn't just in the backfield, he was lining up in the slot. He was first in terms of running backs routes lined up in the slot in the NFL, and he was second in terms of outright. The only person that was ahead of him was Rachaad White, and yet all of that, and there's a numerous amount of not wide receiver, but running backs, including Breece Hall, Travis Etienne, Jalen Warren, Rachaad White, Christian McCaffrey, Alvin Kamara, who had more receptions than him. And so I think that now with Kirk Cousins / Michael Penix, it sounds like we might be getting the Matt Flynn, Russell Wilson fiasco that happened way back with the Seahawks going on in Atlanta. But either way, regardless if it's Cousins, regardless if it's Penix, I think that both of those two guys are way more talented than Desmond Ridder and whatever the Falcons were doing at quarterback last year, where they can actually get him the ball and get him those receptions, and that's going to be the thing that pushes him over the top. He's a great runner, and that's just going to make him an RB1 off rip, but to be one of the top, one of the very best, that receptions load increasing is going to really do it for him.
If everything hits for Bijan, there's nothing that he's not providing you. He can give you touchdowns. He can be that goal line back. He can give you a ton of receptions. He has that skill set. And obviously he can be a workhorse. Now we'll see if they do that. They do like Tyler Algier. We know the history with this Rams kind of coaching offense is they like to ride one guy. We saw it with Kyron Williams when he was healthy. We've seen it with Todd Gurley in the past. These guys in the Sean McVay tree like to have that workhorse back. So if it is Bijan, I mean, like the sky is the limit. Like, right. It's you could throw out any cliche you want about the type of year he could have, and I wouldn't say it's too much. Like, there is a very clear world, and again, you could say this too about Breece or a healthy McCaffrey or some of these other guys, but there is a clear path to, you could paint the narrative of a year from now, Bijan is the consensus #1 pick in every draft.
Yep.
Like, that is a very reasonable outcome that could happen. And Fitz, the other thing with Bijan that I like, and Terrell started to allude to this, is I like that there's talent on this offense, but there's not overwhelming talent. It's not like the 49ers where you have to feed George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. I mean, it's a lot of names. Here, it's Kyle Pitts, it's Drake London, and it's Bijan. And that's basically it. So I really like how concentrated it is in this offense between those three. Well, okay. Darnell Mooney, I actually do like, but he's not on the same level.
Don't disrespect Darnell Mooney like that either. He's competing.
Well, what do you think, Fitz? Is Mooney somebody that, could kind of eat into the lineup, or is what I'm saying making sense as far as how concentrated this offense could be?
I mean, it does. It should be a more narrow usage tree than it was last year when there were all these touches for Cordero Patterson and Jonnu Smith or whatever. But Terrell does make a good point with Mooney. He did get a lot of guaranteed money. And by the way, shout out to Terrell for making the Matt Flynn reference. Matt Flynn with the most lucrative regular season finale, I think, in the history of the NFL, parlaying that into a big contract with Seattle and then never actually being the starter when Russell Wilson came along.
It's a great gig if you can get it, honestly. Let's
I
go
would
to
love it. I would love to
yeah.
get paid
Oh
to be
yeah.
a backup.
I
What? The
mean,
highest paid backup? Amazing.
yes. Let's go to another running back that I'm certainly taking in the first round. I know it's not the case for everybody. There are some people out there who don't have Jonathan Taylor, who is the person we're talking about as RB4. He is that for me, and Fitz, I know he's that for you as well. Terrell, where do you have Jonathan Taylor this year?
Oh, I think Jonathan Taylor could finish as one of the top three running backs, especially with the deterrent that is now Anthony Richardson. Like, that's really, we know what Jonathan Taylor can do. He's shown us the talent on the ground. We've seen Shane Steichen's offense be able to produce a really, he got Zach Moss another job. Like, at that point, you got a pretty good offense that he gives Zach Moss another job, and people are actually sitting there talking themselves into Zach Moss. And I think Jonathan Taylor is going to come back into this offense playing with Anthony Richardson and what they're going to be able to do with both of those guys and what they can do on the ground. I think it's going to be really special. So the only thing is the touchdowns. Like, the touchdowns may be the concern and how much does Anthony Richardson vulture at the goal line. But if he continues to get the touchdowns, he already gets the usage on what he does on the ground. He's going to be big for this offense.
Fitz, obviously, you've been talking about Jonathan Taylor all offseason, not just because you are a Wisconsin Badger. I mean, for me personally, we're going to be talking about running back tiers in the next segment with Billy Muzio. So I don't want to dive too much and kind of spoil that conversation, but I do think he's not in tier 1 for me. I think he's closer to tier 1 than the other guys in tier 2. Like, he is my very clear RB4. And I know, again, others might disagree, but for me, there is nobody outside of those big three that I'm taking ahead of him at the position.
Yeah, for sure. And why is he in this bounce back category? Because he missed 7 games last year and 6 games the year before. But if we think back to that 2021 season where he ran for 1,800 yards, had 2,100 yards from scrimmage, and had 20 touchdowns. And Terrell does make a good point about maybe the touchdown ceiling is a little capped because we know Anthony Richardson is going to run for his fair share of touchdowns if he stays healthy. And I think some people see Anthony Richardson as sort of a deterrent to why they should be interested in Jonathan Taylor. But to me, it's totally the opposite. Like, I'm excited about Jonathan Taylor because of Anthony Richardson. And Worm, we've talked about this all the time since, you're from that area. But thinking back to that Robert Griffin III rookie season when, before injuries derailed his career, he was such a lethal rushing threat for Washington back then. And that season he played with Alfred Morris, who was a 6th round pick, who clocked a 4.67 in the 40-yard dash that year at the combine. And Alfred Morris ran for 1,600 yards and 13 touchdowns that year. And RG3, when they did the RPOs, the run pass options, that opened things up for Alfred Morris incredibly. And Jonathan Taylor is 10 times more talented than Alfred Morris was. I mean, Alfred Morris, decent running back, kind of a ham and egger. Jonathan Taylor is a really special running back. And man, I can't wait to see what this offense is going to look like. But I think we're going to see a big spike in efficiency with Jonathan Taylor's numbers.
Now that I'm, well into my 30s, I have to remember the youth. So in case the RG3 Alfred
deep
Morris
into your
comp
30s
is too, deep pretty much the back 9 of my 30s at this point. So just for those who maybe weren't around for the RG3 Alfred Morris, experience, a more modern version is Lamar and Gus Edwards. Like, Gus Edwards is averaging 5 yards per carry in his career. He is not that type of runner, and I love Gus. He was awesome in Baltimore, and I really had a good time cheering him on for the last several years. But look, you have a guy with that kind of threat like Lamar or like RG3 was, or like we are pretty certain Anthony Richardson will be this year. It just makes it so much easier. Terrell, I'm really curious kind of your approach to running backs with mobile quarterbacks. And I've asked Fitz this a lot over the years. And so, like I said, I'm curious what you think. Do you tend to side more along the lines of guys who, with the mobile running back, they're going to lose out on those touchdowns to the rushing quarterbacks? Or do you tend to side more along the lines of you like that extra efficiency from those guys?
Oh, they're 100%. You're gonna lose out on those touchdowns, and it's the name of the territory. Like, you can't have a Lamar Jackson in your offense and not think that you're gonna miss some attempts, you're gonna miss some touchdowns. But it's what you do with the work that you get, and that's why I'm so into players that are more explosive, like very explosive, and they do really big things, yards after contact, all of that. Like, Jonathan Taylor profiles is one of those backs that, hey, all right, if your rushing attempts goes down, are we still going to get good, big, explosive plays out of you? Because it's going to open up more. We're going to have people that's going out there and they're going to crash down on the quarterback, and it's going to create a lane for you. And you got to be able to hit that lane hard and be able to explode. So I like running backs, even with the mobile quarterback. I understand the reason for the downgrade, but you just have to look at the talent of the running back. If you have the really, really talented running back, they're going to make do with what they get.
Speaking of guys who have mobile quarterbacks that they're sharing a backfield with, let's go to the next player here. Saquon Barkley, obviously changing teams to the Philadelphia Eagles. He's RB6 in ECR, RB5 in ADP. So Fitz, again, kind of along those lines, similar conversation. He's now in a backfield with Jalen Hurts. Obviously with Barkley, you also have the massive offensive line upgrade coming from the Giants. Is that kind of what played into him being on this list for you?
Yeah, and hopefully he stays healthier. But the offensive line upgrade is massive, going from maybe one of the worst offensive lines in the league with the Giants to one of the best with the Eagles. Even despite the Jason Kelce retirement, I think this Eagles offensive line is surely top 10, if not top 10, not top 5.
And where are you ranking Saquon? Like I mentioned, he's kind of RB6 in consensus and then being drafted as RB5. Is that where you have him as well?
Yeah, I have him RB6. I still don't like him as a first round value, but I think early in the second makes sense.
Okay, I was going to ask about that because I think he's going to go in the second round of almost every draft. So is he more in that first, like kind of the first half of the second round for you, not a back end of the second round type of guy?
Yeah, and I do see him get taken at the tail end of the first round quite a bit, maybe in close to half of the drafts I've done so far, but I do think he's better maybe in the first 4 or 5 picks of the second round.
Terrell, where do you have Saquon ranked this year?
Yeah, I think Saquon is, unfortunately, and I hate to say it, I think that he's right where he's at, probably top end of the second round. I wouldn't be mad if somebody take him at the back end of the first round because I think that, unfortunately, the talent's going to be there. As a Giants fan, he's really, really good, and he has the best offensive line in football. Yes, they're going to shore up the center position and make sure that works, but with Jurgens, they've been, everything has been so stationary on the offensive line, and that's the complete opposite that you could say for the New York Giants. And so I think that Saquon is going to get the success that DeAndre Swift had and double it, because I think that he's going to be more consistent. I think he's going to have more of a use in the passing game, and they're going to try to make sure they get him his touches in the passing game, because when he's in open space, he makes some beautiful things happen. So the only thing that I think will go down is the touchdowns, but Saquon has so much usage and so much talent where he can get it on the ground, he can get it through the air, and with the receptions where you're probably not even missing the touchdowns, and the touchdowns probably make it a special week when it's already a good week.
Fitz, one of the other kind of angles too, being paired with a mobile quarterback, it's, not just the maybe added efficiency with the more open running lanes. It's not just the touchdowns. It's also the pass catching, because a lot of times mobile quarterbacks are very willing to, when the pocket's breaking down, rather than checking down and kind of racking up those receptions for the pass catching running backs, which Saquon can be in terms of his skill set, they will just take off. So are you worried about that in Philadelphia, that from a half PPR or full PPR perspective, that Saquon might take a hit?
I am a little worried about that. Jalen is not really a check down guy. So I think Saquon's pass catching productivity is probably a little capped. And let's be honest, we have not seen him be special as a pass catcher in like 3 or 4 years anyway. That's maybe one of the things we were really excited about with him coming into the league, that he could maybe be another Marshall Faulk, who would give us just this phenomenal production, both as a runner and as a pass catcher. We haven't really seen it in the passing game the last few years, but as a runner, I mean, like, there is a lot of promise for Saquon Barkley in 2024, with Jalen Hurts helping to open things up with his mobility, with that improved offensive line.
To a degree, Terrell, I kind of just feel like I see some red flags with Saquon, and I'm viewing him as more of a second round player. I'm just kind of preferring the receivers at the back end of the first round and right at the top of the second round. Having said that, like, am I just overthinking it? Is this like, hey, he was one of the most dynamic running back prospects to come into the NFL 6 years ago. He's still only 27, which is older for a running back. It's not like he's into his 30s yet. He's going to a team that has been very successful, that should have a really good offensive line. Like, there should be touchdown opportunities aplenty. So even if a larger percentage of them are going to his quarterback, the overall bucket of touchdowns, there should just be more available in Philly than there were in New York, like significantly more. So am I just overthinking it? Like, should he actually be considered the back end of the first round more so than I'm giving him credit for?
I mean, the only concern that I have is injury. That's it. Like, I think that the talent is there. I think the offense is there. I think everything is predicated. They paid him the money, and it's not like they paid him a little bit amount of money. They went and broke the market for him. And so I think that they're going to use him. They're probably going to check down a little bit more, run design screens behind that big and mobile offensive line that's going to really, really open things up for Saquon. Like, I think everything is there. It's just, is he going to play the games? Like, that's the only concern I have. And that's probably the only deterrent that has me away from trading him, because I have been scorned by early running backs going down early on in the season. I mean, you name it. I had that running back when he said that he wasn't playing in this year, or they just came up through camp and got hurt. Like, it doesn't matter. So I've been scorned. I've been hurt.
But did you have Le'Veon Bell the year that he chose to sit out? Oh,
Yes.
brutal.
Yes.
Absolutely brutal.
He won me my league the year before. So, I mean, it's so many different things, but that's it. If you tell me that I'm guaranteed to get Saquon for the full duration of the season, I'd say he's a top 5 running back easy.
Okay. Let's take a quick moment to give everybody a reminder about My Playbook. Once your draft is done, manage your fantasy football lineups and dominate your leagues with My Playbook from Fantasy Pros. My Playbook is a suite of powerful tools to help you make better decisions, manage your lineups, and win your leagues. Created by the Fantasy Pros, the #1 fantasy sports advice and tools provider in the world, this app will let you import your team to get custom fantasy football news, rankings, and analysis. So sync your leagues today at fantasypros.com/myplaybook or download the Fantasy Football My Playbook app. All right, we've got a couple more running backs here that Fitz provided to us with his list. Thank you again, Fitz, for actually following the prompts and giving us these names.
Yeah. I'm glad I said something before you did, so it's not as awkward.
Beat me to it. Next running back up is Josh Jacobs. And Fitz, I know this is one that Debro, who will be joining us later on during Fantasy Fest, he was on earlier, he'll be back again later. This is one that he disagrees with. So why are you making the case for Jacobs as a bounce back?
So one thing Debro is hesitant on with Josh Jacobs is that his metrics last year, some of his advanced stats were pretty dismal. He gained 15 or more yards on only 2.1% of his runs. He averaged only 2.29 yards after contact per attempt, which put him near the bottom of the rankings in that category. Had a 45.9% success rate on his runs after being at like 57.4% in 2022. And that's the thing. I mean, Jacobs was terrific in 2022, led the league in rushing, 1,653 yards. Last year, obviously wasn't healthy the entire season, but just the overall efficiency was down. And maybe part of that was that the Raiders played most of the season with a day 3 rookie at quarterback. So Jacobs was seeing a lot of heavy boxes. I think those advanced stats are maybe a little more descriptive than predictive. Because like if you watch Josh Jacobs, he is one of the toughest, best inside runners in the league. And now he goes to this offense that's looking really good with the improved quarterback play from Jordan Love. Last year, Love really turned it on in the second half of the season. They've got all these good young wide receivers, a couple good young tight ends, and a pretty solid offensive line. So I think we're going to see the efficiency back up this year. But the one thing I would caution people about with Josh Jacobs, Matt LaFleur has never really been a one running back kind of guy. He will not pound his running backs the way Sean McVay does. And we've seen this with A.J. Dillon, who I think everyone would agree is a vastly inferior running back to Aaron Jones. Yet even with Aaron Jones healthy, Dillon was getting 10, 11, 12 carries a game on average. And even going back to when LaFleur was the Titans offensive coordinator and had a 24-year-old Derrick Henry, Derrick Henry only got like 50 or 60 more carries that season than Dion Lewis did. So it's not going to be a 300 carry season for Josh Jacobs, but I do think we're going to see the rushing efficiency creep back up after a down year in 2023.
Terrell, Josh Jacobs is RB12 in the expert consensus rankings. He's RB12 in ADP. Is that about the right spot for him?
No, I'm actually out on Josh Jacobs. Once he signed with the Packers, it was a death sentence for him, in my opinion. And it's because, just like Pat said, Matt LaFleur, like free Aaron Jones was a thing around the fantasy community for a long time. They continued to say it. It was a big, big thing. And there was a reason for it. 2019 with Matt LaFleur, 17.8 touches per game. 2020, 17.7. 2021, 14.9. 2022, 16. 2023, 15.6. Like, that's not enough. Josh Jacobs is coming away from a Raiders system that gave him the ball every chance they could. 20.2 in 2019, 20.4, 18.1, 23.1 in 2022, 20.8 last season. Like, he's consistently got the ball. He's worn defenses down, and that's where he's kind of done his work at. But he had a really, really good offensive line to run behind over there in Las Vegas. Not as good here with the Packers. I think they're still trying to figure it out. And right now they're projected towards the bottom of the league in run blocks. So I'm concerned for Josh Jacobs. I just think that the system he's coming from is a lot better, and I don't know if he's going to mesh with it, especially with the hype that it sounds like Marshawn Lloyd is getting in practice.
Let's get to the final running back here that you wanted to talk about, Fitz. It's Javonte Williams, ranking in ECR is RB29, ADP RB31. So this is a bit lower down than the other names we've been talking about. I love this pick by you, Fitz. He has been one of my, kind of coming on recently, but he's been one of my favorite targets in drafts. And we've talked about this on the show before, I really like guys who are another year removed from that big injury. He's young enough that, you would think he could bounce back. It just takes time when you have as devastating a knee injury as he had. It sounds and seems like through the early couple of weeks of preseason that he's going to, have a really good hold on this RB1 spot. I really like the idea of Javonte Williams this year. And I think we could be in for not just like, oh, it was a nice bounce back, but like a major bounce back from Javonte.
Yeah, everyone was so smitten with Javonte when he first came into the league and how powerfully he ran and just like the combination of burst and tackle breaking ability. But he was sharing work with Melvin Gordon. And then we were excited. It looked like Javonte was going to get to be the guy, and then tears his ACL. Comes back last year, averaged 3.6 yards per carry. Didn't really show us the same sort of powerful running style, the sizzle that we saw from him in his rookie year. But now he's more than a full year removed from that knee surgery. And hopefully we'll see more of what we saw from him when he first broke into the league. And what's really appealing to me, Worm, is the pass catching potential with Javonte, because we know in a Sean Payton offense, running backs are going to get their share of targets. The Broncos led the league last year with 153 running back targets. Javonte had 47 receptions. I think he could approach like 60, 65 this year. Just in the preseason game against Green Bay yesterday, he had a nice little dump off from Bo Nix that he turned into a 15-yard gain and had a 14-yard touchdown catch called back because Bo Nix had crept over the line of scrimmage. So we saw it in just the handful of snaps he played in that preseason game. Like, there is a lot of pass catching upside here for Javonte, and hopefully we see more out of him as a runner than we saw last year.
Terrell, do you see a lot of upside here with Javonte also?
Yeah, this is actually a player that I've recently flipped on as early as on air. I flipped on Javonte Williams, and it's just because last year, I want to just really scrap last year from the Denver Broncos record books. Like, I've never seen a coach, and I've kind of gotten to the point of now I'm assuming Sean Payton was tanking that offense last year. He did not want Russell Wilson there. He didn't care. He did whatever it was to make him look bad. And in a couple of preseason games, he has now shown me that Bo Nix is his guy, and he's going to give him every single opportunity to succeed. Whether Bo Nix does anything with it is going to be up to Bo Nix, but Sean Payton is going to give him every single opportunity. I think that does happen in the pass game with short dump offs to Javonte Williams and just allow a player another year off of injury to make plays. If he goes and they're able to nickel and dime this way down the field and they get into a lot of red zone chances that they didn't get last year, he didn't have the opportunity for touchdowns because they weren't in the red zone. Now I think that they might actually be able to get to the red zone enough where he gets those opportunities for touchdowns even more, especially when you have a rookie quarterback and you don't want to put him in harm's way and have him throw on the goal line.
We are up against it on time, but I do want to squeeze in some audience questions that I have not been doing a good job of incorporating into the segment. So let's do some rapid fire here, guys. From Andrew Kell, should I keep Devon Achane or Michael Pittman in my keeper league? Fitz, what do you think?
Achane. I'm an Achane guy. You know,
I knew you were going to say Achane. That was the gimmick. Terrell, what do you think about that? Achane or Pittman?
Did he say what round?
He didn't. He just that was.
I'm gonna
the full question.
assume. I'm gonna go with. I think Achan's a low pick. I'm gonna go with Achan, but if he was in a higher round, Pittman.
Achan's the guy who, if you hit on that, you win your league. So I would say Achan. Another one here. Would you take Amon-Ra or JJ full PPR this season? So Justin Jefferson or St. Brown? Terrell, I'll start with you in full PPR.
Justin Jefferson. I still think that they're just gonna hammer him with targets. It's close though.
Yeah, I'm really torn. Like with the QB stuff, Fitz, what do you think?
I have had Jefferson just ahead of Amon-Ra in my rankings. I've thought about flipping them on several. I can't bring myself to do it. I think Jefferson is QB proof, and I don't necessarily think the McCarthy thing damages Jefferson's value at all this season. I think, Darnold made DJ Moore go when they were together in Carolina. DJ Moore still had a big season, so I think Jefferson's going to have a big season too.
All right, sold. I'll agree. We'll go with Jefferson. House of Cheese asks Garrett Wilson or Kyron Williams in a keeper league. He does not designate rounds. Fitz, what do you think? I mean, for me, it's Wilson pretty easily.
Yeah.
Okay. Terrell, same thing?
Yes. I've been waiting a year for this Garrett Wilson hype. Absolutely.
And I'm like a touch nervous about Kyron, just like the Blake Corum of it all. And he was hurt a bit last year. I know they do really like him as a player, but I'm nervous enough that if you're going to offer me Garrett Wilson instead, assuming this round, there's the keeper value doesn't come into play, I will definitely take him. And then the last one here, just talking about the running backs, is should we be worried about CMC this season? Already has the hamstring injury, of course. So, injuries are always going to be a concern for anybody, really. CMC does have some history with injuries, even if it didn't really creep up as much last year. Terrell, what do you think? Are you worried about CMC this year enough to drop him in rankings?
I think Christian McCaffrey is going to fall off a cliff. The injuries are a lot, man. He's had a lot of carries in the past 2 seasons, and it's already starting now. It's starting small, but if it happens and he misses 2, 3, 4 games, that's not a lot of games missed, but it's still going to hurt in fantasy.
Fitz, we're going to talk a little bit about Christian McCaffrey in the next segment with Billy Muzio, so I'll wait for your answer on the other side. We're going to step away for just a minute here and come back. Thank you so much for joining us, Terrell. It's great to have you at the company and great chatting with you today, and we'll be back with Billy Muzio to talk some running back rankings and tiers. Don't go anywhere.
I'm going to say something that you need to hear. Crossing off names with a pen or drafting based on vibes, that's not a winning strategy. Don't worry, though. I'm going to help you do the right things this year. I'm going to tell you about this awesome tool at Fantasy Pros called the Cheat Sheet Creator. With the Cheat Sheet Creator, you can build your own cheat sheet or pick and choose rankings from over 100 experts. There's even a one-click option to use rankings from the most accurate experts. If you want to fine-tune your cheat sheet yourself, it could not be easier. Just drag and drop players where you want them. Or if you want to let your favorite experts do the work, maybe Pat Fitzmaurice or me, turn on Expert Sync. Your cheat sheet will update whenever they update their rankings, so you're never out of date. The Cheat Sheet Creator's also packed with features to make sure you've got everything in one place on draft night. Want to tag players to target or avoid? Got it. Custom tags? Add them. Set up tiers or jot down notes? Full send. And once I've got my cheat sheet set, I like to pull into our mock draft simulator and run some mocks against my league's ADP. That way I can make adjustments and know I've got the perfect cheat sheet ready to go. So this year, just the draft night stress, throw the pen and paper in the trash. Get prepared, get ahead, and get ready to dominate your league with the Cheat Sheet Creator. Check it out at fantasypros.com/cheat sheet.
Back here on Fantasy Pros Fantasy Fest 2024. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in with us. We are midway through hour 3, so we're about halfway through, actually. I think we're exactly halfway through, if my math is right. So I appreciate everybody sticking around in the first half of today's stream, and everybody who plans to stick around for the whole show. You are the real heroes here, so we appreciate you tuning in. We are bringing on a guest here, Billy Muzio. Billy, I think we did a Fantasy Fest segment last year with the same group of the 3 of us. Am I remembering that correctly? Do you remember?
Sit down, talk football. I think it was the first time you and I podcast together as well. So, now we're seasoned vets together. Let's rock and roll.
We're making it an annual thing, which is definitely fun because I had a great time chatting with you last year. Fitz, let's dive right in. We're talking running back rankings and tiers, and I kind of paused the last segment on this because we were talking about Christian McCaffrey, who, of course, is right at the top of these tiers. And, I'm not sure how much this might change with continued kind of injury updates in either direction with CMC. As of right now, tier 1 is CMC and RB1, Bijan Robinson, RB2, Breece Hall, RB3. So, Fitz, what is your approach with Christian McCaffrey right now if you had to draft tonight?
Take him 101. And we'll see if Billy disagrees. I mean, based on the players behind Billy on that mural, I'm guessing we might not have a lot of disagreement on this one. But yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about the calf strain. Apparently he was running and cutting in practice just like even a week ago, I think. So I'm not too worried about it. And I don't believe in curses. I know he has had a lot of work lately, but people used to be terrified after he missed substantial parts of 2 straight seasons. But now he's given us 2 pretty healthy seasons so far. Like he's been pretty resilient the last couple of years. So I'm not, panicky over this little minor injury in training camp.
He's still at the top for you too, Billy?
Yeah, he's at the top for me. This is kind of a no-brainer pick, and I think there's a lot of variables still. We still have some uncertainty here for the team. There's a lot of potential targets that could be distributed still, but I do really like Chris McCaffrey. This is a no-brainer pick for me as well. I think you could make an argument for CeeDee Lamb to get mixed in there as well, just to have some ownership, but I do think that Christian McCaffrey is one of those guys that you just pull the trigger on if you have the 101 and you lock in yourself some major opportunity share, and someone is going to be in one of the best offenses of football with a chance to score on any given play. So it's a no-brainer for me. Christian McCaffrey, I think the injury right now, they're just playing it safe. This is not somebody they want to roll out the season injured on week 1. They're going to want to keep him fresh going into the season, and they're going to just treat him very delicately with kid gloves all the way until then.
I don't want to spend too much time on tier 1, but before we move off, Billy, I do want to ask your opinion. I brought this up to Fitz in the last segment. Bijan versus Breece, a very kind of popular debate in fantasy circles this season. Do you have a preference yourself? Or I've been saying for me, it's not even 51-49. It's 50.5, 49.5. That's how close it is for me. Do you have a side either way?
Yeah, I have a slight lean with Breece Hall. But this is a tier that's separated from me by less than 1.5 fantasy points. I got Christian McCaffrey pretty far ahead of both these guys, and then I have Derrick Henry and the next tier there slightly behind them. So it just breaks down to preference, and I like the Breece Hall's involvement in the passing game a little bit more, less touch competition. This is an offense that is also down weapons right now with injuries, and so I think that we're going to see Breece Hall continue to see a major amount of opportunities inside of the passing game. And that's not going to be slowing down. This is a player last year who saw 95 targets, number 1 in the league at the position. And I think that we're looking at a similar usage here in 2024. So I like Hall slightly there. Tyler Algier is a good back in Atlanta, and I don't think he's just going to disappear despite the coaching changes. And I think that he's going to remain involved in the offense. And as much as we would like to see Bijan Robinson get 60 to 70% of the workload, I just don't think it's going to happen.
Quickly, Fitz, last question on this tier. By what pick should all 3 of these guys be gone? Is it the top 3? Is it the top 4? Is it the top 8? What pick at that point, these guys should not be on the board anymore?
If you have to start 3 wide receivers every week, I think these guys should be gone by about 7 overall. But if you only have to start 2 wide receivers every week, I think these guys should probably go 1, 2, 3, and should be off the board no later. By pick 5, all 3 should be gone.
It looks like you agree, Billy.
Pat's a sharp man. That's exactly the number I was going to say. Pick 5 to 8, depending upon the format. So love it, Pat.
Awesome. All right, let's get into tier 2 here. Just to quickly read the names. It's Jonathan Taylor, Jahmyr Gibbs, Saquon Barkley, Kyron Williams, Derrick Henry, Travis Etienne. I want to ask about Jahmyr Gibbs because, Fitz, we just talked about Jonathan Taylor and Saquon Barkley in the last segment. Those guys are on either end of Gibbs in the rankings at RB5. So, Fitz, starting with you, what is your approach with Gibbs this year? Are you getting him a lot in the early second round? Is he somebody that you're avoiding that area? I know that you have been concerned about David Montgomery in the past.
Yeah, I'm not getting him at all. And I'll be interested to hear what Billy says about this because Billy is such a great ranker. Like when I have my own lineup debates, Billy's rankings are among the first I'll go to try to break ties for me. So, yeah, I do have Gibbs ranked running back 5, but I'm a little concerned that his workload is not going to justify a late first round pick. So last year, we got off to that slow start where David Montgomery was getting more work than the Gibbs investors wanted to see. Then Montgomery gets hurt and Gibbs goes ballistic. But then Montgomery is back in week 10. And from that point on through the rest of the season, including the playoffs, Jahmyr Gibbs averaged 11.3 carries and 2.9 catches a game. So a little over 14 touches a game. That's basically the same workload that Devon Achane had. Yet people are balking at taking Achane at the round 2, round 3 turn, but seem to have no problem with Gibbs at that round 1, round 2 turn. And I think there's maybe less of a gap between those two than is commonly perceived.
Billy, what do you make of Gibbs?
I'm in the same boat here with Pat, and I think it's more about the ADP than is the player. I think that the player is fantastic, and I think he's got every opportunity to succeed, but he's got a lot of touch competition, and he's playing it with David Montgomery, and this is an offense that we saw feed the target distribution through Amon-Ra St. Brown as well as Laporta, and yes, there's targets available for grab, but I just think that we're going to see more of a dual-headed running back approach. It worked last year. If it's not broke, don't fix it. And I think that they're going to continue to lean on both these backs. We've also seen Gibbs already start to kind of get beat up at times. We're already seeing it now in the preseason. And it's not somebody they're going to, continue to just, give 200 plus touches to. And I think that he's going to make his money in the passing game. And I do think that though he's probably the third option at best on any given week, maybe fourth at time from time. And it's at the cost at ADP currently, I'm choosing other options. Now, if you're, a volume drafter and you're playing in multiple leagues, you have to mix in some exposure. But if I'm in a home league and I got 1 or 2 or 3 drafts, I'm probably passing on them, letting somebody else take it. And I'll gladly take a running back at a cheaper cost much later in the draft who has more upside possibly, or just as much.
Billy, I want to ask before we get out of this tier about Derrick Henry. He's somebody that I feel like I'm just hyping up more and more every single show. Like as I sat down to do my rankings, like I'm just like, I want to have him in my top 5. I just want to be above consensus on him. He's currently RB8. I'm just expecting him to score like 15 touchdowns if he stays healthy, which is not a guarantee. He is a 30-year-old running back, but I'm expecting a really big season from Derrick Henry. So what are you doing with Henry in drafts this year?
I have him at RB4, and I have
Oh, yes. Thank you. I love hearing that.
I have him actually closer to Bijan than people would probably like, and I think there's a real argument to be made to take him ahead of Bijan.
I'd love to hear that.
This season. So I understand the trepidation. I mean, he's 30 years old, but he's still performing. I mean, last year he averaged 4.2 yards per carry on 12 touchdowns. Now he's in an RPO, run-friendly system where Gus Edwards averaged over 5 yards per carry throughout his career. And I mean, let's face it, Derrick Henry's a far superior back than Gus Edwards. And this is, I think, some magic waiting to happen. Henry last year in a less of an offense had 16 runs over 15 yards, what we call, breakaway run rate over at Player Profiler. And he still averaged over 7 defenders in the box, still managed to have, almost 1,200 rushing yards, second most in the league. And, like I said earlier, 12 touchdowns, which is the 6th most in the league. And I'm expecting this box to get lighter in this RPO system. And I'm expecting Henry to take full advantage of the defenses here with keeping teams honest. And I honestly think that Derrick Henry should be an early round 2 pick, if not late round 1 pick, given his new current scheme and his abilities. So I'm all in on Derrick Henry this year.
I love that you agree with me. That makes me feel so much better about my stance on Henry. I've shared this stat on the show before, but for those who, since it's kind of, the big Fantasy Fest, if you're listening for the first time this offseason to Fantasy Pros, I want to share the stat again. Lamar Jackson last year inside the 20 had the 5th most fantasy points of any quarterback. Inside the 10, he had the 5th most fantasy points of any quarterback. Inside the 5, he had the 25th most fantasy points of any quarterback. When they get inside the 5, they are handing it off, and there's nobody better to hand it off to than Derrick Henry. Again, if he is healthy, I think he's scoring 15 touchdowns. Like, not a guarantee, he's a running back, whatever. If he's healthy, there's no way he's under a dozen touchdowns.
I mean, Gus Edwards had 13 touchdowns in this offense last season. And I mean, Henry is bigger, better, faster, stronger. This is the guy that's they're just going to hand it off every single time to him. We are not going to have to worry about somebody like, Josh Allen or Jalen Hurts, who's going to, sneak it in at the 1 or 2 yard line. They take care of Lamar, and they don't want him getting beaten up.
It's a perfect scenario because the threat of Lamar's speed is enough that he kind of hesitates the defense just enough to open up the hole, but he's not actually going to keep the ball. So yeah, I super, super love that. Let's go to tier 3 and a player that you really love talking about, Fitz, and that's Devon Achane. We answered a quick keeper question about him in the last segment. He's ranked RB11 here right now. And again, I kind of alluded to this, but like if you get it right with Achane, you're winning your league. Like that's what the upside is.
Yeah, so I've got him ranked RB7 right now. I mean, I've got him ranked ahead of Kyron Williams, which is probably a minority opinion among rankers, but I think what we saw is last year is a pretty good indication of what Achane is going to be for the entirety of his career. Like, not only does he have this game-breaking speed, like track speed, he was on the track team at Texas A&M, but I think the secret sauce with Achane is his contact balance. Like, he is so hard to, like, for a smaller back, he just bounces off of arm tackles. And sometimes you will see a defender hit him squarely, and it's almost like he is inside a pinball machine where he like almost ricochets off in a different direction faster than he was going before he was hit. Like, he is a really tough dude to bring down, catches passes, and we are just scratching the surface, I think, of what he could do in Mike McDaniel's offense. I'm really excited about him.
Billy, are you trying to be aggressive in how you rank and draft Achane this year, or are you wary of the size and the potential injury stuff and the fact that it has been kind of a small sample size of this elite explosive runner?
This is one of the hardest players to rank this year in 2024, just because talent-wise, he has the ability to be the RB1 in fantasy, but from a team standpoint and opportunity standpoint, I have a little trepidation, and I'm a little concerned about the usage and his size of holding up to a massive amount of increase. But you have to keep in mind, they still have Raheem Mostert here. They drafted Jalen Wright, and that, you know, I don't think that they're going to hand anybody the ball over 200 plus times. And I think that this is going to be distributed amongst all the backs. And so I've kind of been throwing, you know, water on the fire here with Devon Achane. And I think that, you know, he's superb talent. I mean, this is a guy that averaged 7.8 yards per carry, but in my opinion, it's unsustainable here inside the NFL, especially given his size. And I think even you increase his workload statistically, you have to, you know, bring that number down. And when you work out the magic and the math just doesn't equate to where he's being drafted in drafts unless he maintains that efficiency on an increased workload, which I think is going to be hard to do. I do expect him to see an increase usage in the passing game. I think that he'll kind of take over that spot pretty easily. And you know, we're seeing, you know, definitely some opportunities there for him, but I do have a little hesitation with him as a full-time runner, and not from, like I said, not from a talent standpoint, but more about opportunity and how much he's actually going to see the ball. You know, we had Raheem Mostert in a career year last year, and he's not going away anytime soon either. And so I just have a little bit of hesitation when I'm pulling the trigger on him every time. But it's a guy that you have to own inside of drafts, and he's the guy that could absolutely beat you if you don't have some shares.
Fitz, another name in this tier, the last name in this tier is Kenneth Walker, somebody who, you know, we love the talent of, and there, you know, some managers were kind of scared off with the Zach Charbonnet addition in Seattle. By all accounts, like from what we saw last year, but especially so far from what we've heard that training camp, it really does sound like Walker is like very much solidifying himself as the guy in this backfield. I'm really excited about Walker this year. I think RB16 is like a bit too low. I haven't totally sat down and said who definitively needs to be behind him, but it feels like he should be closer to RB1 territory, given the talent, given the potential usage, and given the potential upgrade, you know, at offensive coordinator and what we just could see out of this offense in general this year. What do you think about Walker?
Yeah, no running back has forced more missed tackles than Kenneth Walker since he came into the league 2 years ago. Like, that speaks volumes about his talent. And I think maybe sometimes people forget that when he came into the league, he was considered almost the equal of Breece Hall as a prospect. He'd had this great final season at Michigan State where he ran for 1,600 yards, scored 19 touchdowns. Maybe the only knock on him coming out of college was that he hadn't shown much as a pass catcher, but that was probably more about the Spartans offense than it was about Walker himself. I get the hesitation because of the presence of Zach Charbonnet, because Charbonnet was a second-round pick, but in games they played together last year, Walker averaged 15.7 touches a game, Charbonnet 7.4 touches a game. So Seattle's kind of made its choice. They do have a new play caller now, and I know maybe the balance could shift a little bit. I've also heard people worried that Seattle might throw more with Ryan Grubb as the offensive coordinator, although Seattle already had the 5th highest pass rate in the league last year. So I don't know how much more they could throw than they did last year. I just think this is a really talented guy whose best seasons are still ahead of him. And this is a guy who still has averaged 80 yards from scrimmage a game over his first 2 seasons with 9 touchdowns in each of those seasons. So he's already given us some pretty good years. And I think there's still meat on the bone.
Billy, I wanted to ask you with Walker. So he's ranked RB16 right now. Two of the names that you highlighted that you wanted to bring up are Joe Mixon at RB15 and Alvin Kamara, who's at the top of tier 4 at RB17. So kind of these three guys who are back to back in the expert consensus rankings, Joe Mixon, Kenneth Walker, Alvin Kamara, how are you parsing between those three?
Yeah, I have a pretty big tier break between Joe Mixon and these guys. I got Kamara at RB14, Joe Mixon RB9, and then I have Kenneth Walker here at RB15. So I do have these two closer, but Mixon to me just in a much better situation. Gets an offensive line upgrade in my opinion. The Texans were pretty plagued by injury last year at the line, but I do think they have the potential to be elite if they're fully healthy this year. I mean, Tunsil is one of the best top left tackles in the league, and you have Mason and Howard, who are also reliable on the right side. So this is a team that we know is going to be a powerhouse as well. Joe Mixon here is a back that can do it all. He's a guy that's going to get catches. He's a guy that's going to run, and there's a lot of targets to be distributed in this offense. This is actually the hardest offense to project, in my opinion, of football right now, is the Houston Texans and how they're going to distribute all these touches. But I do think that Mixon's in a pretty safe spot to be in a RB1's conversation. I mean, last year 6.7 defenders in the box. And I think that he was inefficient last year, and I think we're going to see those efficiencies increase here in 2024. Talking about Walker, I think he's probably in line with where his ADP is going at right now, and I agree with Pat. I think that it's pretty clear that he's the lead back over Zach Charbonnet, and Zach Charbonnet is the change of pace guy. And I do think that the offensive coordinator position, Ryan Grubb, I think the passing mix, I should say, is going to help the run game, and it's going to just open up the box a little bit more.
So the next name that you kind of wanted to talk about, Billy, is Ramondre Stevenson. And I'll give you a break because I just asked you about 3 players in a row. So Fitz, before we get to Billy's opinion, what do you think of Ramondre Stevenson?
I haven't been getting a lot of him lately. I'm a little worried about that offensive line, which could be one of the worst in the league. And I'm worried that the Patriots aren't going to put a lot of points on the board this year. I like the player. I mean, I am always a sucker for the dancing rhino types who, the big guys who can bowl you over and have really quick feet. So I love the type. And I mean, I have been overweight on Ramondre in drafts the last couple of years, but this year I've been a little more cautious.
All right, Billy, now that you've had a chance to catch your breath, what do you think about Ramondre?
Yeah, I just like it as it breaks down necessity. I mean, this is a guy that is going to be involved in the passing game, going to be involved in the ground. I think, to Pat's point, they are going to be bad. I think the line's going to be bad, and it's not going to help him on the ground, but they're going to have to use him in the passing game. And this is a guy that can catch 50 plus balls, I think. And you look at the receiving core, it's questionable at best. You look at the tight end core, and outside of Hunter Henry, it gets shaky as well. And so I think that this is somebody that's going to be on the field a lot. I mean, we're probably talking about snap share in the 80% range, potentially 75% range. And when they get down to the red zone, he's probably going to be the go-to guy. And I think that just out of pure necessity and like math, I think he's going to have to perform based upon the volume we're going to see. He may not be that efficient, but this is kind of like a going back to last year, looking at Rachaad White, and we saw how inefficient he was, but out of necessity, they had to use him. And I think we're looking at a similar usage here in 2024 for Ramondre Stevenson.
To Billy's point, Ezekiel Elliott, as people may recall, was PPR gold when he was forced to play a lot for the Patriots last year. And maybe we see the same thing with Ramondre.
I want to take a quick second to tell everybody about Draft Intel, the secret weapon you need to dominate your league. You can get it for free by syncing your league today at fantasypros.com/intel. It provides a deep dive into your league mates' drafting history, showing their patterns, tendencies, draft strategies, and more. Want to know who always drafts rookies too early or who reaches for homer picks? Draft Intel will tell you. Best of all, if you're a premium member, you can even mock draft against your league's intel. Make Draft Intel your secret weapon and begin dominating your league today at fantasypros.com/intel. All right, guys, let's wrap up by skipping ahead to tier 6. There's a couple names here that you highlighted, Fitz. We're going to start with Jaleel McLaughlin. He's down at RB49 in ECR, and we talked a bit about Javonte in the last segment. It's a really interesting backfield to examine because if Sean Payton does have a favorite in this backfield, that player will be a value in fantasy drafts this summer. Like, just based on where these guys are going, if there is a kind of a clear back in here, and even if it's not a clear back, the way he might use Jaleel McLaughlin, and we have Debro in the waiting room to come on next segment, I'm sure he would love to talk about McLaughlin too, given his love for him. But I say all that to say that this is someone that could end up being a pretty nice value, especially with as cheaply as he's going.
Yeah, Debro is back there like a caged animal, not being able to wax poetic about Jaleel McLaughlin, like not being on this segment. So I guess I'll have to pinch hit for Debro in that regard. If I don't get Javonte Williams in my drafts, like I want to come out of it with Jaleel McLaughlin, because all those running back targets, and there are going to be a ton of them, 153 RB targets for the Broncos last year. A long history of Sean Payton offenses peppering the running backs with targets when it was Drew Brees running the show in New Orleans. And Bo Nix has been a screen and check down machine throughout his college career. Jaleel's going to get in on that, and they like him a lot. And Sean Payton has consistently talked McLaughlin up, not only as a player, but like as far as his work ethic and being a guy who's at the facility early and always looking to get better. And this guy is explosive. Like, I think he's going to be the number 2. I think he's going to get in on this target bonanza. And he had 31 catches last year. Maybe he could get 50 plus this year.
Billy, what are you doing with this backfield overall?
I'm nodding in agreement with Pat right now. This is a guy that if given more opportunity, he could potentially be inside the top 37, 38, the position. I have him at RB 42 right now, slightly ahead of consensus, but he was RB9 in fantasy points per opportunity. The problem is he just didn't see a lot of opportunity. And so I think we are going to see him get a crack at it more here in 2024. To Pat's point, they've been talking him up. First to practice, last to leave, putting in the effort, and you mentioned here at the top of the segment that if we can find a back that Sean Payton likes, he's going to pay off dividends in fantasy. And right now, this seems to be that the arrow is pointing to Jaleel McLaughlin. This is a guy that is also electric on the ground. He was, RB 13 in breakaway run rate. He was RB 6 in juke rate, true yards per carry, RB 4 at 5.1. This is a guy I'm attacking pretty aggressively inside of draft rooms, and his ADP's been rising as of late. But it was very nice when he was going, outside the top 50th position. But he's one of my most owned backs, especially when I'm building 0 RB teams.
This just in from Debro. Jaleel is king, is what he's saying. So we know how he feels. This whole tier, I'm not going to read through every name because it's a very large tier, but there's a lot of rookies that I really like here. There's a lot of sleepers I really like here. Ray Davis is in this tier. Blake Corum is in this tier. Rico Dowdle, obviously not a rookie, but he's in this tier. Jaleel McLaughlin, of course. J.K. Dobbins, I love at cost this year. There's just a lot of really interesting names kind of in this range. So this is a range where I want to be drafting running backs. Fitz, you did highlight Corum as somebody that you wanted to touch on. We talked a little bit about Kyren Williams earlier. Corum, obviously, the other side of that coin. In the Rams backfield, I like Corum quite a bit as well. He's RB 41, both in rankings and ADP. Is he somebody you're trying to be aggressive with?
Yes, he is the lottery ticket you want in your pocket, because if he does pay off, the payoff could be enormous. We've seen Sean Payton running backs have these monstrous seasons, and no one expected Kyren Williams to do what he did last year. But Kyren also missed time. He is a small guy. I know they're listing him now at 202 pounds. I really doubt he's north of 200 pounds. They drafted Blake Corum as early as they did for a reason. I don't think they want to give Kyren Williams 21 touches a game the way they did last year. So Corum's maybe going to have a fantasy relevant role independent of Kyren's health. But if anything happened to Kyren, you're going to see a bonanza similar to what we saw with Kyren last year with Corum.
Billy, is Corum one of the guys that you're targeting in this range? If you're looking at like a true handcuff, maybe it's more Tyler Algier, but does Corum kind of fall into that category for you?
Built, if you've seen him, he's just massive, and I think that they're going to start using him early and often inside of this rushing attack. It was pretty clear that Kyren wasn't able to hold up to the workload that he was given last year. He started breaking down, and he was very efficient and was able to do a lot with those touches. But I don't think they're going to give him that type of workload here again in 2024. So Blake Corum is definitely a handcuff I'm attacking in drafts.
Let's jump into a couple of audience questions here before we wrap up. And one of the questions that we did get was Jonathan Brooks, Blake Corum, and Trey Benson. How would you rank them in a dynasty win now mode? Fitz, who are you taking if you're win now in dynasty with those three?
I have to go with Brooks first. I mean, Brooks is, if it all hits with Brooks, like he is probably the most talented back in this class. But I do think Corum is the best pure runner in this class. And the way Benson has had a little bit of trouble getting traction in Cardinals training camp, I think I've now got Corum ahead of Benson.
What do you think, Billy?
Yeah, I agree. I think Brooks has the most upside, especially given the other running backs around him. The injury has me a little concerned to start the season, but this is the kind of guy that could have a monster second half of the season and really help you win down the playoffs. So I would agree with Pat here. I'm going to take Brooks, and then I agree. I have Corum ahead of Benson as well. It is close, but I think that Corum gets a slight nod for me.
Let's quickly answer 2 more audience questions here, then we'll wrap up. Jennifer Boland asks, Ayuk or Evans this year? And obviously there's a degree of uncertainty still with Ayuk. What do you think, Billy?
Well, you know that Ayuk is signing with the Steelers, and then he's going to sign with the Niners, and then he's going to sign with the Steelers, and it's a never-ending saga. So I think that regardless of the situation, I think I'd take Ayuk on both teams over Evans this year. I think that if he's in the Niners, we're going to see, a lower target distribution again, probably in that 120 target range, which is, not great for a wide receiver 1, but he's going to be efficient with those targets. Where if he goes to Pittsburgh, I think he sees an increase in targets, but a decrease in efficiency. So it's kind of a wash for me. And I think I'd still rank him around the same.
Fitz, Ayuk or Evans?
I've got Evans ranked higher, 1,000-yard season, wash, rinse, repeat. And Ayuk only had 106 targets last year. I don't see a way for him, barring some major injury to one of the other components of that offense, for him to significantly bump that target total. And he was maxed out on efficiency last year as far as yards per catch, yards per target, yards per route run. It's going to be hard for him to top that, those numbers from last year. So I think Evans is a little bit safer.
I'm actually going to skip this last question here, and we're going to talk about the next segment when we're talking about wide receivers anyway. We are going to be back here in just a minute with D-Bro to talk some wide receiver rankings and tiers. Billy, thank you so much for coming on. Like I said, I hope we can make this an annual segment here with the 3 of us talking whatever it is that we decide to talk about. But I appreciate you making the time during a busy season.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, gentlemen. Always appreciate the invite and love talking football with you.
Awesome. We'll be back in just a second, everybody, so don't go anywhere.
Drafting requires more than just luck. You need to be prepared for your draft, but preparation has become a chore these days. It's time consuming, and most of it is so generic, and it's not made for you. Well, that's where Draft Wizard comes in. Draft Wizard is built to understand you and your league, and you'll get tools that shape themselves directly to your league settings. And it works with nearly every popular platform, including Yahoo, Sleeper, ESPN, NFL.com, CBS, and many more. To use Draft Wizard, first you'll sync your league to import your settings. Once you've synced your league, you can make a custom cheat sheet built in seconds that maps themselves directly to your league settings. Next, run hyper-realistic mock drafts based entirely on your league that feel like your real draft would. Finally, when draft day comes, the draft assistant will be there for you to track your draft as it goes on and to help you make the most of every pick. So don't go to your draft unprepared or stressed. Sync your league, get personalized advice, practice like a pro, and be ready for draft day. This season, use the ultimate cheat code and make draft prep easy with Draft Wizard. Get started today at fantasypros.com/draftwizard or on the Fantasy Football Draft Wizard app.
We are back. Hour 2 for me, hour 4 for the whole show. So once again, thank you to everybody who stuck around for this whole afternoon and who plans to stick around deep into the evening. We, of course, are bringing back D-Bro, Derek Brow. D-Bro, how did your first couple of segments go?
Kids and grab food and everything. So, trying to sprint back in here. So if I'm sweating, it's because I've been running, man. Running.
Yeah, that's it's not from your daily going to the gym. I see all your tweets.
Not that.
All that good stuff.
Not that. I'm over the hill. Gym is done. Nah.
Hey, your words, not mine. We're gonna be talking.
I'm trying to beat you to the punch. So
yeah, we're gonna be talking some wide receiver rankings and tiers. Of course, we just did this with the running backs last segment with Billy. So we are now bringing on D-Bro to talk a little wide receiver action. Again, as a reminder, all of our 2024 consensus rankings and those tiers can be found at fantasypros.com/rankings. Let's jump right into the very top. As it currently stands, we've got CeeDee Lamb, Tyreek Hill, and Jamar Chase. Down in tier 2 is Justin Jefferson and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I bring those up because those are kind of the 5 names that you most often hear. But the way our consensus tiers have it is there is a tier within those 5, and it's those top 3. So, Debro, starting with you, are those the right 3 names to be at the top? And is Lamb, Tyreek, Chase the right order?
I have it Chase, Lamb, and Tyreek. And I think that especially those top 2 guys, it is so dependent upon these contract situations. And like people keep asking questions in the Discord, like, okay, I'm here. Who do I draft? Should I be worried about Lamb? And I'm like, dude, it's a fluid situation. I mean, right now we're just kind of like flying by the seat of our pants and saying, okay, hopefully we get some clarity on both of these top wide receivers before you get to your draft day. So, I mean, if you get the heebie-jeebies, I don't hate anybody going Tyreek Hill over the top 3, or at least over Chase or over Lamb. But Chase is my wide receiver 1 right now, assuming he's playing and has the contract. So I'm not moving off of him.
Debra, I already kind of asked Fitz this from the running back perspective in the last segment, but are these guys going before the Bijans and the Breeses of the world? Are they behind them for you? Are they kind of interspersed all within one big overall tier? Like, how are you approaching it between, not just parsing between these guys among the position, but against those elite running backs?
I think a lot of it goes down to format, how your draft goes and stuff. But the other thing, like, I mean, I've got them all kind of lumped together. Like, Chase is my number 1 overall player, but if you were to tell me, like, out of those top like 4 to 5 guys, you wanted to go Bijan, or you wanted to go CMC, or you wanted, like, I'm not gonna sit here and push back about that, because the big takeaway here is they're all super elite players, so it's really just kind of pick your flavor.
Fitz, is this the right tier 1 with just these 3 names, and is this the right order within the tier?
So I do believe it's the right 3. I mean, you can make a case for Jefferson and Amon-Ra belonging on this tier, but if they are to be their own tier 2, I'm fine with that also. I've got it Tyreek, Chase, Lamb. Lamb only falls to the bottom because of the contract situation, and because I'm starting to get a little nervous about it, and because Chase is a really nice option himself. I like Tyreek Hill. If I were going to bet on who is going to lead all receivers in fantasy points, I would bet on Tyreek, but I won't always follow my own rankings just because I love Jalen Waddle and Devon Achane as options around that 2-3 turn. So drafting Tyreek at the top kind of takes me out of the Waddle and Achane business, and I don't like that.
I've got it as Lamb, Chase, Tyreek for me. So we all have it as the same top 3, just maybe kind of, parsing through different orders. But again, all these guys are elite, excellent options. We don't need to spend too much time on them. Let's go into tier 2. And within tier 2, I do think there kind of should be 2 separate tiers. As it currently stands, it's Jefferson, St. Brown, A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Puka Nacua. I do think Jefferson and St. Brown kind of stand ahead, right? But as of now, they are kind of clumped together in this tier. Fitz, do you agree, that there should be kind of a separation there? There's no case to be made for Brown, Puka, Garrett Wilson up with Jefferson and St. Brown, or is there?
I don't think there is. And I might need Debro, the staunch Puka advocate, to try to talk me off the ledge with Puka. I'm getting a little bit nervous. I'm not going to lie. I do have my doubts that Cooper Kupp's going to be able to stay healthy all year. But if he does, I feel like there's a non-zero chance that he out-targets Puka Nacua this year. Like, we know Puka's terrific. What we saw last year was no fluke. But I'm starting to wonder if he should be on this tier, maybe at the top of the next tier.
Debro, what do you think?
I'm not pushing back off of Puka. I mean, look, right now, there's very few coaches that when they talk about injuries that I trust, but I do think that Sean McVay is a straight shooter. I think that he does not lie to the media. Now, is he always the most forthcoming and stuff? No, but no coach is. So we have to understand what quotes we get and things like that. But I mean, he said Puka should be ready for week 1, and I haven't moved Puka in my rankings. And the thing about Puka that, like, I'm not moving him back if taking the knee injury out of this. Like, we want to invest in second-year wide receivers, right? Like, that's always been a thing. That's what we talk about every single year. And if they take another step forward, why the heck do we not want to fully invest in a guy that we saw break every rookie record last year? Like, why would that not be somebody we wanted to be like, okay, well, as a rookie, he was awesome. On a per-game basis with Kupp on the field, he was awesome, and he outscored him. Why would that not happen yet again this year with Kupp another year older? And I know right now everything's great and grand with Cup. It's the same thing like when you invest in these aging wide receivers, it's kind of almost right now the DeAndre Hopkins corollary. It's like, oh, he's a value, he's awesome and stuff until, oh crap, he's a veteran wide receiver and he gets banged up, which we've seen at a Cup the last few seasons. And then it's like, oh, it all comes crashing down, and then Puka's a league winner and he's a top 3 wide receiver.
I want to ask quickly about Garrett Wilson before we move on to tier 3. When I look at every wide receiver, if I had to bet my life on one guy to be in the top 5 next year who is not currently in the top 5, it's either Garrett Wilson or it's somebody in the next tier that we're about to talk about. Like, I just think that there's such a clear path to him taking a leap into the elite territory. I get why AJ Brown is ranked ahead of him. I think it's justifiable. I think it's totally earned by AJ Brown and what he's done in his career. I kind of come away from a lot of drafts just wishing that I had Garrett Wilson instead, because I'm so confident that if everybody stays healthy in that offense, he will make not just like a leap and be a value even going late in the first round, which is weird to say, but like could be one of those like top 5 picks next year. Fitz, what do you think about that between kind of Brown and Garrett Wilson back, head to head?
That has been a rankings debate for me all off season, and Wilson should get some sort of medal for having had a 1,000-yard season last year with the quarterbacking he endured with the Jets. And now, like, if we're getting something reasonably close to not vintage Aaron Rodgers, but the last iteration of Aaron Rodgers we saw with the Packers, who maybe was, 80 to 90% of peak Aaron Rodgers, but 80 to 90% of peak Aaron Rodgers is still pretty good. So if we get a full season of that for Garrett Wilson, yeah, he's going to put up some really big numbers this year.
I want to throw this out there real fast because I feel like when we're talking about these top tiers, there's 2 guys at the buzz, or well, one guy that I think has been polarizing because of the injuries and stuff with JJ McCarthy. I want to throw this out here, boys. I'm not fading Justin Jefferson. Like, I still have him tier 1. I will take the falling value. Like, I'm not worried about Jefferson at all. I need to make that very, very clear to everybody watching this show right now, because I've seen and I've heard and have gotten questions in the Discord about Jefferson falling to the back end of first round. Everybody's so worried. I'm like, does everybody not realize he was still on pace for 2,000 receiving yards with Nick Mullins under center? And Nick Mullins is still on this roster. So all the worries about Sam Darnold, if he sucks, Nick Mullins is coming in. And we already know what that looks like. So I'm not worried about Jefferson. And the point about Garrett Wilson, I have AJ Brown ranked above Garrett Wilson, and I have him as a tier 1 wide receiver. I think he's got wide receiver 1 overall upside this year, because as good as AJ Brown has been, and this is no shade at Devonta Smith, and we'll talk about him later, but AJ Brown what did we see out of last year before that offense truly went sideways? He went on a run where he was dominating. And this year with Kellen Moore coming in, we have seen the Eagles go pace up. We have never, ever, ever, ever seen the Eagles go pace up and pass happy and throw a lot in the red zone. So while everybody's worried about, is it Barkley or is it Jalen Hurts that gets the inside the 10 touches and the touchdowns? I think that we could be sleeping on a monster season from AJ Brown.
I do think it's a good point that, like, I think he just gets under discussed on a lot of shows,
Yes.
especially this offseason. Like, you're either talking about the elite tier 1 guys, which you have him there, but he's not there in consensus, or you're talking about the fun young up and comers like Puka and Garrett Wilson. Like, he kind of gets overlooked, not in terms of ranking, but in terms of discussion. So I'm glad you brought him up, and I think it's worth kind of highlighting that there's significant upside here too. I get so much FOMO when I don't have Garrett Wilson that I find myself drafting him over AJ Brown more. But again, I think it's super justifiable and probably correct to have AJ Brown at least ranked higher. Let's get into tier 3, and there's a couple of young names here that I want to talk about. We'll start with Drake London, and Debro, this has been your guy from day one, and that has not changed here as we enter into the 2024 season. Obviously, the quarterback upgrade is significant. He's currently ranked as a wide receiver 1 at the back end of those rankings, going kind of in that early, round 2, mid-round 2 range, depending on the league. How excited? I mean, let me just clear the paint and say, how excited are you for Drake London?
I love Drake London. I'm going to draft him in the second round in so many leagues. And I get where people are saying, okay, well, we haven't seen it. But if you look at his rookie season and we had more passing volume in that offense, then we would have already seen it. Like, just to be kind, rewind for people and remind them the talent of Drake London in his rookie season amongst all qualifying wide receivers, at least 50 targets. This man ranked 4th in target share, 15th in yards per route run, and 7th in first downs per route run. So on a per route basis, he was producing as a wide receiver 1, a very strong wide receiver 1. The reason we didn't get the fantasy production to follow that type of skill level is because of the passing volume. Oh my Lord. Well, welcome to 2024, people. We're getting the passing volume this year. So Drake London to the moon.
Fitz, what are you doing with London? I know there's other names in this tier that you want to talk about. We'll get to them in a second, but London specifically with where he's ranked right now, and obviously you have to use a second round pick to get him. Are you comfortable with that, or are you still a little bit hesitant?
Yeah, very comfortable with him in the second. I'm just not getting as much of him as I would like because I do have Marvin Harrison Jr. and Chris Olave ranked ahead of him. But yeah, I mean, I like him. I came onto the Fantasy Fest over an hour ago, throwing shade at Arthur Smith, and I'll just continue that. London, considering that the number 2 wide receiver in targets last year for the Falcons had 30 all season. You would have thought Drake London would have had this mammoth target total. I think he finished like 29th in targets in the league last year. And, that is suboptimal play calling, I would say. And I think London's going to have a much better year. No question about the talent. I mean, you just watch it and he is going to be really good this year.
Yeah, let's actually go to Olave, Fitz, because you kind of just mentioned him already. Because they're back to back in the rankings right now. They're both young guys. They both have had quarterback problems in the past. We believe in the talent for both of them. So what's separating the two of them for you, and why are you interested in Olave?
Yeah, I mean, 87 catches for 1,123 yards last year, 12th in targets among wide receivers. I know people aren't all that excited about Derek Carr as his quarterback, and I get that. But, Carr has floated some pretty good seasons for Raiders receivers in the past. I mean, like, this was a guy who facilitated 1,000-yard seasons for Amari Cooper and Michael Crabtree in the same year, much earlier in his career. So I'm not too worried about that. Olave hasn't had more than 5 touchdowns in either of his first 2 seasons, but considering that he had 32 touchdowns in 33 career games his last 3 years at Ohio State, I think there's maybe some untapped TD upside here. I just think he's a really good player, and he could be in line for a big target share. Just in the preseason game last night, 9 passing attempts for Derek Carr, and 4 of them were targeted to Chris Olave. I think that's a sign of things to come.
Debra, are you going back to the well with Olave this year?
Oh, you better believe it, man. I love Olave this year. I mean, like, he's going to eat, man. Like, what's to stop him from getting a 30% target share? Like, legit. Like, he's already shown to us that he can command targets at a high level. There's nobody. Like, Rashid Shaheed, while I like him, this is going to be a ridiculously concentrated passing attack. And now Shaheed's banged up. Juwan Johnson is banged up. Like, there is nothing to stop Chris Olave from seeing 10 to 12 to 14 targets every single week. And I know we kind of brought up Derek Carr in this discussion. I would like to also interject here for a second that Carr, and I found this like when I was pulling up Jordan Love stats from last year, weeks 12 through 18. How many people out there know that Derek Carr ranked 3rd in passing touchdowns, and amongst all guys, like, he was top 10 also in adjusted completion rate? So while I'm not over the moon with Carr, I think we are sleeping on a little bit of his talent in the sense that he can support Chris Olave, especially considering that supporting cast to a monster season.
One other name in this tier that I want to talk about is Jalen Waddle. I did a bunch of shows with you guys and Erickson over the last few weeks about different people's favorite picks in every round. And Debra, I think you were the only one who didn't have Jalen Waddle as your favorite 3rd round pick. Not that you dislike Waddle, but everybody else was just go draft Jalen Waddle in the 3rd round. He's the most obvious smash pick there. There's a high floor. There's also a high ceiling. So Debra, why did you not pick him in the 3rd round? And how much do you hate Jalen Waddle?
I don't hate Jalen Waddle at all.
I know.
I really like Jalen Waddle. It's just when we got to that point in the draft, there's just other guys, and Waddle is among them. Like, I like Waddle a lot this year, and he's again. I think the one thing, the point that we're not connecting, though, I will say this on Waddle is if we are all collectively very, very high on Waddle and we think that regression points to him having a better year than he did last year, shouldn't we also be just a tad? And I'm not saying a ton, and I'm not saying he falls off the map. If we think Waddle gets more touchdowns this year and he has a really, really good season, shouldn't we be just a touch lower on Tyreek Hill than we are?
I mean, I think it's reasonable. Fitz, what do you think?
No, I mean, because I think the targets are going to be pretty heavily concentrated with Hill and Waddle to the wideouts. Like I'm sort of fading any sort of impact for OBJ. Like, yeah, I mean, Waddle has put together 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons, and he's done 2 of them playing with Tyreek Hill, who's been this mammoth target hog. I mean, Waddle got to 1,000 yards last year playing with Tyreek and missing 3 games. And he does it because he's a really good receiver. He's averaged 10.7 yards per target, a really, really good number over the last years while playing with Tyreek Hill. So I know some people are a little bit hesitant to take the number 2 receiver in any team's offense, and Waddle's wide receiver 20 ADP reflects that. I think he should be going much earlier. I've got him wide receiver 13.
I want to quick.
Go ahead. I got him wide receiver 15. Sorry, Worm.
Okay, no, you're good. I want to quickly touch on a couple other names in this tier. When I mentioned Garrett Wilson as kind of the guy that I was like, if I had to bet on one person to be in the top 5 next year who isn't there now, it's Wilson. The other guy in that conversation for me is Marvin Harrison Jr. The only thing he hasn't done is do it in the NFL level yet. But if he does it for a year, what is there to knock against him? If he has a season that I think we are all expecting him to have, and he's ranked as a wide receiver 1 before playing a down in the NFL, then I just think it'll be impossible to keep him out of the top 5 next year. I mean, Debro, is that like a reasonable assessment for you, or are you maybe a little bit more bearish on him than I am?
I'm not worried about Marvin Harrison Jr. at all. Like I honestly wouldn't. I think he's in that long, or not long, but that tier of like the back end wide receiver 1s where, again, I think it's just pick your flavor. Like if somebody were to tell me they wanted to draft Marvin Harrison Jr. at the back end of round 1, I wouldn't push back on it at all, man. Like he's got the freaking talent. If anything, and I know Erickson was talking about him earlier about like the price and stuff like that. If anything, that should point to the fact that like we're getting better as drafters and people are understanding rookie wide receivers of this talent area code can be freaking awesome from the jump. So I don't have a problem drafting him at all.
Fitz, you've gushed about Marvin Harrison Jr. as much as anybody in the industry. Do you have anything else you want to add?
No, I mean, the Ohio State University has been a wide receiver factory, and Harrison might be the crown jewel to come out of Ohio State. Like, no doubts about him.
Shout out to Brian Hartline.
Yeah, exactly. The Buckeyes wide receivers coach has done a heck of a job with the guys he has turned out there. And I watch a lot of Big Ten football, and I have no doubts that Harrison's going to be a star.
I want to bring up a question that we got from the audience, and this is one I alluded to last segment. The question is that ESPN has moved Deebo Samuel up to 19 overall in PPR. Does that mean that they are expecting Ayuk to be traded? And I less want to answer, I don't know what ESPN knows or doesn't know, but more to the point, I want to ask you guys, is that an appropriate ranking for Deebo if Ayuk is moved? He is currently in tier 3 as wide receiver 15, but should we be much more aggressive on him if we think that it's very likely Ayuk is moved, Debro?
I'm not going to be aggressive on him until Ayuk is moved. Deebo is a guy that has been confounding for years and years. I'm always below consensus on him because it's like, he's just an outlier, man. Like, and maybe this is the point where like I should learn lessons of yesteryear, but we don't have a ton of volume. He produces outlandish numbers, outlier numbers, depending on like high leverage situations. He gets rushing attempts, all this kind of stuff. It comes down to like when I'm in that range and I'm looking at Deebo, I'm just going other directions. There's other wide receivers I would much rather place the bet on that I think have higher target expectations. And maybe that's just a hole in my game that like I need to address as far as with Deebo Samuel.
Fitz, what do you think about Deebo if Ayuk is moved?
I think he goes to the top of round 2, and I am probably having an internal debate about whether to rank him ahead of Puka Nacua. Sorry, Debro.
Oh, I mean, if Ayuk were to leave, I would move Deebo up, but I think like for me, the conversation for me would start like at wide receiver 11 or wide receiver 12. Like I just can't pass up the raw target volume of Harrison and Olave and even Puka.
If you are a sports betting enthusiast, you'll want to download the free Betting Pros app for iOS and Android. Use Sportsbook Sync to automatically track your bets across all major sportsbook in one spot. Easily track your bet performance by sport and bet type, including game picks, props, and parlays. Get personalized bet recommendations tailored to your interests, create your own betting system for free, and receive ongoing bets that match your criteria all season long. This all sounds great, but what's even better is that you can get a free trial of Betting Pros Premium right now. If you've never had Betting Pros Premium, just download the Betting Pros sports betting app and activate your free trial of Betting Pros Premium on the upgrade screen. Start your journey to becoming a true betting pro today. All right, guys, we've got a couple of other receivers we want to hit on here. Let's talk about Devontae Smith. Fitz, I know this is somebody that you highlighted. He's ranked wide receiver 22, ADP wide receiver 23. We talked a bit about A.J. Brown already. Are you excited for Devontae Smith as well?
Yeah, quietly has averaged 88 catches and 1,131 yards over the last 2 years. And another case of a guy getting overlooked because he is the number 2 receiver on his own team. So, but if people are going to overlook him, I'll happily take him, because looking at that ADP of wide receiver 23, I've got him wide receiver 16. And not surprisingly, I've been coming away with Devontae Smith in a lot of drafts lately.
Debro, Smith is back end of tier 4. Like I said, wide receiver 22 overall. Is that an appropriate range for him, or do you think that's off?
It's a little bit too low. I'm with Fitzy here. I've got him at wide receiver 17. And when I'm projecting for that offense, again, like I waxed poetic about A.J. Brown a little bit earlier. It goes back to, I think we're going to see the most passing volume for the Eagles passing attack that we've seen since Jalen Hurts has been the starting quarterback. I think we see that this year. And so we need to be raising the floor for Devontae Smith this season.
Kind of back to back with him in the rankings, Malik Neighbors, who I think is ranked too low. He's wide receiver 23, wide receiver 24 in ADP, 23 is an ECR. I am just taking all of the Malik Neighbors this year. I'm not worried about like the little ankle thing he had in practice. We talked about, again, in one of those episodes we did with kind of favorite picks by each round. Deaver, I think you had Neighbors as your favorite round 5 pick. And I said, he's not getting to round 5 if I'm in that draft room. Cause I just like with the target volume I expect him to get, and with the talent level that I know he has, it's just like very hard for me to imagine he's not a top 18 receiver by the end of the season, assuming health. Like I think Daniel Jones is not very good, but he's good enough for an elite receiver like this. I just don't get the case against him for being outside the top 20.
Yeah, I mean, I've got him inside my top 20. I've got him actually at wide receiver 18. I did move Devonta Smith over him. I have Nico and Jalen Waddle. I will say, and I'm massively in on the talent. I will say watching Daniel Jones play this preseason has been a sobering reality of just how bad he is. So that makes me want to move him down just a hair. But I think wide receiver 18 is appropriate right now. Although I will say this and own this, that seeing Daniel Jones play football again really hurt my soul yesterday. Because, like, what did he have? 2 picks, and he probably should have had 3. It's bad. They need to go out and sign Ryan Tannehill. Please, Giants, sign Ryan Tannehill.
Fitz, Debro and I both said Neighbors top 18. It looks like you've got him top 15 in your rankings.
Yeah, I've got him wide receiver 15. And Debro, 2 years ago, the Giants were 16th in offensive touchdowns. So this can be a respectable offense with Daniel Jones at the controls running the Brian Daboll offense. And in fairness, 2 years ago, Daniel Jones did not have a wide receiver the caliber of Malik Neighbors. As far as drafting him, a lot of people are reluctant to buy into rookies because they have no NFL track record. But with such an obviously gifted rookie as this is going to be your opportunity to buy him as cheaply as you possibly can, like until the twilight of Malik Neighbors' career. I would encourage you to seize that opportunity.
We don't have time to hit all the names that we had planned. And I do want to quickly mention, because Debro, you guys talked about this earlier on Terry McLaurin. Like I'm all in. I think his ranking, I think he's completely misranked this year as wide receiver 31, ADP wide receiver 30. I've said this before. I don't think he should be up there with Garrett Wilson and Drake London, but it feels to me like those guys are getting the bump from the quarterback upgrade, and we're not giving the appropriate bump to Terry McLaurin. This is his lowest ADP since he was like a relatively unknown rookie coming in, like a day 2 pick, and he is the best quarterback of his career. I do not get it. I am completely with you that he is underranked right now. I think he finishes closer to wide receiver 1 territory than wide receiver 3. That's one of my bold predictions this year. And then the other name, Debro, that I just wanted to hit on before we get out of here is Christian Watson, wide receiver 38, both in ECR and ADP. He's the type of guy who, I mean, it's very easy to paint the picture of this could be a league winner if everything goes right.
I don't disagree with any of those takes, Worm. Those are beautiful takes. I love that. Why can't your ability to make takes like that also cross over into pop culture and movies? Can we ever get that on the show, please?
As a birthday present to me, you couldn't even give me just like one episode off.
Oh, here we go. Happy birthday, Worm.
No,
Happy birthday. I should have like brought a cupcake and stuff. I know.
No, I wasn't fishing for that. No, I appreciate you, Debro. Fitz, very quickly, any thoughts on Christian Watson?
Tall, fast, scores touchdowns in bunches, had 8 of them in a 4-game stretch as a rookie, 4 of them in a 3-game stretch last year. If he stays healthy, if he's got those hamstrings taken care of, and he did see a specialist in the offseason, has adjusted his training routine. Yeah, exactly. If he plays 16 games, I think we're getting double-digit touchdowns out of him.
Straight from the mouth of our resident Packers fan. So hope everybody listens. We all agree on Christian Watson. All right, we'll wrap up this segment there. We're going to say goodbye to Fitz here. We're going to bring on Chris Raybon from Action Network. We're going to be talking about some overvalued draft picks to avoid. That's coming up in the next segment. But Fitz, thanks for chatting with me for the last 90 minutes. It was fun, as it always is. And I'm looking forward to doing more shows with you here coming up.
Thanks, guys. Happy birthday, Worm.
Thank you. All right, we'll be back in just a second. Everybody, don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, Pat Fitzmaurice of Fantasy Pros here to tell you about an indispensable tool for your fantasy draft, the Fantasy Pros Draft Assistant. Draft Assistant connects to your league's draft, keeps track of everything that's going on, and tells you the best player to pick when you're on the clock. It's like having your favorite fantasy expert sitting next to you. Let's take a look at how it's going to help you out. Consensus rankings. Have you ever found yourself scrambling during your draft, not sure about who to pick next? We've all been there. This year, it doesn't have to be that way. Say hello to the Draft Assistant. Draft Assistant doesn't just use a handful of rankings. It compares rankings from more than 100 of the top fantasy experts. You can also choose your favorite experts and see exactly who they would pick if they were drafting your team. In-draft strategy. Winning your draft is about staying one step ahead of everyone else. Draft Assistant does that for you. It keeps track of what positions you need and highlights your targets and sleepers so they're easy to see. It also factors all of that into pick suggestions so you can relax and let Draft Assistant do all the work. Real-time alerts. Draft Assistant tells you when a tier is about to drop off and what other teams need. It even goes through your league's old drafts and tips you off about what your friends might do next, so you get to snipe your friends more often. Draft Assistant works with Yahoo, ESPN, Sleeper, and every other major league hosting site, so wherever you draft, we've got you covered. Switch from draft day stress to draft day success with the Fantasy Pros Draft Assistant. Get it for your draft at fantasypros.com/assistant.
We're back here for Fantasy Fest 2024. We are joined by Chris Raybon from Action Network. Raybon, we have been talking a lot of positive segments today, bounce back players, rankings and tiers, and I apologize that we're bringing you on for more of the negative discussion, overvalued draft picks to avoid, but I appreciate you making the time.
Oh, I love the negative discussion. This is puff piece season in full effect. Everyone's writing up sleepers and all the beat writers are all positive. So I think it helps people to kind of hear the other side of and some of the downsides of these players, because everyone has a range of outcomes. And I think we tend to focus on ceiling a little bit more, and we should, and there's a reason to do that in fantasy. You're trying, especially with your mid to late round picks. But I do think there are some guys where the floor is not being priced in correctly.
Debro, are you excited to also come in and bring the hammer down on some of these guys?
Of course. I mean, I love to sit here and spread the hate and the shade just as much as I love to spread the love.
Well, let's start with one of your players here, Debro. Josh Jacobs was somebody that you've been bringing the hate on really all off season long. Part of that is your love for Marshawn Lloyd. Part of that is your hate for Josh Jacobs. RB13 in ECR, RB11 in ADP. Why are you avoiding Josh Jacobs?
I just worry about Jacobs being a player that this high volume season ruined him. We've seen that from running backs in previous seasons, and I'm not going to rule it out with Jacobs. And everybody wants to, I know everybody's automatically going to think like, well, Marshawn Lloyd's dealing with the hamstring issue and AJ Dillon's not good. Okay. Does everybody not realize that Josh Jacobs has already been dealing with multiple injuries in camp? He's not right now. Doesn't mean that he wasn't earlier in camp and they couldn't crop back up. And it's not like Jacobs was an efficient player at all last year. Like, you were talking about a running back that was outside the top 35 running backs in missed tackles forced per attempt and yards after contact per attempt. And he wasn't even this good last year. And I get, like, he's going to a better offense. That's great. But if he can't stay healthy and he can't break tackles, what are you betting on? It's just touchdowns? That's about it? Like, so no, I cannot invest in Josh Jacobs as an RB1, which right now I'm looking at consensus. He is in ECR, he is the RB12. No way.
So, Raybon, you have Marshawn Lloyd listed as one of the names you're avoiding, obviously at a much lower cost down at RB49. Is that because you are in on Josh Jacobs, or are you kind of avoiding the backfield entirely?
Ooh.
I think Lloyd, and so everyone wants to kind of target these rookies, and a lot of it is based on talent, right? Because there's another guy I have that's I think is overdrafted based on talent. Love Lloyd's talent, but he's got behind the 8 ball in camp. They re-signed AJ Dillon, and this reminds me a whole lot of a few years ago when they drafted AJ Dillon, and everyone was excited. And Jamal Williams was the RB2 on that team, and everyone was like, "Well, Jamal Williams is toast. Forget about him. He doesn't bring anything to the table that Dillon can't." And Dillon essentially redshirted that first year. And from what I'm hearing from LaFleur, just the way he's talking about Lloyd, it kind of sounds like that's going to be the case again. So I just think there are still other rookies, maybe not quite as talented, but in much better situations that you can take in that range, such as Ray Davis, such as Braylon Allen, guys who I think have a better shot at seeing volume, because I still think this is a 3-person backfield. I don't think they re-signed AJ Dillon just for him to, be a healthy scratch on game day or get no carries, because he's not like a special teams guy or anything. So I think he's going to be active, and I think he's going to get carries, and I don't think you can put Lloyd in pass protection too much either. So I just think there's better alternatives.
Debro, you're such a fan of Lloyd, at least you were, as a prospect during the draft process. Are you worried about kind of the Matt LaFleur of it all, and he doesn't like to have kind of that one workhorse running back, and there are mouths to feed? Your mileage may vary on what you expect out of AJ Dillon this year, but he is still around. So does that give you some cause for concern with a guy like Lloyd?
It doesn't. I mean, we've seen LaFleur use multiple backs over multiple years, and so I think that he has a role in this offense. Now, health and availability, they're concerns. I'm not going to shy away from that. So Lloyd does have to get the health right, and dealing with hamstring issues out the gate can be problematic. I mean, that's fine. Like, I totally understand the risk, but I do think he's going to slip some in drafts. And again, Raybon talked about being a fan of the talent. I think if you're drafting off of talent, which I want to do. I mean, yeah, Lloyd was my RB1 of this class. I love his talent. We want to invest in this offense. So I'm still in on Lloyd, but I do think that the injury concerns do need to be brought up here.
Raybon, let's kind of stick with the rookies, because another name on your list is Jonathan Brooks. He's up at RB32. We'll get to some of the higher ranked guys soon, but since we're talking about the rookies anyway, I mean, Debro just said Lloyd was his RB1. For most people, RB1 in the class was Jonathan Brooks. Obviously, you can kind of very easily paint a picture of the opportunity in Carolina once he is healthy. Is the injury effect the reason that you're avoiding him, or is there something else?
Yeah, the injury effect is obviously why I'm avoiding him, because I think the thing with talent and what people don't get is that missing all this time in camp, like, that's big for the coaches, right? And if there was no clear alternative in Carolina, like if Brooks was going into a backfield with only Raheem Blackshear or something like that, it would be completely different. But Chuba Hubbard played well last year. Miles Sanders is making a lot of money, a lot more money than he should, but he's still there. Blackshear probably makes the roster as a return man / third running back. So there's no real incentive to rush this guy. And it's not like the Panthers are the Green Bay Packers even, or a team that's competing for anything in particular. I mean, this is the team expected to be one of the worst teams in the league. I am bullish on them, but it's not like they have any incentive to rush Brooks back. So even when he comes back, it's not like you can just pencil him in. Like, let's say you have him missing the first 4 games and maybe another 1 or 2, just because that's kind of the nature of the position. You're looking at like 10, 11 game projection, but it's not like you're just penciling him in for starter carries for all of those other games. Like, there's going to be an easing in period. This is not a team that's expected to be in a ton of positive game scripts. They have other options to play on passing downs. So I just feel like he's kind of pigeonholed into a certain role, and you're just relying completely on talent on a bad team with multiple other options and no guarantees. So I think this it just might be a guy who, I think he underperformed his ADP this year, and then you buy low heading into next year.
D-Bro, when you think about Brooks, obviously, like where he's going, it's not like you're spending a ton, but it is like in RB3 territory. Is that somebody that you're taking in that range, or are you just looking elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about him earlier on the show, and I'm taking him. I'm not dismissing any of the concerns that Raybon brought up. I look at Brooks as they're taking the conservative approach and holding him out right now. I think that is the right approach instead of starting him too aggressively. So I still look at where he goes in drafts, and I'm willing to take the swing, because if you were to tell me he was RB24, a top 24 guy, then I would be more apprehensive about it. But in the RB3 land, we're taking swings on like committee backfields. We're taking our shots and picking, our favorite flavor of running back that we believe at that point. And to me, I think that's an appropriate price for a player that, if he does come back after that first 4 weeks, and really you're drafting him at that point, because at the stretch run, could he have that 15, 17 touch upside, not to open the season, but that's not what you're drafting him for. You're not drafting him as a top 24 guy that's going to have to be inserted in your lineup immediately. It's a flex guy or a flyer basically at the RB3 spot, where could he be an RB2 down the stretch? Could he be a guy that is not leaving your starting lineup? I think that's still firmly in place or possible for him, so I'm still taking the swing.
Raybon, do you see him as somebody that you would maybe trade for partway through the season, and just you're avoiding in drafts, but might want to add like as he's getting healthier, or you're just kind of avoiding in general?
I could see it, but it would have to, I think it would probably be too obvious at that point, and the person trading wouldn't want to trade him with me. But the way I see it is this: I feel like we tend to underestimate the fallibility of our own projection. So, like, for example, a guy like Nick Chubb, I could get behind a lot more, even though I'm below market on him too. I generally think the market overrates guys that are entering the season hurt or going to miss games or suspended, whatever not. But I could get behind Chubb because we know who Chubb is and we know who they want Chubb to be, and he's been that. Whereas Brooks, it's like this guy is a new coaching staff, there's new everything. Like, this guy could come in, and let's say Hubbard's playing well. I mean, Brooks could be a guy who's getting like 8 carries a game, and that's just what his role. Like, we don't have he could get 17, but why? In that case, it's like, I might as well. I look at upside, not just his talent, but as how many games of startability can I get? So it's like, I see other guys in that range, whether at running back or other positions, that I can get 17 weeks of upside versus maybe 8 to 10 if I'm lucky. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it with Brooks. Like, again, love the talent, but I just think he's entering a little bit of a muddy situation. It's not necessarily a great offense to be entering. So there's different situations. Maybe he was on different teams, a different team in a different spot in a different year. I would be more bullish, but Carolina is just not jumping out at me. It's like, oh man, I got to invest in their hurt running back.
D-Bro, another running back that you're avoiding is DeAndre Swift, RB25, ADP, a little bit higher than that, RB21. One of the first names, if not the first name, to announce that he was signing in free agency this year. So the Bears wanted him. They went out and got him, apparently. Why are you avoiding him this year?
I can't draft him as an RB2. I think it's twofold. One, we saw what the Chicago Bears did with the running back rotation last year, and it was a total freaking mess. I'm not ruling that out as being like, not maybe to that degree, but also still a mess this year. And I'm just off of DeAndre Swift the talent. Like, you take the 2 monster games that he had at the beginning of the season away, and I don't usually like to do that, but if you look, I mean, that is a large sample size we have after these 2 just ridiculous games. After that, he was the RB25 in fantasy points per game in what we think, like with the Eagles, arguably a better offense. And I'm not saying that Chicago's going to be a bad offense this year, but rookie quarterback, we're still making projections there. And with DeAndre Swift, he was outside the top 25 guys in missed tackles forced per attempt, yards after contact per attempt. Like, I'm just not investing. Like, if anything, I think DeAndre Swift could be this year's Miles Sanders. I think per talent, I think Khalil Herbert is a better running back than DeAndre Swift rushing the ball.
Raybon, where are you at on Swift this year?
Honestly, I think he's ranked about right. Like when I thought I was going to be fading him, and then when I kind of go through the backs, I still feel better about him than some of the other guys after him. But I do take that point. The only thing I will say is it is a new regime again, because now you have Shane Waldron coming in at offensive coordinator, and you have so they went out and they felt the need to get Swift, and it looks like at least to me, I could be wrong in this, but reading between the tea leaves, it seems like Khalil Herbert is the one that's kind of like lost favor a little bit with this new regime, because Rashawn Johnson's been playing over him, and Herbert I think was the guy playing into that second preseason game. So it's kind of a head scratcher, but I think Swift will be fine. I don't think he's like, oh, you got to run out and draft him, but I'm not like hard fading him either. I'm fine if I get him there, but I'm usually not really drafting running back that at that point in the draft. I am usually waiting until I start getting down and seeing who falls to me, in that 30 to 35, 37 range. So I'm kind of going like a hero running back strategy and not really drafting too many of those guys. But I don't hate if I get Swift, but I'm not excited about it either.
So you mentioned kind of the hero RB strategy. One name that some people are using for that strategy is Kyren Williams, but Raybon, that's somebody you're avoiding also.
For me, it's just last year was the time to get Kyren Williams. Like this year, the running backs I feel good about are obviously McCaffrey, Breece Hall, Bijan Robinson, and Jonathan Taylor. Saquon Barkley, you could make a great case for him. He's getting a little older, new situation. Guys on new teams tend to not produce as well, but whatever. The issue with Kyren Williams is Sean McVay is very predictable. We know how to read between the tea leaves with him. He rested Kyren Williams all preseason with the rest of the starters. He also rested Blake Corum, a rookie who has never played an NFL snap in his life. And yet this guy is resting, already being treated as a starter. Kyren Williams, through 2 years, never played more than 12 games. Last year, the most touches he had since high school. He never had that many touches in college as he had last year. I just think that the Rams know how valuable he is, and they want to kind of cut the workload a little. And so is he going to be a complete bust and finish like outside the top 24? I don't think so, but I just don't think you want to be paying a running back 7 price for a guy who I think is more likely to have a floor year than a ceiling year. Like I don't think he's likely to beat out a Taylor or a Breece or guys like that again this year. I think it's more likely that his workload comes down a little bit. There's some regression, and that he still is still one of the, I think, least durable backs just because of his size and whatnot. So I just think RB7 is not where you want to be. Like I think there's a big drop off from even a guy like a Jahmyr Gibbs or a Saquon to a Kyren Williams. I'd rather have a guy like Travis Etienne, who I'm more confident will have a heavier workload and play more snaps for the entirety of the year.
I totally agree. I find that Kyren Williams is one of the more interesting and somewhat difficult players for me to rank this year, but there's always someone in the drafts I'm in who likes him more than me. Like I'm just getting very little because I don't think the cost is one that I want to pay. And there's other names that I like in that area. There's other running backs I'd prefer, either earlier or a little later than him. So I'm just not getting a lot of Kyren, even though like if you had him last year, like when he was healthy, was there a more fun player to have on your roster than Kyren Williams? No, but I just think it's very different, going into this year. And, we are playing for 2024, not for 2023. And it's important to remember that, Debro, Kyren Williams, are you, for him where he's going, or are you fading?
I'm a little bit below consensus, so I will get exposure to him. I don't have him at RB7. I got him at RB9. Like I've got Mixon, and depending on what his hamstring stuff, like maybe I bump him behind Kyren. But I got Derrick Henry over him too. So I will get exposure to Kyren. And like the way that I see that backfield this year is I think Corum was brought in so we don't see the Kyren 22, 25 touches per game. I think Corum was brought in to take some of that workload away, like 8 to 10 touches per game, predominantly in the early downs, probably when they're leading in positive game scripts if they get there. But I think when the games are close, I still think Kyren is the better passing down back. I think he's still going to be the clear lead, like probably 65, 70% of the snaps. So it really comes down to health for him. But I think that's another reason why they brought him in. So his touch counts stay reasonable for his size and try to keep him healthy instead of saying, okay, here's 25 touches, although we probably don't see you for another 2 or 3 weeks after this game. There you go. I think that's why they brought Quorum in, though.
And even though Kyron is not, like, he profiles as a guy who should catch a lot of passes, he really didn't catch a lot of passes, even with that heavy roll last year. So that's another thing. Like, we're all playing in at least half PPR these days. It's like, if I'm going to take our RB7, like who doesn't catch passes, like, it better be Derrick Henry, who's going to get like 200, like 300 carries if he stays healthy all 16, 17 games. So
that's a good point, Raybon, especially because Stafford, like, he's YOLO, man. Like, it's not like he's never had like a super, super high check down rate. So it's like, even though he's a pocket passer, like if it's like, well, I could check it down, or I could just go 30 yards down the field. He's going 30 yards down the field.
Absolutely.
You are spot on too, that like we're basically all playing half PPR now. I had somebody the other day, just a friend of mine, ask me for some draft advice, and I asked the scoring setting, and he was like, "Oh, it's standard. There's no PPR." And like, not to knock people who play that way, but I did a double take. I was like, I can't remember the last time somebody asked me a question for an actual standard league. It's just become so prevalent to go the other way. Another player, Raybon, that you wanted to avoid, who is kind of based on volume last year with his success, was Rachaad White. Are you kind of projecting just less volume this year? Do you have problems with the player? Why are you avoiding White?
Love this call.
I think it's just a combination of all those things. So, number one, I think that whole offense could take a step back. Canales, his impact might be underrated. I mean, Seattle, Geno has a career year a couple years ago under his watch, and then he goes to Tampa Bay. All of a sudden, Baker Mayfield has a career year. So now I think that offense takes a step back. The interior of the line is the worst. Is the worst part of the line for the Bucs. I mean, it could be really bad. They're starting a rookie at center, and their guards are pretty bad. So it's not like he's getting any help. And then I think the player is average. I think I didn't like the fact that down the stretch they did try to alleviate some of his workload, especially in the passing game. You still have Edmonds, Bucky Irving. I think anytime, another thing to kind of watch is similar with Kyron, right? When you have and I get that why you were fading Jacobs earlier, which makes sense. Anytime you have a talented rookie, even if you're not high on that rookie, and I am high on Irving, but even if you're not, like, it is something to monitor and kind of be aware of. So like Rachaad White, last year it was him, it was Chase Edmonds, who we know what Chase Edmonds is, and it was Tucker, who didn't pan out really. But this year you have Bucky Irving, who I think can add a dimension to that offense. So I think the role is a little bit in danger. I don't think the player is anything special. I don't like the offensive line. I think the offense is going to be lower scoring, which cuts into the touchdown equity. And it just seems like last year was the year to own Rachaad White. Last year was the year to own Kyron Williams. I know last year is still going to correlate the most to this year, but it's nowhere near 100% correlation. And that's kind of our job, is to find these guys that are going to regress and not perform as well. And I think Rachaad White is a prime candidate to be more of like a middling RB2. I think that we expected him to be last year, rather than this like high end RB2 borderline RB1.
Debro, you were nodding and saying that you totally agreed with this call.
I love everything Raybon just said right now. I love every bit of it. Rachaad White burned me last year because I have a hard time investing in guys like where it's just like, okay, if he gets all the volume, then it's a volume play and then he outpaces everything. Like, I have a hard time investing in guys that, like, I don't think are supremely talented players. Like, if you look at every efficiency metric basically out there, okay, he was good in the passing game, but from a tackle breaking perspective, he was nothing special. And if you also go and listen to Todd Bowles talk, he's talked about when he's mentioned Bucky Irving and he's talked about the backfield, he's also thrown a little bit of side shade at Rachaad White, being like, well, we got a lot of big plays out of the run game last year, blah, blah, blah. And yes, to Raybon's point, that offensive line, they added some parts and pieces. It's still probably going to be a bottom 5 to 10 offensive line. So if he can't break tackles on his own, I don't think the offensive line this year is doing him a ton of favors. I'm absolutely with this. Like, I've got Rachaad White at RB16, and I could make you a case where I could bump him a little bit lower too.
Quick reminder for everybody to join our Fantasy Pros Discord community, chat with other fans, and get access to exclusive AMAs that wind up on our podcast feed. You can join the fun with Joe, Welsh, and Boggs Mondays at 2 Eastern, Fitz and Boggs Tuesdays at 5 Eastern, and Welsh and Erickson Thursdays at 3 Eastern. Come get your questions answered and be on the show at fantasypros.com/chat. All right, guys, let's talk about a couple wide receivers that we're avoiding as well. And Debra, I want to start with Davante Adams, somebody you highlighted. ADP is several spots higher than where we're ranking him. Why are you avoiding a guy who's been really good for a long time?
This really comes down to the old adage of don't hate the player, hate the ADP. I don't understand how we can rank him as a wide receiver 1 when nothing has been like. What's better about this Raiders offense? What's better about it? Like, quarterback play, we don't think is going to be amazing. Gardner Minshew was not good last year. Aiden O'Connell, still not great. So whoever is the starting quarterback, I know Minshew's getting the nod right now. I don't really care. I don't think either one of them are very good. Davante Adams is being drafted as a wide receiver 1, and he didn't even finish as that last year. He was a wide receiver 15 in fantasy points per game. And this is like, he was top 3 in every volume metric you can find. So it's like, okay, quarterback play didn't get any better. Volume's not going to be any better because you can't get any more volume than basically he got last year. They probably run a little bit of a slower offense this year with Luke Getsy out there. So how are we ranking him as a wide receiver 1? That's what I don't get. Like, you were to tell me he was a wide receiver 2 in ranks? Sure, fine. Let's draft Davante Adams. Wide receiver 1 price tag? No, can't see it. No.
Raybon, what are you doing with Davante?
Honestly, I go back and forth, but like, so here's my thing at receiver. Everyone after like AJ Brown, so like starting from like wide receiver 8 to like wide receiver 24, 25, like after you get to like T. Higgins, DJ Moore, that area, I have them separated by like 1 point per game. So I don't really care who I get in that range. I'm not overpaying to get Davante Adams, so I'm not getting a ton of him. I don't hate him at that price because I think these are all kind of floor guys, and some of them are going to hit ceilings. I don't think that he's in a great offense. And so, but at the same time, it's like, what are my alternatives? It's like, if it's Debo, maybe if Ayuk goes, it's Harrison Jr., who's never played a snap. It's Olave, who hates his quarterback. It's Garrett Wilson, who is on a team with a good defense. It's Drake London, who we're kind of projecting for a lot more routes because the offense is going to be all 1-1. But, you know, like they're all the same to me. Like, I'm not fading him per se, but I agree that like you shouldn't be reaching for Davante Adams as like this like bona fide wide receiver 1 because 175 targets last year and he still couldn't finish as one. So it might just be about that time.
Debra, another receiver that you're avoiding, Hollywood Brown, now on the Chiefs, wide receiver 41, ADP, ECR's wide receiver 42. So about that range for both of them. Obviously got the injury concerns already here, stemming from the injury from that week 1 of the preseason. They needed receiver help compared to last year. They added Xavier Worthy. Obviously there's some question marks about Rashee Rice, maybe now Hollywood Brown, somewhat injured. So it's not the easiest receiving room to kind of parse through when you're trying to do ranks. But Hollywood Brown, I mean, if he is healthy, you can kind of paint the picture of, the speed. What a great fit with Mahomes, the same way we're doing with Xavier Worthy. I kind of get why you're avoiding him, though. Can you touch on that?
I don't trust him to stay healthy. And I was making this case even before he already got injured. So Raybon's talking about like, kind of fading guys that are already injured before we start the season. Mm-hmm. I mean, Hollywood Brown, like when has he stayed? Like he's barely stayed healthy throughout his entire career. He came into the NFL dealing with foot problems. So like, You add all of that on top of a player that even if you look at just the profile, his yards per route run has dropped in each of the last 4 seasons. Amongst 81 qualifying wide receivers last year, he was 62nd in yards per route run and 48th in first downs per route run. So it's like, outside of it being, the Kansas City Chief effect and Patrick Mahomes and stuff like that, what in his profile says, yes, I must draft him? I don't get that. So I'm just going to keep avoiding him. I'll draft Worthy. I'll take the shot on Rashee Rice or Kelsey or whatever. I love all other parts and pieces of this offense, not named Hollywood Brown.
Raybon, are you avoiding Brown as well, particularly given what you mentioned about the injuries earlier?
Yeah, it's like him and Worthy are pretty much even in my ranks. So Worthy still usually has a lower ADP, not always, but usually. So I still rather have Worthy. I mean, I agree. I think you have to factor in, and not just the durability, but when it makes sense with the body type too, because it's like Brown is a smaller guy, and also most of the places he's been, he's kind of been in a position to be like a number 1 or number 2 target. Whereas here, Kelsey, Rice, Worthy, I mean, you could conceivably be number 4 in targets per route run on this team, even if you are like an 85-90% snap player. So that I think there's more downside, and I just don't know about the upside with Rice looking like he's probably not going to miss a substantial amount of games as first feared.
Yeah, I mean, injuries will find you, right? So why intentionally start off with them? We're going to get going soon. I do want to quickly wrap up with, you guys both suggested players to avoid on the Packers. So I want to kind of have you each make the case for either side. D-Row, you want to avoid Jaden Reed this year. Raybon, you want to avoid Christian Watson. I don't know if you heard at the end of the last segment, we were kind of building up Christian Watson. So it's nice to have you come in and pour some cold water on that. So let's start with why you're avoiding Watson.
Listen, the guy's talented, and so are about 7 other skill players on the Green Bay Packers. And Christian Watson is the one of those guys who has, it's like Kyron Williams all over again. It's like this guy, he's been 2 years in the league and he hasn't played a full season yet. He got hurt the other day in camp, just like going up for a pass, and he like missed the preseason game or something. Like everything, this guy just can't stay healthy. And now the last thing you wanted to see in the preseason was Dontavian Wicks catching a long touchdown, because that, again, when there's uncertainty, it's like Christian Watson is still being drafted as like, okay, right, as like a fringe, like, okay, he's not a bona fide like starting wide receiver, but he's one of the first guys you're taking as like an upside guy, that probably sits on your bench to start the year. And so I get that there's not a ton of risk, but I just see a lot better guys at cheaper ADPs. I don't trust him to stay healthy. I don't trust him to be, even when he is healthy, an 85-90% snap player like some of the other guys I can get in this range, because you have a guy like Jaden Reed, who I think I know where you're going to go with this, because, his snap count is in flux. But realistically, Reed, Dobbs, Wicks, and Watson are all so good that they all may run on average 65 to 75% of the routes. And that is that's just caps their upside. And then that wouldn't be as much of an issue if you didn't also have 2 tight ends that, I mean, I don't know if what the health status of Kraft is, but eventually you figure there would be 2 tight ends in the mix. And you also got, running backs that you want to get in the route in Lloyd if he ever gets healthy. So there's just only so many routes to go around. And touchdowns are the most fickle stat. Like touchdowns are like, yeah, he started his career catching a touchdown on, over 10% of his catches. And we've seen Cortland Sutton do this, like 2 touchdowns, 10 touchdowns, Mike Evans, so I can't just hitch my ride to touchdowns. I think I rather just invest in a cheaper Romeo Dobbs, who's still, I think, probably the favorite to lead the Packers in routes. So yeah, that's why I'm fading Watson. Just a lot of mouths to feed there.
D-Bro, we've got a dream team of Chris Welsh, Andrew Erickson, and Scott Pianowski waiting in the wings. So very quickly, Jaden Reed, why are you avoiding him?
It comes down to routes. I don't think he's going to be a full-time player. Raybon talked about 12 and 21 personnel, and you're looking at Jaden Reed last year, and Raybon talked about it, fading touchdowns. You're telling me the guy can't even surpass 60% of the snaps, and he scored the 5th most touchdowns amongst wide receivers last year? It's an easy fade for wide receiver 43 in expected fantasy points per game.
With that, I will pass the baton over to Chris Welsh for the final hour of the show. So we will step away for just a minute, but don't go anywhere, because Welsh, Erickson, and Pianowski are up next, talking some wide receivers with wide receiver 1 Potential. We'll be right back.
Let's get real here for a minute. Some mock drafts, while fun, will not actually help you win your league. You wait and you wait for the draft to start, and someone drafts a defense or a kicker in round 7, and you think to yourself, well, there's 15 minutes of my life I'm never going to get back. No one has time for that. So I'm going to show you how I prepare for my drafts. Meet the Draft Simulator. The Draft Simulator was built by our talented team at Fantasy Pros to solve everything that's wrong with mock drafts. And it's totally free. It's the only tool that goes through your league history and matches how your league drafts, so your mock drafts actually feel like the real thing. It's going to help you get better at drafting. The Draft Simulator goes over rankings from hundreds of experts, including yours truly, and it tells you who's the best pick. It's also going to tell you which positions are drying up, what other teams need, and what they're likely to do next. At the end of every mock, you get your draft grade and the most detailed breakdown in fantasy. Don't waste your time with bad mock drafts. My favorite feature? Pick analysis. You can test out different strategies and see what works best. Work less and win more with Fantasy Pros Draft Simulator for free. Test it out today at fantasypros.com/mock.
Which wide receivers can we take to the moon? We're going to find out. Wide receiver 3s to wide receiver 1s. Oh, yes, my friends. The Fantasy Fest rolls on, but not with Joe, not with Worm. It's Welsh. I am here for you guys and joined by The Undertaker and my Extra Point co-host. It is Andrew Erickson, and one of the most versatile rankers in the industry, Scott Pianowski from Yahoo Fantasy Sports, baseball, football. He does it all. Gentlemen, I would both let you talk and grandiose, say wonderful things about me, but if I waste any time, the chat will yell at me. So we're not going to do that. We're going to get right to the content. And Mr. Scott Pianowski, we're going to start with you. We need to take wide receivers to the moon. You, my friend, are going to take us with your first wide receiver 3 or further beyond that can get us there. We're looking at, it's a theme, a Packers wide receiver, Mr. Pianowski. So talk to us about Jayden Reed.
Yeah, right in time with the Jayden Reed fade that was about 7 minutes ago or whatever it is. I get it. There's a lot of talent here. There's a talented running back. There's a bunch of talented receivers. There's even tight ends we want to draft. But I trust Matt LaFleur. I think Matt LaFleur is the best coach / coordinator / play caller in the NFL who isn't treated as royalty. I remember some people, I think Bill Simmons was saying in October, is Matt LaFleur going to get fired? And I wanted to drive off the road and start screaming. No, of course not. Matt LaFleur is not going to get fired. And the previous segment, they were talking about D Brown and Raybon. I forget who was saying the point, but about touchdowns are fickle, and I get it. But touchdowns are also a function of design. And Jayden Reed, he won't have, if you're going to be a snap count guy, he's maybe going to scare you away. But when he's on the field, he gets snaps, and he gets manufactured snaps, and he gets plays that are designed to be Jayden Reed touchdowns. Not like he was the guy we landed on, but this play is designed for Jayden Reed to beat a good matchup. So when there's blood in the streets, when there's a nebulous situation that provides the biggest room for profit, Jayden Reed is currently the wide receiver 37 in Yahoo drafts. So, could he be a flop? Could he be the wrong answer here? I get it. But I also think there's a plausible path for him to be a top 12 fantasy receiver.
And as everybody can see, he's got an ADP wide receiver 36. His ECR is 37. A couple things I'm just going to throw out to you. Obviously, you guys all know there's a lot of weapons. There's a lot of mouths to feed. But there also were just some some inconsistencies. 5 or more targets he received 12 times last year. 6 of those games, Jayden Reed failed to go over 50 yards, and you have all the mouths that are going to be fed more. Now, in the positive side, his final 4 games played, he had 30 targets and went over 50 yards 3 times while also scoring 3 touchdowns. So the back half of the year got a little bit more consistent. We know there's so many here. Andrew Erickson, Jayden Reed, Green Bay Packers theme. If the theme wasn't the Washington Commanders players being values into this fantasy fest, it's Green Bay wide receivers are the talk of the town. Where are you at on Jayden Reed, and does he actually have wide receiver 1 upside?
One of my number 1 rules I'm going to release in my perfect fantasy football draft strategy guide later this week is leave your draft with the Packers wide receiver, because I want to buy into this offense. We're throwing ourselves to draft as many Texans wide receivers as possible, whatever the price. We don't care. It doesn't matter, because the Texans are this great offense ascending. Aren't the Packers all those things too? Jordan Love did it in his first year as a starter. He threw more touchdowns than CJ Stroud did, second to only Dak Prescott. Why can't Jordan Love continue to be good? We love all these pieces here. So yes, I get Reed is kind of a victim of circumstances because he's the number 1 on the Packers, and you can get so much of these other guys later. You can draft as many as you want. Why are we against? He's wide receiver 36 and 37. He's going behind every single Texas receiver. Why is Tank Dell so much better than Jayden Reed? And again, you have to pay the price because it's the Texans and the sexy new toy. But Jayden Reed, I think, is fine at his ADP. Again, it's not the best price because value based on the other Packers receivers. But what if him and Watson had flopped? Would that make Jayden Reed that much better of a pick? I think that the value is fine here. And even though he is the most expensive Packers receiver, I just want Packers wide receivers on my fantasy team.
Yeah. So answer me this. Okay, answer me this. Jordan Reed. I'm sorry. Jordan Love. Jordan Love. Yeah.
A lot of J's.
Yeah, it's like 90210 over here. It's like the Anaheim Angels lineup, which like everybody has. Brendan Walsh, are all the same guy. Okay, so Jordan Love breaks out second half, and now is kind of a fantasy darling. Actually, one of my favorite quarterback targets around quarterback 9, quarterback 10. It's deep. You can do well at any quarterback price point. But he breaks out in the second half. Jaden Reed scores 7 touchdowns in the final 8 games. And I get we're smart. We understand, Love's not going to keep this touchdown rate. And, Reed, we want to penalize him because he scored touchdowns. Why can't he be 7 touchdowns in 8 games? Why can't he do the rest of 5 touchdowns in 8 games? You'll score 10 in a full season. Why should we say, oh, this is a play that worked, a player that worked, a person who was scoring touchdowns on the regular? Let's just hold that against them. And the ADP is so cheap. And I'm going to cheat here. This is total cheating. I know we're looking for wide receiver 3s with wide receiver 1 upside. But if you take Jaden Reed and all he is just a startable wide receiver 2 for you or a high-end 3, you're going to make a profit. The market is confused here. It shouldn't be. You're going to get your ADP price or a little bit of profit on Jaden Reed with the possibility of him blowing up. That's good enough for me.
I think the most interesting thing about this too, Eric, and what Erickson said was that Jaden Reed is cheaper than every single one of the Texans wide receivers, which is mind-blowing. Jaden Reed's also really fascinating as a 49er fan. He kind of can play a Debo-ish role for this team, and where they'll do some end-around stuff. He can be a big playmaker. I think you would feel more comfortable if there weren't 4 potential number 1 wide receivers. And the only pushback I might have is what I mentioned at the very beginning or right after Scott talked, that, he has these huge, big, massive upside weeks, but then he has some down weeks. The thing I will say about Jaden Reed, he might be the one constant, even though you could look at Romeo Doubs being that. He might be the constant to get the targets where you have these varying big games that are moving around other players. Now, Andrew Erickson, you have a wide receiver 3 that can get to wide receiver 1, and this guy has the opposite issue. There's nobody else. There's no other wide receivers to deal with. George Pickens, wide receiver 1 for George Pickens. I know you would love to have said Brandon Ayuk if he was traded, but he wasn't. So let's talk about George Pickens, wide receiver 29 on the ECR and 27 as far as ADP goes.
Well, let me just check X-Firks, make sure that Brandon Ayuk has not been traded yet to the Steelers. Refreshed. Okay, we're good. George Pickens still can be a wide receiver 1 like that. So for me, Pickens is one of these breakout wide receivers entering year 3 that we're seeing so many of these guys be drafted in round 2, round 3 at that turn. And why can't Pickett? What does he have not in his profile besides the fact that it's a run-heavy offense that is holding him back? We saw him flash wide receiver 1 potential twice last year during the beginning of the season for the first 5 weeks when Deontay Johnson was sidelined with the injury. He was averaging nearly 80 receiving yards per game. And then we saw at the back half of the season when they benched Kenny Pickett and they went with Mason Rudolph. Again, 24% target share, 45% air yard share, nearly 15 fantasy points per game. That's back-end fantasy wide receiver 1 numbers. Nearly 100 receiving yards per game. He's shown that when he has competent quarterback play, he can be a wide receiver 1 when he's getting the volume. So what happened in the offseason? They got rid of his main target competition, and they threw everything they could to upgrade the quarterback position. So to me, he just looks like such a smash pick where he goes because, yes, is there risk? Of course. Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator. We've done this song and dance before. It was awful in Atlanta, but he was the head coach there. Now he's just the offensive coordinator. So with Mike Tomlin kind of still calling shots for personnel, I think that it's going to work better in Smith's favor. But besides that, that's baked into his ADP. He's wide receiver 30. So you have that risk, but you have all that upside with Pickens in that round 5 range that I think his upside is similar to a lot of guys that go in round 2. So that's why I like George Pickens so much as a wide receiver 3 with wide receiver 1 potential, because we're drafting a lot of guys with wide receiver 1 potential as basically wide receiver 1s.
Yeah, and an interesting thing too of wide receivers with 100 or more targets, you had Brandon Ayuk and Nico Collins that average more yards per target. Number 3 was George Pickens, and that's a pretty good company to be in. But he also suffers a tiny bit from that Jaden Reed thing I was talking about. Pickens had 4 finishes inside the top 12 of wide receivers in half PPR, while having 10 finishes outside the top 40. Now, obviously, there's no Deontay Johnson in that, by the way, only 1 finish as a wide receiver, 2-3 in that period of time. So it was kind of like, black or white. There was no real gray area. Mr. Pianowski, what do you think? Do you think George Pickens has the upside to get that classic top-end Steeler target wide receiver and be a number 1?
I'm torn here. Andrew made a lot of good points, and George Pickens, you take him. It's a bet on talent. It's a bet on career arc. It's a bet on more targets with Johnson gone. But I still have PTSD from Arthur Smith, and I think the Steelers are set up to play really good defense, to run the ball, to win. Think of every Steelers-Ravens game where it's like the same 17-13, 19-16 rock fight it always is. I think the Steelers are going to try to play 17 of those games. And although it's nice that Pickett's gone, for one thing, nobody wanted to say Pickens and Pickett over and over again. They wanted to upgrade the quarterback room. What they got is whatever's left of Russell Wilson and whatever's emerging from Justin Fields, who I think will be a great fantasy player at some point this year, but it won't be necessarily from his arm, but because he's a great runner, the Konami code and all that. So I like the bet on talent. I like the bet on career arc. I don't trust the coordinator, and all those percentages and target shares and something. It's going to be, he's going to have the biggest piece of a very small, it's like one of those gas station little pies that you're getting. We're not getting the Thanksgiving pie with the Steelers. We're getting the gas station pie. So I view him, a lot of times I talk about green light, yellow light, and red light players. I would love to be green light on George Pickens. He's just a yellow light for me. Still willing to pick him. I'm afraid when he goes to one of my rivals, but there's obviously a lot of things that make me a little bit nervous too.
I think the offense in general, the quarterback play, who's going to be quarterback, the new scheming, Arthur Smith, what is that going to look like? Is he just going to be, I mean, there's a decent likelihood he might just be the same receiver, 71 catches, 1,000 yards, just because they're not really throwing the ball. Mr. Scott Pianowski, we are going to go to your second wide receiver 3 with wide receiver 1 upside. And we're going to Tennessee. And I got a stat for you after, but talk to us about Calvin Ridley and why he can be a wide receiver 1 that we've known in the past. Everyone's mad this year. It was mentioned earlier in the Fantasy Fest. Everybody is making him pay because he's got an ECR of 36 and an ADP of 32. But right now he is the number 1 for Tennessee. How and why is he going to be a wide receiver 1?
Yeah, he could be. I think his year in Jacksonville was better than we thought it was. Just there was a big gap in the middle, and it wasn't the best of Trevor Lawrence season. So I think he's a good guy to buy on the way back up. And again, very talented quarterback pool. You can do well at any price point. With Hopkins being the older receiver here, he's hurt. The Callahans are coming in to save the day. It's a bad defense. I don't think Will Levis, it's too early to say what he is, but I think he's just going to go downfield and let it rip and maybe kind of be the good and the bad that we saw of Jameis Winston a few years ago, where it was fun for fantasy. It wasn't always fun if you were a fan of the Buccaneers. I think this has a carnival potential, and with Hopkins being older, Hopkins being hurt, I think really makes a lot of sense. I also want to say we both submitted 3 receivers beforehand. The one guy I cut was Cortland Sutton, and I like Cortland Sutton more and more every week as it goes by. I know, again, touchdown rate was unsustainably high, but he's probably the only show in town. Sean Payton finally has his quarterback. I want you to draft Cortland Sutton. Maybe he can't be a wide receiver 1. I think he'll be a wide receiver 2. Back to Ridley. He was a first round pick. Last year wasn't that bad. It just, the way this season unfolded, everybody just kind of turned on him in the middle of the season and said, okay, Calvin Ridley doesn't want to play football anymore. And then he actually had a pretty good final third of the year. I'm seeing 140, 145 targets here, and a team that's probably, after years of Tennessee being the same team that just ran the ball into the ground, they don't have that personnel. I'm not really sure I want either one of their running backs. I think Will Levis might be like the Sam Howell this year, where he's just throwing the ball 45 times a week.
Erickson, one thing I want to present to you with Calvin Ridley, 27 wide receivers last year had 1,000 yards receiving. Calvin Ridley had the second worst catch percentage of all 27 of those wide receivers at 57.6%. Do you know who number 1 was with the worst?
Was it Puka Nacua?
It is DeAndre Hopkins, his new teammate, with the worst 56.4% catch percentage. So 2 of the worst catch percentage players together. Maybe it's the quarterback, maybe it's the play. That's the worry. But Calvin Ridley, we've seen the big play, especially when they're going to want to go deep. And the question, even when Hopkins is back, is Calvin going to be maybe solely that deep guy that this offense would run through, which really would let him play this. But what say you? Calvin Ridley, do you think there's wide receiver upside, Erickson?
I do. I talked about Calvin Ridley as one of my favorite bounce back wide receivers earlier in the Fantasy Fest. So I am echoing everything Scott is talking about when it comes to Calvin Ridley. The reason he is viewed as a bust from last year is because we got way out of control drafting a guy who hadn't played football in like 2 years. And this is what happens. This is the post-hype type of sleeper play. Again, it sounds weird to call Calvin Ridley a post-hype sleeper, but that's exactly what he is. Everybody was throwing themselves to draft Calvin Ridley when the guy hadn't played football in such a long time. And I mean, when you look up his final stat line wasn't even really that bad, but he ran horribly when it came to the drops, especially it seemed like all of his drops were in the end zone. So I think Calvin Ridley in this offense that we're going to see throw the ball way more than any other. Titans fans, buckle up. Like the aerial attack is coming to Nashville. So please enjoy.
All right. Well, I want to remind everybody that we might answer some questions at the end. So if you got any questions for these two guys, make sure you do it. But first, we want to tell you about the Fantasy Pros Championship at FFPC. Oh, yes, my friends, it is time and your opportunity to win $1 million. A first place prize. It's the world's largest online season-long tournament. Fantasy Pros Championship drafts, fast and slow drafts, are live right now. And guess what? You could even go up against some of your Fantasy Pros people like Erickson and myself. As a matter of fact, I think it's August 28th. We've got back-to-back drafts. You could be playing against us and tons more. $350 entry fees. No joke, but it's a $1 million prize. But you go to fantasypros.com/FFPC and use promo code FANTASYPROS. When you sign up, you get $25 off of your first entry. You can use that to go up against Erickson or myself. Do it today. The Fantasy Pros Online Championship over at FFPC. Promo code FANTASYPROS. Do it today, my friends. All right, let's get into some more of these bad boys. Let's talk about some more top-end wide receivers. And Erickson, we're going to go back to you, and we're going to go with a wide receiver that has had just some controversy. And I believe if that controversy wasn't there, we would be talking probably easily about like wide receiver 2 all season long. But I think people are worried about some of that suspension in general. And we're talking about Rashee Rice. He has got an ECR of 32 and an ADP of 35. But that baby is rising as people are just kind of coming to terms with, hey, you know what? We might not have anything come down. But what say you, Erickson? Obviously, I think the talent is there, but you have to factor in some capacity if there is a suspension in play. Are you not?
No, I'm not. I have Rice as my wide receiver 22. So I'm drafting him as a wide receiver 2 that I think could be a wide receiver 1 because again, with Rice, the reason his ADP is so low is because a lot of these rankings, especially on some of these home sites where you're drafting, Yahoo, ESPN, CBS, a lot of those haven't really been updated or reflected that his court date is December 9th. That is way long into the season. And what the Chiefs can do is, we're just going to appeal it, and then it'll be pushed off to 2025. Alvin Kamara didn't get suspended till the entire season after he committed one of his penalties, but that ended up making him get suspended for 3 games. So the Chiefs have no information. They've heard nothing. Every time they ask Andy Reid about Rashee Rice, they're like, I don't know. I haven't heard anything. And what's Rice doing? Just continuing to ball out. And Marquise Brown is no longer going to be part of the game plan because he's been hurt. So he's missing all of training camp. He's a new piece of the offense anyway. So when you look at the way this offense is now set up, who's going to be eating up all of those underneath targets? It's Rashee Rice. Even if in that same role as he was last year. Again, the ADOT's not sexy, but he's going to catch 6 balls every single week and be on the highest scoring offense in the NFL that throws the ball more than any other offense. Sign me up. Wide receiver 35 ADP. It's like not even about just Rice and the things I could sell about him being in the offense and how he broke out as a rookie. His price is just wrong. And you should draft him. You should draft him a round ahead of ADP in every single one of your drafts. Like I said a couple weeks ago, Rashee Rice is the easiest click in fantasy football. And it aged well because Marquise Brown ended up getting hurt. So it worked out in my favor. And Rashee Rice didn't get suspended during that time. But I still right now think at your home leagues, we're fine where Rashee Rice's ADP because I guarantee it's way too low.
Last year, he ended the year with 7 straight games of 5 or more receptions. And in that period of time, he finished as a wide receiver 1 3 times. And only one of those did he not at least become a wide receiver 3. So some consistency in there. And you've got Brown out of there. Scott, what do you think about Rashee Rice and this low ECR/ADP?
Yeah, we're in major agreement here, Andrew and I. The Chiefs, this was one of the worst Andy Reid offenses in a year that somehow they won the Super Bowl. But who got in the circle of trust in the second half of the year? It was Rashee Rice and Isaiah Pacheco, who's another guy who I keep drafting. I got Rice in the 4th round at the Fantasy Football Expo last weekend. No, he's not sexy. He's hit like a poor man's Amon-Ra St. Brown, right? You don't think of St. Brown threatening the defenses with intermediate and deep routes. He lives to have that 9 for 102 stat line. And Rice is going to be a lot of that. And maybe the most important thing that Andrew mentions, they can kick the can down the road with the suspension. I'm not sure that Rice will get suspended at all. And even if he does, it almost certainly sounds like a 2025 thing. So you're getting a discount for that. He's been mispriced all summer. And again, at times, some of that ADP is baked in because we didn't know. I think things are a lot more clear now that there's nothing to worry about. There's been an injury with Brown. I know Brown is sexy because he runs deep routes, and Worthy, of course, is an exciting prospect who comes in. But the Chiefs may take their time with Worthy. They took their time with Rice last year when he was screaming for a bigger role. I'm going to emphatically say it with Andrew Erickson. I want you to target Rashee Rice because the market has not fixed his price.
All right, you guys both have one left, and I am going to just let each of you hit yours, and then we'll see if we can get just a couple questions in. So let's go over to you, Mr. Scott Pianowski. Your final one here is Jackson Smith-Njigba, who has got quite a lower ADP and ECR 38, ADP 45, but that wide receiver one upside is there. You know, and interestingly enough, he didn't have a ton of like big target games. He's only targeted 7 or more times 4 times last year, but Lockett had that 10 times. So I think the key here, no pun intended on the Lockett, is that Jackson Smith-Njigba and Tyler Lockett have to kind of switch those roles. And I think you can, you know, just unleash for Jackson Smith-Njigba. But talk to us about JSN.
Yeah, at some point that's going to happen to Lockett into an age 32 season. It's the second season for GSN. I can't believe every scout was wrong on this guy, right? I think a year ago, Brian Hartline, I want to say, the wide receiver coach at OSU, thought JSN might have been the best of that group of the Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr. class. And that sounds silly right now, but the point is that JSN can play. Battled injuries his first year. We've been spoiled by rookie receivers being plug and play in recent seasons. For years, that wasn't the case. Ryan Grubb comes in, did wonderful things with the Washington offense. He stays in the general area. Seattle's offensive line collapsed in the first week of last season. I'm willing to give almost this entire offense a mulligan. JSN's a good football player. He had a bad run out last year. The line got broken right away. They didn't throw him in the deep end of the pool. There's so much room for growth here. I can't believe that everybody who loved this guy a year ago is all of a sudden wrong. He's kind of like the Kyle Pitts of wide receivers.
Oh, that's a good comp. I like that. All right, Andrew, you're going to finish us out here with your final wide receiver with that wide receiver upside. And I wouldn't say you talk smack about him a little bit earlier, but you used him as an example of why someone else can be great. How is Tank Dell going to be a number 1 wide receiver when all those other great wide receivers are out there? ECR 31, ADP of 29.
Well, you see, Welsh, it comes down to one simple principle, because I don't know who's going to score the most touchdowns. I don't know who's going to get the most targets. Don't know who's going to play in 12 personnel, yada, yada, yada. I do know this. Who loves Tank Dell? CJ Stroud. Who's the quarterback of the Houston Texans? CJ Stroud. That's where I'm pushing my chips in, because when we saw Tank Dell immediately hit the field last year as a rookie after a uber productive career at the college level, despite being undersized, all he did was ball out from the get-go with CJ Stroud as his quarterback. Again, the last 4 games he played healthy alongside Nico Collins. Tank Dell outgained Nico Collins. In the 8 games they played together, their production was identical. I get Nico Collins has that alpha build. He got paid. And yeah, I understand why he's the first guy going off the board. But it's still a value game here. And what if we come after week 1? Tank Dell leads the team in targets. Well, what happens then? Oh, well, Tank Dell's going to be valued higher than Nico Collins, even though they are playing the Colts. And Nico Collins is probably going to get at least 150 yards. I got the clown costume ready to go for week 2 on the trade show. Cannot wait for it. But for right now, I have to draft a Texans receiver. I can't leave a draft where, man, this offense could be so good for the passing game. And if I'm going to fade Nico, that means I have to be aggressive, at least targeting guys like Stephon Diggs and then Tank Dell because he's the cheapest. So for me, again, it's hard to parse through the targets and the touchdowns, but for me, it's like Tank Dell broke out as a rookie. His quarterback absolutely loves him. And if they hadn't added these other weapons, we'd have less question marks about him in this offense. So for me, Tank Dell, that's why I like him at his value as a wide receiver 3 that I think has wide receiver 1 upside attached to CJ Stroud.
Stroud doesn't just love him. He actually pitched for them to draft Dell. I mean, think about that.
I mean, CJ Stroud, I will listen to just talk all day long about football. He is just like the most fun. He's just pitching for everybody. By the way, we only need the nose, Erickson. We don't need like the whole thing. Like if you want to do makeup and stuff.
I mean, it depends on how many yards Nico Collins gets against the Colts secondary. I
think I'm on 3 shows with you this year, so I'll hold you to it, buddy. Don't worry about it. Just a couple quick questions before we get out of here. We have got Brandon. Says, do you trust Deontay Johnson with Bryce Young or Calvin Ridley with Levis? To me, it's Deontay, and it isn't close. Pianowski, let's go to you when we're talking about Calvin. What do you say there? Deontay with Bryce or Calvin with Will Levis.
Yeah, I think your hit rate's going to be higher with Deontay Johnson. The reason why is I'm just willing to follow Dave Canales into a burning building. His fingerprints were all over the Geno Smith renaissance 2 years ago, and then he turned Baker Mayfield from a punchline into a pretty good quarterback last year. I'm curious to see what happens to Tampa Bay without Canales. Obviously, Bryce Young is undersized for the position. He can't see some of those over-the-middle throws. But I just, at this point, Dave Canales and 11 random dudes, I think he can make them into a credible offense. And Deontay Johnson is obviously a heck of a route runner.
I like that. Erickson, we got a question here. In a Superflex dynasty, what do you think about Pacheco as an RB1?
I like it. I mean, we don't know who their RB2 is in this offense. Could be Edwards-Helaire, Deneric Prince, a fullback that they just signed from Rugby. We don't know. They have plenty of options, but Isaiah Pacheco seems like the guy. And if he's playing this high-powered offense, again, the only question marks are, well, does he see a lot of red zone usage? Like, that's really the biggest question mark. That could be, his Achilles heel per se. But when it comes to rushing, when it comes to being efficient, he's going to be both of those.
Good one. This is the best question of all. These are those great keeper questions. Would you rather have Bijan at 1-2 or Michael Pittman at the 9-2? Is there more value in Pittman to justify not taking, I think Debro has Bijan at the number 1 spot. Scott, what do you think about that? Massive value with Pittman, or just go with the best guy?
Man, I'm willing to throw value into the shredder if we're talking about an elite talent, but you're paying sticker on Bijan. I have to go Pittman. I'd be afraid it would blow up in my face. I would try to draft Robinson in the first round if I could. I don't know what your draft capital is. Here's the thing. Here's the takeaway I want you to take. You're asking the right question. It's okay. Your keepers don't always have to be, I'm making 10 cents here and 15 cents here and 20 cents here. Sometimes there's something to be said for paying a lot for a quote unquote sure thing. Look at that Atlanta schedule. Falcons are going to win 11 games. I'm not even sure they're that great, but they have an unbelievable, that Warren Sharp schedule grid. I mean, the Falcons are on their own island with that. They're on the moon. Everybody else is on Earth. So I want you to get Bijan Robinson shares here. I would take Pittman, but it would make me a little bit nervous.
Erickson, are you going to nickel and dime, if you will, in this scenario?
No, I'm thinking I'm going with Bijan because I think that you can find value elsewhere, but you're not going to find Bijan. So that's the way I would look at it.
I have no problem with that. Yeah, I hope. And in the previous question asked about Pacheco, I want you to be overweight on Pacheco this year. It's harder to be overweight on Bijan because you walk in your drafting nines. You can't get Robinson, but I hope everybody out there is playing in multiple leagues. You've got to have some Robinson in your portfolio. Look, everybody loves the guy, but he's like, if you're in a salary cap draft, you're spending extra money on Bijan Robinson.
Look at this dude over here. Pianowski is the bet. Literally has to make sure you guys know he's one of my favorites. Did baseball with him this year. Scott, I am glad to have done this show with you this year and going to be doing some in-season shows here on Fantasy Pros with Mr. Scott Pianowski. So make sure you follow him at Scott_Pianowski. Don't go anywhere. The final segment is coming up. We have got fantasy football sleepers, Erickson and the great Michael F. Florio in the house. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the final segment right here on Fantasy Pros Fantasy Fest.
Do you ever wish you could wave a magic wand and know how your league mates are going to draft? How they'll use their picks, how early they draft quarterbacks, how much do they overdraft rookies? Well, I wouldn't be bringing this up if I didn't have a tool just for that. Meet Draft Intel. With Draft Intel, you'll know how your league mates draft better than they do. Draft Intel will analyze your league's draft history to detect patterns in your league's drafts. Then it'll show you how your league mates make decisions with their picks. Get team-specific and league-wide patterns to understand what direction your draft might go at a higher level. With that knowledge, you'll get the complete story of your league's drafting history, and you can prepare accordingly. The best part, you can bring those patterns into Draft Simulator and practice against them. That's right. The most realistic mock drafting tool available will now be tailored specifically to the people in your league. The bots you draft against will combine our pick algorithm with your league's intel to create mock drafts that feel like real drafts. This means every mock draft will provide you with realistic, tailor-made scenarios to help make your draft prep more effective than ever before. Take my leagues, for example. My uncle loves to go heavy on quarterback. Draft Intel can tell me that and highlight during the mock draft process, hey, if he's picking between you on the end, he's probably going to take a quarterback here. So if there's one guy you like left, you better be sure to take him. Draft smarter and stay ahead of your league with Draft Intel. Don't wait until draft day. Get an edge over your league mates today with Draft Intel at fantasypros.com/intel.
Fantasy football sleepers, you say? Yes, please. Absolutely. And boy, we got a banger to end this bad boy out. It's Michael Florio in the house. Michael F. Florio from NFL Network. Of course, The Undertaker is back to finish this bad boy with me. Thank you guys so much for hanging this entire broadcast, 4.5 hours. We are ending this super strong. I'm excited to be chatting with you guys. And of course, I don't want to waste any time, but I do want to ask one quick question before we get to these awesome names. And Florio, let's start with you here. What is a fantasy football sleeper in this grand landscape where there are beautiful shows like yours on NFL Network? There's the FantasyPros Fantasy Fest. There's more consumption ever. How are you going to be defining a fantasy football sleeper?
Florio, mute.
Oh, no.
It's okay.
You're
not the first one.
I'm a professional, I swear. I was going to say first, thank you, Welsh and Andrew, for having me on. Joe Pisapia hits me up every year to do the show and then is never on it when I come on. So I don't know where you are, Joe, but hi. To me, a sleeper is someone that is being overlooked in drafts, someone that is going to outlive their ADP, and not just by like potential, like they have the upside to significantly outlive it. Like I don't want a player who I have to draft at wide receiver 45 if his upside's wide receiver 40. So my sleepers are always players that, at least in my head, have upside to significantly outlive their ADP.
Erickson, I'm asking you the same question, but in solidarity, if you're a really good friend, you would mute yourself to start answering before you answer this question, but you choose what kind of friend you are. What do you outline as a fantasy football sleeper?
What do I outline? So for me, I kind of like how Florio went with the exceeding their ADP by a drastic amount. And you think about the term sleeper, where does that come from? Oh, well, you're sleeping on this guy, right? You're not high enough on X player. I think that's really the epitome of what a sleeper entails. This player is someone that we're overlooking. They're being underappreciated for the ceiling potential that they have. And a lot of sleepers also are league winners at the same type of player. So that's kind of how I look at it.
I love it. And I just wanted to kind of throw that out there because I think there can be levels of people almost eye rolling at sleepers anymore. Oh, what's a sleeper? There's a million articles about it. Well, getting the right definitions is super important when we talk about it. And I think we got a great list here. I will remind everybody, if you guys have questions, is this guy a sleeper? Or maybe your own sleepers, drop them in the chat and we will get to them at the end of this episode here. But let's kick it off with Florio. Florio, you've got a wide receiver from the Buffalo Bills. Ooh, there's a lot of money to be made in the Buffalo Bills wide receiving core. And you're not going with the rookie. You're going to go with the deep guy, Khalil Shakir, who's got an ADP and an ECR in the 50s, baby. ADP of wide receiver 50, ECR 59. Looks like he might be a major target. Why and how is Khalil Shakir your top sleeper? Or at least your number one sleeper here?
Because he's a good wide receiver, I believe. Like, he was top 2 in fantasy points per opportunity amongst wide receivers last year. He had the highest catch rate ever posted by a wide receiver. He was first in yards per target at the position, third in yak per catch at the position. And he is the only receiver on the Buffalo Bills roster who could be like, hey, I've caught a pass from Josh Allen in an actual NFL game. None of the other guys on the roster could say that. And not only can he say that, but he earned more and more trust, I believe, down the stretch. I mean, the Bills stuff behind you might give it away. I'm a Bills fan. So when they're in the playoffs, I'm very, very invested watching those games very closely. And Shakir had a lot of volume in the playoffs. And you could make the argument that he had the 2 biggest plays for the Bills. Against the Steelers, he had that duck under where he broke the tackle and took it for a touchdown. And then against the Chiefs, he had the one where Josh Allen evaded all the pressure and threw it to the sideline. Shakir somehow kept his feet in bounds. I think that kind of trust is going to go a long way, especially early on in the new season where you are counting on a rookie and a bunch of new guys. Curtis Samuel now banged up. So I like Shakir. He's the cheapest of the 3. He is the best value in my opinion. But you mentioned Keon Coleman. I will say I'm also in on Keon Coleman at price. I think Keon Coleman has league-winning upside here. But Shakir, to me, is a sleeper that is just being way too overlooked. And I think a sure thing to outlive his ADP.
I think it's great. You should listen to a Bills fan about this, just like Debro should listen to a 49ers fan about Brandon Ayuk across the situation. You should listen to the smart people that know where the right take is, not the wrong take. So I agree with you on this. Khalil Shakur, it's a really interesting situation too, because the two wide receivers that come in both don't have that rapport. We've also heard some separation issues, which could be something early on for Keon Coleman as far as defenses go. And I kind of think Curtis Samuel is going to be that change of pace wide receiver that they're also going to use in the goal line. So Khalil Shakur might be the guy that helps drive the field. So I like this one. But Erickson, what say you? Khalil Shakur or Keon Coleman, Curtis Samuel, or none of the above?
So I like Shakir and Keon Coleman as well. I think Keon Coleman has the highest upside. If we're talking about, okay, we're going to be drafting a Bills wide receiver in round 2 next year, who would it be? It'd probably be Keon Coleman. Like, that's who we would put the chips in on. That would be the player that has a massive rookie year breakout, touch to Josh Allen. But Shakir, you could see continually to rise up the ranks. And look, so far things are good for him. You look at Curtis Samuel, already out with turf toe injury. He's week to week. Curtis Samuel is no stranger to being banged up. He has stretches of production and then stretches where you don't see him on the field at all because he's injured. So we're getting the Curtis Samuel experience already in Buffalo. Florio, get ready for it. Tons of fun. For Shakir, the thing that you want to point out, and Florio mentioned this as well, he has that chemistry with Josh Allen. And the concerns are, well, is he a full-time player? Is he a part-time player? These are the same conversations we're having with these other polarizing wide receivers we mentioned on the show that are also in high-powered offenses. Tank Dell, Jaden Reed, Khalil Shakur. What's the big difference between them? They're all playing good offenses. They're maybe part-time players not running around on 90% of the dropbacks. Oh, well, they all have really good quarterbacks too. And Shakir is the one that's the cheapest outside the top 50 receivers. So you're taking on all that risk is baked in, but you're capturing all that upside of, hey, Shakir is Josh Allen's guy, and that's what I want.
So let's move to what I would say is a Mount Rushmore player of the Fantasy Fest. If you watched the whole time, by the way, you deserve an award. Hands up in the chat if you've been here the entire time. You know what? Executive decision. Hands up. I don't know how we'll check this. If you've been here the whole time, we're going to give a credit away to the Fantasy Pros store so someone can get a hat if you've been here the whole time. But if you have, you know, one of the Mount Rushmore of players is Jaleel McLaughlin. We have talked about him a ton throughout. And Erickson, you're going to get right back on that horse. One of your top sleepers. You've got ADP 51 on Jaleel McLaughlin. Rocket ship up. Talk to us about your number one sleeper.
I just think that he is exactly what you want in a running back sleeper. He's coming from an ambiguous backfield. He's coming from an offense that we're not really sure how great it's going to be. But when it comes to McLaughlin, what do we know about these Sean Payton offenses? What do we know about Bo Nix? They throw the ball to the running back position. And that's the easiest way for us to get value, get fantasy points, because that matters. We can talk about snaps and target share and touches. But eventually they need to score points because that's what actually counts in our actual lineups every single week. They got to score fantasy points. And that's what we see in Sean Payton offenses is they feed the running ball or they feed the running back the ball through the air. And McLaughlin looks like the number one projected check down option for Bo Nix in this offense. So Javonte Williams, like how long is his leash actually? And I don't even mind taking Javonte Williams. Like this whole Denver Broncos backfield, I think is just going to be a sleeping backfield, essentially. Like I want all parts of this. I mentioned this earlier. I want to leave every draft with a wide receiver from the Green Bay Packers. My other rule of thumb, I want to leave every draft with a running back from the Denver Broncos. And most often, it's Jaleel McLaughlin as that guy. So he's looked great in the preseason, looked explosive, using him in the passing game, getting red zone usage. So for me, he did exactly what Jaylen Warren did his undrafted year. First year as a rookie, basically had to prove it all, basically from a decorated college program. Or an underrated college program, but it was very productive. And then he comes in, establishes him that he can be the number 2 running back. They've already supplanted Samaje Perine on the depth chart. And I think he's like on that Jaylen Warren trajectory where now we're drafting Jaylen Warren over Najee Harris, a first-round pick from Alabama. And we're concerned that, oh, well, Javonte's there. He's going to take away all the touches from McLaughlin. I don't think that's going to happen. I think McLaughlin, when people ask me, hey, who's the sleeper running back? I say Jaleel McLaughlin.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, because like the comparison of the Green Bay Packers wide receivers, but also I would say there's a similar comparison in that I think you get a room of 10 people. You can probably find someone that likes each of the 4 Green Bay Packers wide receivers at number 1. I think like Javonte Williams is kind of the same thing. Like he falls into that same boat with Jaleel McLaughlin and then Estime too. People find a Denver Broncos running back to like. Florio, just really quick on Jaleel McLaughlin. Are you a McLaughlin or a Javonte Williams guy?
At cost, I'm in on both. All summer I was like, you got to find the one that's going to be the pass catching back, and I liked what I saw yesterday. Like, not only has Bo Nix looked a lot better than we all expected, but Javonte largely had most of the snaps on the first drive, but McLaughlin was sprinkled in, and then it was the opposite on the second. So to me, it seems like those two right now are at least highest in the pecking order. Javonte had the receiving touchdown that didn't count, but McLaughlin we know is explosive. If McLaughlin's ADP climbs a few rounds, then I might not be in. But where he's going now in the RB40s, and then Javonte Williams as a RB3, I think both are good values right now.
All right, I love this one that we're going to get to because this guy does not scream fantasy football sleeper. It's kind of post-hype sleeper or just post-production sleeper, if you want to call it that. We're going with Florio's number 2, and we are going to Austin Ekeler. People out on Austin Ekeler. RB 32 on the ECR, 29 on the ADP. A lot of Brian Robinson. But Florio, you're saying hold your horses here. Ekeler might be a value.
Yeah, I've been an Austin Ekeler guy since before he had a podcast and before it was cool. Like I'm talking about before COVID. I've been in on Austin Ekeler. So I'm going out the way I came in. This guy has won me so many championships. I'm not going to doubt him. But originally, like early on in this process, I was not really an Austin Ekeler guy. But let's remember, he suffered a high ankle sprain in week 1 that landed him on the IR. And then per Austin Ekeler, that was his right ankle. He came back, and his first game back, he sprained his left ankle. So we've seen high ankle sprains be season killers before. Now he's playing on 2 sprained ankles with an offense that's missing your top 2 wide receivers, your quarterback for much of it, and a bunch of offensive line pieces. I'm not willing to say that Austin Ekeler is just done yet. Now, I understand that is in the range of outcome because he's getting older. He has a lot of career touches, stuff like that. But I think last year was largely situational. And the other thing is like everyone, you look at these 2 backs and it's Melvin Gordon versus Austin Ekeler all over again. Everyone is like, Brian Robinson Jr. is going to be the goal line back. Just look at them. Okay. Austin Ekeler is better near the goal line. Last year, more than double his goal line touches at more than double the rate of Brian Robinson, I should say, were turned into touchdowns. And over the last 2 seasons, it's the same thing, more than double his goal line touches rate-wise compared to Brian Robinson. So I'm not willing to say he's not going to be utilized near the goal line more. He's going to be the passing down back. And yesterday, the usage was first drive, Brian Robinson mostly, second drive, almost all Austin Ekeler. If these guys are splitting drives, but then Eckler's getting the 2-minute drill in the obvious passing down situations, because let's be honest, he's getting those. I think he could be the better value of the 2, yet he's going a couple of rounds later, and in most drafts, you get him in the double-digit rounds. If he was going to like the 5th or 6th round, I'd probably be out. But at cost, he is so cheap, and I think that he could be a lot better than people are expecting. So I'm still willing to go out with my guy.
Erickson, I think the 2 biggest questions around this for people are what can he do limited, because the touches are most likely going to be limited, but then also not just Brian Robinson, but Jayden Daniels, who got a running quarterback who I know we're going to talk about here in just a little bit. I think that makes some people queasy, but we have also seen Ekeler be a monster. Can you co-sign on this one, Erickson? I feel like this is going to push your limits.
Yeah, no, I'm team Brian Robinson all the way. That's where I stand. And I do agree that it is weird to see Ekeler down this lowly ranked. And I think it is really those injuries are really being held against him probably too much and too significantly. But I just have trouble wrapping my mind around, okay, if it's a mobile quarterback, is Jayden Daniels really going to check the ball down to Austin Ekeler? I just don't think that's going to happen. Unless the rest of the receivers in this offense are just so horrible and it's Terry McLaurin and they literally have nobody else, then I could see Ekeler breaking into a larger role as a receiver. So that would be one caveat that I would say, okay, that's a path where I could see it. And then to your goal line projection between Ekeler and Brian Robinson, doesn't matter what I think, doesn't matter what you think. It matters what Anthony Lynn, the run game corner, thinks. And when he was there with the Chargers, he never gave Ekeler the ball at the goal line. He only gave it to Melvin Gordon. And it was only until he left the coaching staff with the Chargers, Austin Ekeler scored 20 touchdowns back-to-back years. So that's the one thing that I'm looking at from a coaching staff perspective. if they're looking at for Anthony Lynn, like, hey, what do you think the run game coordinator? Who are you going to put at the goal line? I think that he's going to lean Robinson. Again, we'll find out when it happens, when they actually hit the goal line, and then one of us will be right, one of us will be wrong. But for me, I think it is Robinson, and I think I'd rather I prefer him at cost.
I also like the idea a little bit more even of Eckler in full PPR. I think that's like another sneaky spot to make sure and watch and maybe get some later value on. We've got the second half of fantasy football sleepers coming up. But friends, let's first tell you how you can get these fantasy football sleepers into your drafts with the Draft Wizard. You can master your draft with the Draft Wizard. Our tools offer simulated mock drafts that let you practice and refine your draft strategies against realistic opponents. I just did this in my flex draft last week. I did 10 mock drafts before I ended up at my draft spot with all the user intel, and it made my life a ton easier. You can get personalized pick recommendations based on expert rankings, ADP, projections, and ensuring you make the best choice at every stage of your draft. Analyze your draft results instantly with our Draft Analyzer, which provides feedback and insights to help you improve. And you can sync your league with a few clicks, leverage draft intel to see your league mates draft trends and strategies, like I said, and then perform those simulated mocks against your league settings. Make informed decisions, avoid common pitfalls, and draft with confidence. Try Draft Wizard today at fantasypros.com/draftwizard or on the Fantasy Football Draft Wizard app and dominate your leagues today. Time for the second half of these fantasy football sleepers. And we're not going anywhere else besides the Commanders. We're going to stick at the quarterback spot, number 2 on the Mount Rushmore of players we've talked about today. If you got the first segment in, Jake Ciely was talking about him and his projections. Andrew Erickson, Jayden Daniels as a top sleeper for you. Let's do it.
Fantasy football doesn't have to be hard, guys. Just draft Jayden Daniels as your late round quarterback, sleeper quarterback. So he's a sleeper to me because his ADP is QB 12. So that is a QB1. You're drafting him as a starter, but he could be going higher. We've seen mobile quarterbacks go higher in drafts than Jayden Daniels before. Look at the college level, rush for over 3,300 yards, average nearly 60 rushing yards per game. That was the same amount as Anthony Richardson entering the NFL last season. And where we have Anthony Richardson ranked after 4 incomplete games, he's a top 5 quarterback in fantasy. How many games are we going to have to see from Jayden Daniels in the NFL to rank him as a top 5 fantasy quarterback? I don't think it's going to take very much. And the thing that's different about Daniels versus Richardson, Daniels has so much more experience. He's so much more polished as a passer coming up because he has so much more experience at the college level. He played 55 games in college. He's an older prospect, but that means he's ready to go. And we've seen Cliff Kingsbury before work his magic with a rookie quarterback, another mobile rookie. Same as Kyler Murray. He was QB7 overall his rookie year. He was QB12 in points per game. He was 3rd in carries, 2nd in rushing yards. Again, going back to how many receivers do we trust in this offense? It's Terry McLaurin, maybe dump it off to a running back or tight end, and then run. That's how I think the offense is going to be structured here. So I love Jayden Daniels. He's the reason why, just one of the reasons why I love the late round quarterback approach in redraft leagues. I want to get an elite tight end. I want to be drafting receivers and running backs. And then I'm going to take Jayden Daniels as my starting quarterback 1. And I feel really confident with it. And I would recommend everyone else do the same.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, Florio, too, with the quarterback spot, because there's like a top 8 that you can really get into. And then obviously I do think the tiers start to change. But what's so weird about it is you can easily pair Jayden Daniels with Brock Purdy. You know, you can end up waiting even longer and pairing Jayden Daniels with a Trevor Lawrence. There's just really great pairs that have such low cost that make Jayden Daniels exciting, except we have been seeing some of his value move up. I did a draft where Jayden Daniels went before Joe Burrow, so people are kind of in on it. Are you in on the idea that Jayden Daniels is a quarterback fantasy football sleeper?
I'm not in on the idea that he's a sleeper because I have him in my top 10. So like I don't think you could be a sleeper when you rank that high, but I get the thinking of completely. Like I'm fully on board with Jayden Daniels. Kyler Murray is a great example. Lamar Jackson, Anthony Richardson, Jalen Hurts, the list goes on and on and on. These guys are quarterback 1s from the moment they step on the field. Jayden Daniels could run for 800 yards. The only reason, like I keep saying you could take Anthony Richardson, then Kyler Murray, then Jayden Daniels. And Daniels is the one I have the most of. The only reason I have him lowest of that is because I don't think he'll get the rushing touchdowns like Anthony Richardson will. But yeah, to me, my favorite combo is I have a lot of Jayden Daniels and Jared Goff. because Goff is like set your watch. We know when he's home or indoors, he's going to give you respectable numbers. So that covers your bases a little bit in case it doesn't work out with Jaden Daniels. But yeah, Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow are two that I go back and forth on all summer. But yeah, I'm very, very high and completely in on Jaden Daniels.
All right, we've got the final two fantasy football sleepers from these fine gentlemen. They're both wide receivers, but we are going to go just 1-to-1 because we do want to answer a couple questions. So unfortunately, Erickson, I'm just not going to come to you with any of your takes after this great sleeper, but we will get your great sleeper, so don't you worry. We're going to go, Florio, with your rookie wide receiver. Ladd McConkey is your final fantasy football sleeper for this bad boy. Wide receiver, ADP 42 and ECR 40. Where is the ceiling and where's the floor on Ladd McConkey?
The floor is definitely a bit low because the offense could be very run heavy and stuff like that. And I don't love that in preseason so far he's only playing in 3 wide receiver sets, but it's so early. That wide receiver depth chart is so thin. He could quickly climb to be the number 1 target. And in the NFL draft process, after the Elite 3, he was my wide receiver 4. So he was my top 1 after the big 3. He could do everything. He could win after the catch. He could win downfield. He reminds me of Tyler Lockett. And I know they're going to run a lot in Los Angeles, but Harbaugh has always had a very highly efficient passing attack. And with Justin Herbert there, I don't think that'll change. McConkey is as efficient as they come. He thrives in play action. So I could see him just early on, probably someone you want more as a reserve wide receiver. But as the year goes on, I think he has wide receiver 3, maybe even wide receiver 2 upside, volume being the only concern.
The most exciting thing about all of these like rookie wide receivers, obviously outside of like Harrison and Neighbors, but like every other year, they just come at cheap costs. And like the return, when you can get these wide receivers that go on your bench, these rookie wide receivers that go on your bench, you can also afford to stomach through a little bit of the hardship because you don't even have them out there starting, where the second half, if they pick it up, bam, you got all upside. Erickson, take us home, baby, with the final fantasy football sleeper, and then we'll get to a couple of our listener questions here. Erickson, you have a wide receiver, and we have oft mentioned him a whole bunch of times. We're going back to Green Bay because Erickson says you must have a Green Bay wide receiver when you leave your draft.
Those that know ball know about Dontavian Wicks, and that's how you can prove to all your league mates that you know ball. So Dontavian Wicks for me, look, last year as a day 3 rookie wide receiver, got a chance to play with Christian Watson out, and he was really productive, very efficient, averaged nearly 2 yards per route run, ranked 27th among all wide receivers, 5th among all rookie wide receivers per True Media. His first downs per route run tied Devontae Adams for top 20 among all players. And look, we talked about this before. Michael Floor, he's vomiting at the idea that he could possibly have a number 1 wide receiver on his team. So what does that mean? Well, that means Wicks is going to have his fair share of weeks in this offense to be the number 1 for that particular week. So again, injuries happen, and that's how things may or may not shaken out. We can debate all year long who the Packers receiver 1, and then one injury here, one injury there. Oh, what do you know? There's your answer for you. I'm just confident that if Wicks is given the opportunity to see a bigger role, to see a higher target share in this offense, that he can deliver. And that's not a given. That's not a guarantee with a lot of wide receivers. A lot of wide receivers have had opportunities and then they lay face on they do not deliver. And it's very concerning. But with Wicks, I don't have that concern. I feel confident that if he's given a bigger role, if he can usurp Watson or a Romeo Dobbs, then I think that he can deliver a lot of upside from what he showed last year as a rookie. So for me, again, going back to one of my staples of drafting this year, leave your draft with a Packers wide receiver. And currently Wicks, unless you want to count Bo Melton, Wicks is the cheapest one that you can draft.
Erickson, you almost pulled a Welshism. You almost did an analogy.
Every time I see your face, the Welshism are just like oozing out of me.
If you don't know, it's take an analogy, say it wrong. That's a Welshism. He almost did fall flat on their face, and that almost became a really good Welshism. Gentlemen, are you guys good for a couple questions before we end this bad boy? Want to answer a few from the people? Sure. Hey, I do want to say, because I'm so nice, Tony, you are going to get the $25 gift card, whatever you want to call it, to the Fantasy Pros store. Get yourself a Fantasy Pros or Betting Pros hat or whatever you want to do. We got amazing hoodies. We got some awesome stuff. But Tony, hit us up. Hit up the admins. You've been here the whole time. You did the hand. A lot of you guys did. Want to give something back to you so you can take home a little bit of swag. So hit us up on the admin stuff. We'll get you hooked up. You'll know how to find us. All right. Here are some questions. Kyron or HN Florio?
Kyron for me. I know the upside that Achan brings, but he also brings a lot of risk. And Kyron, I know Blake Corum is there, but I still expect him to get a boatload of work this year as long as he stays healthy. So I have him a few spots higher than Achan.
Kyron for you, Erickson, right?
No, Achan, baby.
Trying to manipulate. All right. Well, then let's do this one. Gus Edwards or J.K. Dobbins? If you're going to get invested here, I actually have an invested take here, but are you Gus or J.K.?
I am J.K. Dobbins all the way.
Hey, let's go. Let's go. Florio, can you swing it? You Gus?
I'm Gus. Dude, J.K. Dobbins is coming back from every severe injury known to man.
Well, see, he's a completely
Greg Roman doesn't know that. Greg Roman only knows that when they were playing together in Baltimore, Dobbins was his RB1 and not Gus Edwards. So that's what I'm going to roll with.
And JK does look healthy at this moment. I'm a little bit of an optimist where it's like I like to play on the talent versus the injury. That's why, Christian McCaffrey is my number one player, not making excuses for theoretical injuries out there. Just the most talented player. No big deal.
I mean, he does have a real calf strain. It's not theoretical.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. They're just
he has Joe Burrow about the same calf strain. That worked out well.
Erickson. Well, Erickson, you got to go. Oh, sorry, everybody. Erickson, I think he has to go. See ya. David says 12-team PPR Superflex. Would you rather keep Breece Hall in the 4th or Kyler Murray in the 8th? Florio, let's start with you.
Yeah, I'm going Breece Hall in the 4th. I love Kyler Murray, but you could get a top 3 running back, and that's a first-round pick in the 4th round. Give me that all day.
Oh, Erickson, that's a good value on a quarterback, but Breece, that might be your number 1 RB. What do you think?
Yeah, I go Breece because you could just draft Kyler Murray in the 8th anyway. So just take Breece.
Well, probably not in the 8th, but like the 2nd or something.
You can still get him, and you can still get him early and get both, but Breece in the 4th.
All right, we're going to do 2 more. KB says Pittman, Devonta Smith, or Malik Neighbors, Erickson.
I'm going to go Pittman.
Florio, what do you think? Neighbors, Smith, or Pittman?
I have Devonta Smith the highest. With Kellen Moore there, I think that A.J. Brown and or Devonta Smith, probably both, could be in store for career years.
All right, well, I'm going to ruin it all, and I'm going to say Malik Neighbors because that's my guy. I'm all on Malik Neighbors, so let's not give you anything helpful unless you just want to pick a certain analyst. Finally, I didn't realize this is another Malik question. Malik or Chris Godwin? Come on, this is Malik.
Yeah, it's Malik.
Malik, we all agree here. Man, Michael Florio, thank you so much for hanging out, and congratulations on the great work that you're doing. Andrew Erickson, you have been a monster. And ladies and gentlemen, you guys are animals, especially you guys that have been hanging out this entire time. 5 hours. We just crossed the 5-hour mark on the Fantasy Pros Fantasy Fest with all of our awesome Fantasy Pros people, from Erickson to Debro, Ryan Wormley, Pat Fitzmaurice, even Joe Pisapia, man, and incredible guests throughout the entire day. Chris Raybon, Jake Ciely. I got to get here with Florio and Pianowski. Incredible that you guys hung with us, and an incredible job by everybody. And I only hung out here for an hour. Listen, we got you guys covered for all your fantasy football needs. The Draft Wizard is going to get you set up. We've got all the ranks here and tons more. So make sure you go and check out all the amazing tools over at Fantasy Pros, because you want to dominate your leagues this year. Make sure you're subscribed on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/fantasypros, and all the podcasts, because we are offering more podcasts than ever before. On our Discord, we've got tons and tons of them. And we want you guys to be a part of all of it. And it's a free community, fantasypros.com/chat. You could potentially go more. Ladies and gentlemen, I could talk more because I've only been here for an hour, but we won't. I just want to thank everybody here at Fantasy Pros and every one of you guys. Everybody, Sal behind the scenes, did an incredible job. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us and making Fantasy Pros your number 1 destination for the fantasy football season. For Florio, Erickson, and the entire team, I salute to you all, and thank you for hanging out with us. And we'll talk to you next time right here on Fantasy Pros. Bye, friends.